Hello and welcome to Climate Action Live. Thank you all so much for joining us on this important day. As you know, historically, Peace One Day has led and held a major live music-driven event on or around Peace Day 21, September, to mark the day and provide updates of Peace Day activity. But in response to the global pandemic, Peace One Day, well, as you can tell, has gone fully digital. You also notice that today is not Peace Day. This year, Peace One Day is recognizing that peace and other issues of global concern, climate action, anti-racism, and the mobilization of youth, they're all intimately connected. And so we are now marking 4 critical days in the global calendar. And we're going to start with anti-racism live on the 21st of March this year, the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which we produced in association with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Now, let's get to today's event, Climate Action Live. Now, it has been put together with a very clear message in mind. No climate action, no peace. Throughout today's show, we're going to be exploring that critical relationship between sustainability and peace. And what a packed show we got for you today. We have panel discussions with experts focusing on the protection of either land, air, or sea. We've got words of peace from leading actors, music from international artists, and special interviews with thought leaders from many different sectors of society. And we have to thank all of our participants that are going to be with us here today. Not only those who will be speaking, but all of you too. And thanks to our wonderful sponsors as well, Lipton and Trivium Packaging, whose support has made this show possible. Twitter as well came on board as the awareness partner. In addition to this, Digitalis, Social 360, Signal AI, AWS, and Green Lemon Company. And to the partners, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Pathfinder for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies, SDG Action Campaign, and the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford. Also, a big thanks to Peace One Day ambassador and co-founder of today's show, Jude Law, whose support continues to inspire many, including Peace One Day and its team. And for all of you teachers out there, you educators or parents watching, there's a free Climate Action Live education resource at peaceoneday.org. Go check that out. The resource is called Life Climate Action, helping young people to use the power of film to capture and share their own climate action. We really do want you to take a look at it so we can pass on the good messages in effective ways. And Peace One Day has put together some nice guides there. It's a fantastic resource, no doubt. Now, to kick off Climate Action Live, let's watch a short film about Peace One Day's new focus in 2021.
Humanity is at a turning point. Put simply, the climate action we take right now will determine how long we all have left. But at Peace One Day, we want to put out stories of hope. We now produce 4 live global digital experiences throughout the year, at the turn of every season, encouraging dialogue and setting out action points towards a more just, equal, diverse, inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable world. But that's not how it all started. My name's Jeremy Gilley. I'm an independent documentary filmmaker. In 1998, with a few committed friends, I began documenting my journey to establish the first ever annual day of global ceasefire and non-violence. For 3 years, I built the case for the day's creation. In September 2001, UN member states unanimously adopted a day of ceasefire and non-violence on the UN International Day of Peace, fixed as the 21st of September annually.
It was originally brought to our attention by a UK-based organisation, Peace One Day.
It is so decided.
Next, I wanted to prove Peace Day could work in a conflict zone. In 2007, in Afghanistan, Peace Day agreements allowed 10,000 health workers to vaccinate 1.4 million children against polio on Peace Day. And through awareness initiatives and strategic partnerships, around 1.4 billion people now know about Peace Day, with millions involved in peaceful action. Our new target is to make 3 billion aware by 2025. Welcome to the Peace One Day live global digital experience. On the 21st of September 2020, Peace One Day responded creatively to the COVID-19 pandemic with the live global digital experience. And we believe we've stumbled on something profound and far-reaching. From 2021 onwards, Peace One Day is focusing its activities on 4 interconnected calendar dates. 21 March, Anti-Racism Live. 21 June, Climate Action Live. 21 September, Peace Day Live. And 21 December, Space Transformers Live, giving a voice to the young changemakers working towards a more peaceful and sustainable world. For more information on this new direction for Peace One Day and to become part of all our live global digital experiences throughout the year, please visit peaceoneday.org and follow us on social media.
Jeremy Gilley, thank you for that so much. Good friend. Always appreciate what you're doing. And of course, why we're here today. Now, the first of our special interviews, we start now. And a man who has been a great supporter of Peace One Day over the years, Paul Polman, is co-founder and chair of Imagine, an organization helping businesses meet the UN global goals for sustainable development. Talking to him, a brilliant British screen actor, fresh from shooting Frances O'Connor's feature film, Emily, and whose TV credits include some of the biggest dramas on British television. The Driver, My Mad Fat Diary, Safe House, Mr. Selfridge, and The Mill. Folks, please welcome Sasha Parkinson and Paul Polman.
Hello, and welcome to Action Live. I'm so thrilled to be here, and today I have the great pleasure and privilege of interviewing co-founder and chair of Imagine, Mr. Paul Polman. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Hey, Sacha. How are you doing?
I'm really good, thank you. So I'm going to go straight to it. I'm going to ask, when did your passion begin for making a real impact through business in terms of sustainability and climate action?
Well, Sacha, thanks for asking that. In fact, during my entire career, I always saw the power of business as being a force for good. I always believed that business could not succeed in failing societies, but I also firmly believe that it couldn't be a bystander in a system that gives them life in the first place. I think the pandemic, the tragic pandemic we are going through, once more in no subtle way, has reminded us of the values of cooperation with both the planet and other fellow human beings. I grew up in the 60s, and many of the values that I got, thankfully, were from my parents. Values of dignity and respect for everybody, equity, compassion. They were very important for them. They very much believed in us having a better life, in peace in Europe, in education, etc. They truly put themselves to the service of others. And then I really grew up in the 70s, if you want to, where we had the first time the Earth Day was in 1970. We had the Rio conference a little bit later in 1992. And I really got into it in a serious way when we met in Rio Plus 20 in 2012, when we were celebrating the great progress we had made on the Millennial Development Goals. And some of the people were proposing to establish what is the Sustainable Development Goals, or what people now call the Global Goals. I was honored to be asked at that time by Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to form part of a panel of 27, what he called eminent people, to develop these goals with a simple objective to irreversibly eradicate poverty, and doing that in a more sustainable and equitable way. And listening to all the people all across the world, I saw the power of these goals, not only to make this world function for all, but also the enormous business opportunities that were underpinning this. It only takes $3 to $5 trillion a year to implement these goals. But as you know, the government's overseas development aid is only 160 billion. So in order to make it come alive, it needs business, it's innovations, it's financing, it's people, and it's resources. And this is really what I've been focused on since.
Wow. Well, many companies are working toward being less bad and reducing the impacts that they create. But your vision of the future is one of net positive. And so can you tell us a little bit about this? Because I understand that this is also the subject of your new book. Is that right?
Yeah, that's totally right. And it's a good thing that you start with less bad. When things are bad, and we're already well beyond the planetary boundaries, less bad isn't simply good enough anymore. So being net positive is about a movement that describes how successful companies can profit not from creating the world's problems, but from actually solving the world's problems. For business to be successful long term, they need to show, I believe, that they have a net positive impact, or in other words, make this a better world for all. If business cannot show that they have this net positive impact on society, then why should we as citizens of this world allow them to be around? And increasingly, we are making our voices heard and leveraging our spending powers or making our votes count. It requires a more complete definition of performance for business, a more comprehensive process of what you might call value creation that goes beyond the financial returns alone. You know, last year in 2020, Earth's Overshoot Day was August 22nd. That is actually the day that the world uses up all its resources that it can replenish, which means in simple terms that after that day, we're actually stealing from future generations. So I don't want to be part of that. We've seen in the last few decades about 68% of our mammals, fish, birds, reptiles disappear. We've cut down half of the world's rainforests. We're keeping people in poverty, 4.2 billion people on less than $5 a day. So if we don't find a way to live in harmony with fellow citizens and with the planet, we're not going to make that. Now, the good thing is that we have these sustainable development goals that we talked about, which is an enormous business plan. Just in the next 10 years, we estimate that it could unlock up to $12 trillion of economic value, create 380 million jobs. So businesses that are taking this holistic approach, want to be part of that solution, actually are better placed and I think more successful. So that's why I wrote the book. It's coming out in October by Harvard Press. It's called Net Positive, Why Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Take. And it talks about what net positive companies have to do. In very simple terms, to keep it very short, a net positive company has to take ownership of all its impacts and consequences, intended or not, in this world. It has to operate for the long-term benefit of business and society. It has to create positive return for all of its stakeholders. It drives shareholder return as a result of what it does, not its objective. And last but not least, it has to be part of these broader transformations that society is looking for. So you can order the book and get on the way. It's available already for pre-orders, if I may say.
There's no excuse for anyone if that book exists.
No excuse.
So what is courage to you? Because you often speak about courageous leadership. And so what are the hallmarks of courageous leadership, and what does that mean today in a COVID, climate stressed world?
Yeah, I think we have a deficit of courageous leaders. It often is said that we already have the means and the resources to tackle our two biggest challenges, which I might call climate change and inequality. We've never been so forewarned about what is going to happen, but we also have never been so forearmed with actually tools already to do something about it. But too often we hear the business leaders, the politicians, betting on new technologies or innovations for a greener or fairer economy, or setting objectives basically too low. In reality, we know what we need to do, as I said, and we have all the tools. We know how to build toilets for people, how to build housing, how to make food without cutting down the forests, how to provide green and efficient energy, how to implement circular models. Yet still today, I believe too many are still playing not to lose versus playing to win, with minimal commitments that they can get away with, small targets that they can achieve versus the bold targets that are needed to solve these worldly problems. So it takes courage to do the harder right versus the easier wrong. It takes courage to set targets that you know are needed, but you don't have yet all the answers of how to achieve it. It takes courage to work with others and form these broader partnerships to solve these bigger issues. So the word courage, to be honest, Satya, comes from the French word cœur, which actually means heart. Good leadership is both with the head and the heart. These people step out of the PR or the smaller commitments and put a human face on what matters. They operate with a high level of empathy, compassion, humanity, humility, all the traits that courageous leaders possess. So that is why I believe to solve today's problems, we need to put humanity back in the middle of all we do. And for that reason, we need these courageous leaders.
Absolutely. And so finally, the core message of today's event is no climate action, no peace. What is the role of individuals and what impact can they make? So do you have faith that we can turn this around?
Oh, absolutely. We all can make a big difference, not even a small difference anymore, Satya. Runaway climate change is absolutely the biggest existential threat that we're facing as humanity. We're moving in the right direction, but we're still missing the scale and speed with which we're moving. Many people still think that it is possible to stay below the 1.5 degrees. And as we talked, when we talked courageous leaders, it requires above all willpower. The International Energy Agency or the Energy Transition Task Force or the UN have done many studies that shows by all means, although it's hard work, that we can still stay below the 1.5 degrees. And frankly, it is at a significantly lower cost to avoid climate change than the enormous cost that we would incur if we let this get out of hand. COVID is a direct result of destroying biodiversity, these zoonotic diseases. It has cost us already $25 trillion to the global economy. So we're at a point, frankly, that the cost of not acting is starting to become higher than the cost of acting. I'm actually a climate optimist, or I would call it a prisoner of hope. And I believe that this year could actually be a super year for not only making the commitments to solve this, but also to putting firm actions behind it. We have the COP15 on biodiversity in Kunming. We have the COP26 in Glasgow as two of the most important events. And momentum is building. We've never seen in the last year, despite COVID, so many ambitious climate actions to decarbonize our global economy, because people understand, from Joe Biden to the Prime Minister of Japan, if you want to, that it creates jobs, that it provides for more inclusion. So your generation, if I may call it the youth, give me definitely a hope of for the future. In time-honored tradition, I think the youth has often been the ones that redesign the future in their own image, but simultaneously creating a better world for everybody. Over half the world population is now below 30 years old. And the interesting thing is you're going to be 100% tomorrow. You have more energy, creativity, passion, and self-belief. You embrace technology, accept uncertainty. Most of the conditions and solutions that I've seen in the world are actually coming from these younger people. More purpose-driven, tolerant, open, and more accountable actually than any generation before them. So I think that the young are going to make a big difference. It's important not only to give them a seat at the table as we work these plans, but increasingly I believe that we actually have to give them the table.
I love that. Well, on behalf of myself and the entire world, and especially the next generation to follow, I want to thank you for everything you've done and continue to do, because we're extremely lucky to have someone like you fighting in our corner. So thank you so much for allowing me to interview you today, Paul. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Satya, and an honor, and likewise lots of admiration for what you're doing. Be safe.
So much. Take care.
Thank you.
And thank you, Satya Parkinson, so much. Thanks to Paul Polman, co-founder and chair of Imagine. We appreciate great conversation there. Coming up, we have music from TikTok sensations Kieran and Nivi, longtime Peace One Day supporter James Morrison, and the sensational Vincent. But first, a special message for Climate Action Live from someone whose involvement with Peace One Day spans over 20 years, or some 20 years. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Sir Richard Branson.
Well, hello, everybody. And I just want to say thank you to the team at Peace One Day for once again bringing us together. The climate crisis is the defining challenge of our time. How we all tackle it collectively will determine what life on Earth will look like for us, for our children, and for our grandchildren, for generations to come. To understand how our planet is already changing in dramatic ways, look at the critical ecosystems that sustain life, like the ocean, which has always been close to my heart. The ocean is an integral part of the Earth system, but it has suffered greatly because of our escalating climate impacts, absorbing a significant amount of excess carbon dioxide and heat. This is having a huge toll on ocean health, resulting in a warming, oxygen-depleted and more acidic ocean. Already, roughly 70% of the world's coral reefs have been destroyed. While we can travel and trade over a dead ocean, a lifeless one cannot feed us or provide jobs or ensure a healthy or stable climate. Until now, marine life has generally been valued by what we take out of it. But from the air we breathe, the food we eat, the fun and relaxation it provides, we need to value the ocean based on the essential role it plays for our planet as a climate regulator and as a source of life. And the more life there is in the ocean, the more valuable it is to us. We know that the ocean has an incredible ability to regenerate itself if we set aside areas that are protected from harmful activities. These areas help the life sustained within them to replenish and build resilience to our fast-changing climate, with marine life also spilling over into surrounding areas. That's why I'm advocating to strongly protect at least 30% of the ocean by 2030, a call to action that is now being supported by over 80 countries. Life, wonder, health, the ocean, protecting 30% of the world's ocean, and making sure that everything outside those areas is properly and sustainably managed is a collective goal we should all get behind. For the sake of our climate, for the sake of our planet, for the sake of our future. Well, thank you for being part of this effort and, well, cheers.
And immense thanks to Sir Richard Branson there with his message. We go to music now, and a duo who have taken social media by storm with over, count this, 1.7 million followers on TikTok. And their mission is to bring their Indian classical music roots into the pop vernacular. And prepare yourself here to be blown away by the extraordinary vocal dexterity of twin powerhouses, Kiran and Nevi.
Thought I found a way, thought I found a way out, but you never go away, so I guess I gotta stay now. Oh, I hope someday I'll make it out of here, even if it takes all night or 100 years. Need a place to hide, but I can't find one near. Wanna feel alive outside, I can't fight my fear. Isn't it lovely, all alone, of stone. Tear me to pieces, skin and bone. Hello, welcome home.
Oh boy, was that good. The incredible Karen and Nivi there. Thank you both so much. Do not stop. Now, Peace One Day's event on the 21st of March this year, Anti-Racism Live, it was produced in association with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and we're thrilled and honored to have their continued support today. With a special message for Climate Action Live, please welcome United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Her Excellency, Michelle Bachelet.
I am pleased to greet all of you at this Global Digital Experience, and I thank Peace One Day for organizing it. Our lives depend on our planet's land, air, and sea. They feed us, inspire us, sustain us. But these three precious resources are facing a triple threat: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And as we have come to understand, danger to nature becomes danger to humans and to our human rights. COVID-19 is a stark example of how ecosystem degradation and shrinking habitats facilitate the rise and spread of zoonotic diseases. Pollution presents a great threat to human health. Climate-related disasters destroy lives and livelihoods. These challenges hit the most vulnerable hardest. They multiply inequalities, leaving further behind those who are already in situations of marginalization. Their impacts undermine the peace and stability that we seek to build together. We need urgent action to limit greenhouse gas emissions and combat global warming, to ensure people adapt to the effects of climate change, and to compensate them for the loss and damage that they face. And to be effective, action must be human rights-based. Dear friends, I know that the challenges we face are grave, so much that they often seem overwhelming. But I must tell you, when I contemplate them, I am filled not with despair, but with hope, because I see how every day people around the world, especially young people, are demanding their human rights, including the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. They, you, are making your voices heard in courtrooms, in international climate negotiations, on the internet, and in the streets. You have understood that if we are to preserve and restore the precious heritage that is our environment, to protect it for present and for future generations, we must act now. You are calling on all of us, from the halls of the United Nations to corporate boardrooms to schools and universities, to take ambitious and immediate climate action. It is also encouraging that you are joining this event today to better understand how we can all participate in the building of a sustainable future. Thank you again for the attention you dedicate, for the inspiration you bring, for your action. Together we can face and overcome this crisis.
Thank you so much, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Her Excellency Michelle Bachelet, for an inspiring message. We heard everything you have to say. Now, more music from a singer-songwriter whose debut album went straight to the top of the UK album chart. His single, You Give Me Something, was a massive hit all over the world, paving the way for his Brit Award for Best British Male in 2007. With power and soul in equal measure, please welcome the fantastic James Morrison.
There's so much craziness surrounding me. There's so much going on. It gets hard to breathe when all my faith has gone. You bring it back to me, and you make it real for me. When I'm not sure of my priorities, when I've lost sight of where I'm meant to be, like holy water washing over me, and you make it real for me. And I'm running to you, baby, 'cause you are the only one who'll save me. That's why I've been missing you lately, 'cause you make it real for me. When my head is strong, but my heart is weak, and I'm full of arrogance and uncertainty. When I can't find the words, you teach my heart to speak, and you make it real for me. And I'm running to you, baby, 'cause you are the only one who saved me. That's why I've been missing you lately, 'cause you make it real for me. Yeah. Everybody's talking in words I don't understand. You got to be the only one who knows just who I am. You're shining in the distance, I hope I can make it through, 'cause the only place that I want to be is right back home with you. Oh, I guess there's so much more I have to learn, but if you're here with me, I know which way to turn. You always give me somewhere, it's somewhere I can run, and you make it real for me. But I'm running to you, baby, 'cause you are the only one who saved me. That's why I've been missing you lately, 'cause you make it real for me. You make it real for me.
James, we're sending you on to the next round. Thanks to the fabulous James Morrison there. Coming up on Climate Action Live, we have a high-level panel discussions on the protection of our land, air, and sea, an interview with polar explorer, mountaineer, and author Sir David Hempelmann Adams, and more music from all over the world, from the likes of TikTok superstar Mona Gonzalez, Nigerian-born, now coming to us from Texas, the wonderful Ketchi, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the life force that is Enosa B, from the USA, the effortlessly virtuosity of Vincent, and from South Africa, the legendary Zwaibalala. Now, the first of today's words of peace from leading actors who have chosen a poem or speech with a connection to nature, the planet, or the climate emergency. To kick us off, actress, producer, and global youth advocate, the wonderful Monique Coleman.
I have loved and supported Peace One Day for the last decade. And I think that this event, Climate Action Live, is so important because it is a preventative measure that is not just about conflict resolution, but about recognizing the connection between our resources and scarcity and the impact that that has on peace. A lot of times we think about peace from the perspective of being in an active conflict, but events like this and addressing climate change and the impact that that will have on our food, our water, our environment, and the rise of how many people will be displaced because of this. This is such an important time for us to gather around and really come up with solutions and take action before it gets to the point where it is armed conflict. I don't believe that people are inherently evil. I believe that ultimately we want a better future for ourselves and for our families. But if we do not address climate, there is no future. I love our planet so much. I love our mother. It's really difficult to kind of think about one specific thing that I'm most passionate about when it comes to climate action, but I probably would say the elimination of plastic waste. And so personally, one thing that I like to do is carry a reusable bottle because it's an easy way to eliminate the just millions of plastic bottles that are wasted constantly. The other thing I'm passionate about as well is the reduction of fast fashion and really looking for more sustainable solutions. That is particularly as an actress and in the entertainment industry, I really look for ways that I can make a difference and make better choices. I think where we spend our money is where our power lies, and so I try to use my spending power to make the most sustainable choices that I possibly can and inspire others to do the same. I think storytelling is such an incredible tool, not only because it gives us the opportunity to envision a better world, but it also gives us the chance to see the consequences of the world that we've already created and that we've already, the path that we're already on. And so I think it's a really incredible opportunity for storytellers to really gather around telling stories about climate and telling stories that show us the impact of our action as well as our inaction. And the other thing that I think is really critical is that the entertainment industry really gets behind climate action, not just in front of the camera, but also behind the camera. We have the tools and the skills to have green sets. We can do more than just show it. We can be about it. And so I know moving forward as an entertainer, it's something that I am committed to figuring out ways that the entertainment industry can really get behind making a difference and taking climate action so that we can truly reverse climate change. There's this incredible quote that says, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We are borrowing it from our children." And I love that because it puts us in this mindset of looking forward instead of just thinking about ourselves. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the effects and the impact of the choices that we've made. And therefore, I want to apologize to this generation for the mistakes that we've made and the earth that you've inherited. But I also want to empower you to know that you have everything you need. You have so much potential and support and the will. And I know that this generation is the one that can turn this around. The scandal is not that climate change is made up. The scandal is that it's not. And that while a lot is already being done to tackle it, we are still not doing all that we could. Why is tackling climate change not at the top of everyone's agenda? Partly, no doubt, because Most people have busy lives and other things to worry about, partly because the effects of climate change tend to be invisible and incremental until they are suddenly catastrophic. And maybe, too, because of the words we use. Language matters. So here's a final thought. If words like climate change and global warming have become a turnoff for most ordinary people, maybe we should change the words. Perhaps we should talk instead about what those things actually mean. Killer weather, a world underwater, and a mortgaged future. Many might not get out of bed to fight something that sounds vaguely technical and non-threatening called climate change, but pretty much all of us would do so to protect our loved ones, our homes, and our livelihoods, and to build a better world. Conclusion: climate change is too good to be true. So let's tell it like it is. Let's tackle it together, and let's redouble our efforts. Over the last 200 years, humans have comprehensively demonstrated that they can change the climate. And we have changed it for the worse by doing the wrong things. Now, let's show we can change it for the better by doing the right things.
Monique, thank you so much, and for bringing it home with all your passion and energy. An exciting conversation now with Valerie Keller. Valerie is co-founder and co-chair of Imagine, helping global corporations become purpose-led as well as future-fit. She convenes cross-sector coalitions to try to accelerate tipping points for humanity's global goals. Interviewing Valerie, we are just thrilled to welcome an actor whose screen credits include blockbusters such as Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, X-Men Origins, Wolverine, and the Oscar-nominated Hotel Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hakeem K. Kazim and Valerie Keller.
Hi, my name is Hakeem K. Kazim. I'm here on behalf of Peace One Day and Climate Action Live to interview co-founder and co-chair of Imagine. Now, this group, Imagine, is incredible because they bring business people up to be more sort of socially and humanitarianly responsible. Valerie, let's go. Now, am I right in what I've just said there? Is that your aim in Imagine?
That's
make business people use their power for good?
Yeah, that's pretty close. I mean, we were birthed in song during the UN General Assembly a couple of years ago, really holding space for what the song Imagine says. And when we got to the part, Hakeem, where we said all the people sharing all the world, everyone started to sing. So there's this notion of, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. And that's what Imagine stands for, is actually bringing together those leaders, those human beings who happen to be leading big businesses with global supply chains, so comprised of human beings around the world, to our dreamers. And not just dreamers, but who have the power to act, and who have the power to act together. And when they do, they have the power to actually reverse climate change and to help to solve inequality. There is an idea whose time has come, which says that it's up to each of us as human beings right now, wherever we are in our positions of influence, but particularly those who are in positions of business influence, to start to play the game within our planetary boundaries and in a way that works for all of us, not just a few of us.
What do you think, Valerie, are some of our greatest sort of threats? I love the idea of, making sort of business and responsible and coming hand in hand and understanding it's part of the human global family. So what are the greatest threats outside of that, as it were?
Well, I mean, actually, in some ways, I think that puts the finger on the pulse. The greatest threat right now, honestly, is ourselves. Human beings are either the angel or the animal, as we know. And I think your work in Hotel Rwanda really illustrated that in a powerful, powerful way. And I've been in Rwanda myself. I visited the genocide memorial there. And I think what we saw and what we know, those of us who have looked at what happens when human beings don't think about ourselves as one tribe, we think about ourselves in small we's, we can be really unkind to each other. And I think that when we say right now, we've got rising inequality around the world, we have a planet that we are not living within our planetary boundaries. Climate change is a global threat for all of us. I mean, Mother Earth is going to be around. She's just going to be around in a potentially different form. And of course, what's happening in terms of the species loss, the other species that we share the planet with, that we have helped to cause. So all of that, Hakeem, comes from the mindset that we even saw perpetuated in what you portrayed in Hotel Rwanda, what I have lived through in some other ways in my own background that I'll share as well, is that mindset that says we're not all part of one human family, we're not all living within our planetary boundaries, and therefore we then act in silos versus being able to say, okay, what if we were playing the game for a world that worked for everybody, that stayed within our planetary boundaries? How might we make and take differently? And business people, human beings, are leaders too. And I think the thing that gives me hope, having said the challenges of our time, is that people are awake. They see what time it is, they're human beings who care, and they're mobilizing quickly. Problem is, the system that we're currently operating within, the way that we've played the game for business and the world, has often been short-term, for me versus a bigger we, shareholders only versus the wider set of stakeholders. And the way that we then made things, the way that we would create even fashion or our food, wasn't done in ways that was regenerative, was actually taking care of our planet and living within our boundaries.
Do you think that we as humanity are going to be able to get there? And that I'm talking about overcome that space between who we are in terms of business and politics, and and just encompass that space so that we are doing the greater good for the planet and for humanity.
Yeah, I love the question, and you're absolutely right. I think if you just look at the political leaders and the way that we've kind of clumped our global governance, we say, okay, a few men, right, basically in these powerful positions can't screw it up for the rest of us. And I think that, and imagine, we very much are looking at from a science-based view lens of saying, just look at the data around climate, look at what's happening in terms of our global goals. Humanity has taken a big stand. We came together, which we've never done in our history as a species, to say we stand for 17 global goals under which peace, right? The level playing field, the how we work and play together is the foundation principle for that. Having said that, if we just leave our destiny in the hands of a few people in government, we know we're not going to get there. And I think that's part of what's driving the awakening of business leaders. And I'm doing the kind of weird air quote thing because these are human beings. These are human beings who know that if they act together, they can actually set new standards. They actually can change what happens in terms of a business and these global supply chains and how things are done without waiting on the politicians. Let me share a personal story quickly. When I came into this world, I was born about 2 hours, I was born in the Deep South in Louisiana. Then my parents moved into a cult in the cornfields of Indiana. So I grew up in a cult. So where I grew up, money didn't matter. It wasn't what you were playing the game for. You were playing the game for taking care of each other and for fulfillment. About 2 hours down the road from the cult of cornfields where I was growing up, there was another doctrine that was being preached by a guy named Milton Friedman. And Milton Friedman was teaching a gospel that was saying, oh, it's about profits, it's about shareholders, and the purpose of business is making money. That is a made-up construct that now people are starting to divorce themselves of. If you go back to originally to how human beings started, we invented money. We made up this concept, and then we made it God, and we made it the thing we're all trying to spend our time, AKA our lives, to get some money, to get some stuff. What? Yeah. So the thing that gives me hope is that the doctrine of Milton Friedman was what a lot of people were born into. So then you went to school, you went and got an MBA. I mean, I got one too. When I was homeschooled in the cornfields, and then I went to Oxford and did an MBA to figure out, like, what is this business thing? And there's so many people who were raised in the cult of capitalism as we knew it, which is we're here to maximize value for shareholders in a short-term horizon, and we can do anything that we need to do, barring hurting some people in a bad way to do it. It doesn't fit, it doesn't work, and people know it. Milton Friedman would not, if he was around in this reality today, Hakeem, he wouldn't even be saying the things that he was saying then. So if we wake up and we're like, oh, business isn't just for shareholders and profit maximization in the short, that's not why we did this, and that's not okay for us to do that. We know better now. We know better now.
Well, so let's bring it back then to this day. So how do we stop, how do we encourage people to come to this day of action? And how do we help promote the less cynical sort of aspects of who we are in this day of action and spread the word?
I think that we be the change wherever we are. I think to have a sense of confidence that we aren't alone. And I think this Peace One Day is a real part of that. Humanity as a species, as the animal angel that we are, has said it's not okay. It's not okay for our brothers and sisters in Africa or in India or in China or in other parts of the world to be suffering while I'm, and COVID helped to see that too. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we would have seen, and the Black Lives Matter and what happened with George Floyd would have happened if we hadn't been in a big giant pause and able to see the systemic imbalances that were always there. The way that I got out of the cult, Hakeem, in the cornfields, was that I felt that I was born in this avatar, that my body just happened to be this white woman thing, and therefore I was playing, that my soul could have been born in the opposite of me. I could have looked like you. I could have been born in Africa instead of America. And if that was the case, then I might have actually not had enough food for my family. I might have had a whole other environment for that. Now, I grew up poor in the US context, but nothing compared to what other human beings have been. So getting me out of the cult is saying, that's it. I'm just random. My soul is born into a random body. What if I optimized it for what could have been the opposite of me? The least, the last, and the lost, as they would have said in some way. If we come from that space that says we're all one dream, one team, we're all tribe humanity, and we together can create the business systems, we can create the community environments that play it for all of us, that is possible.
That's amazing. I think that's fantastic. And what a wonderful call to action for anybody and everybody that listens to this and that listens to the Climate Action Day Live. I think it's been fantastic to talk to you. I'm completely inspired and a lot more optimistic than I was before this. And I think that it's great to know that you are out there and there are people like you out there and that the change is coming.
And powerful stuff. Thank you so much, Valerie, for your support. And thanks to Hakeem K. Kazim there for conducting that fascinating interview for us. Now, the first of today's 3 panel discussions, each focusing on the protection of either air, land, or sea. Moderating this first discussion on air is Margarita Kiwis, who is Executive Director of the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford and the Peace Innovation Institute in The Hague. And joining Margarita on the panel, we are thrilled to welcome as well Director of Communication of United Nations Environment Program, Daniel Cooney. We also have Marina Ponte, who is Global Director of the UN SDG Action Campaign, and Michael R. Wanyama, who is Team Leader of the Auto Safety Uganda Program. Panel, welcome to all of you. Margarita, over to you.
Thank you. I am so excited to be doing this panel today. So we're going to be talking about air. I mean, air is something that we take for granted, and yet it is essential to all human life and all planetary life. I want to give some background context before we get into this discussion. So for those of you who are listening, here's some things to consider. Carbon dioxide, the CO2 emissions, are the primary driver of global climate change. In 1950, the world emitted just over 5 billion tons of CO2, about the same as the US, or half of China's annual emissions today. By 1990, this had more than quadrupled to 22 billion tons. Emissions have continued to grow rapidly. We now emit over 36 billion tons each year. The stratosphere, which contains the ozone layer that absorbs UV rays from the sun, is now thought to have shrunk by 400 meters since 1980 due to CO2 emissions. Recent research suggests that it will thin by another kilometer by 2080 without major cuts in emissions. With the scale of the challenge so vast, this panel is going to explore how we as individuals can reduce carbon emissions in our lives and also influence policy, because it's not only a bottom-up effort, it's also a top-down. So with that, let's get into the discussion. Daniel, you're the as a Director of Communications at UN Environment Program, what are you and UNEP most concerned about with regard to air and CO2?
Thank you, Margarita. Well, air pollution is a great concern to the United Nations Environment Program. It impacts much of what we do. So perhaps let me start by bringing some science to the conversation. Air pollution is currently the greatest threat to human health. The greatest environmental threat, I should clarify, sorry, to human health. Responsible for approximately 7 million premature deaths each year. Now, last year, that's more deaths than COVID-19, but really does air pollution make the headlines. So that's sort of the message one. The second message is air pollution fuels the climate crisis. Pollutants like methane, black carbon, and ground level ozone are many times more powerful than carbon dioxide. And currently they cause almost half of all global warming. Now, G20 countries account for more than 3/4 of all global emissions. So the wealthiest 1% are producing double the combined carbon emissions of the poorest 50%. Message sort of number 3 here when it comes to the science is that in addition to climate change, the world is facing a triple planetary crisis. The other 2 crises being nature loss and pollution. When it comes to nature loss, the loss of biodiversity, we're about to witness mass extinctions of species that cannot adapt quickly enough. More than 1 million of the plants, estimated 8 million species, are at risk of extinction. 60% of fish stocks have reached maximum sustainable yield. Fertilizer runoff from agriculture has led to 400 ocean dead zones. The loss of animal pollinators threaten our global crops. Pollution, I mean, just marine plastic pollution alone has increased tenfold since 1980. And so with all of this, the planet is on life support, and it puts human well-being and prosperity at risk. The global economy has grown nearly 5-fold in the past 5 decades, but at a massive cost to the global environment, and air pollution is at the very top. And despite the Paris Agreement, the world is still on track to surpass 3 degrees warming within this century. So the planetary crisis and air pollution being at the top of it is the biggest existential threat facing society today. But there is real reason to be optimistic. But before I sort of dive into that, Margarita, let me hand it back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Marina, you run the UN SDG Action Campaign for the Sustainable Development Goals. What worries you most about human behavior in relation to air? So Marina, I'm not being able to hear your audio. So I'm going to switch to Michael while you work out your audio. Michael, so you're from the Auto Safety Uganda program. How bad is the air pollution in Kampala? And what is your initiative working to do to address that?
Thank you, Margaret. Actually, this is a very, very good opportunity for us to share our experiences. Air pollution in Kampala, in Uganda, as a country, is it's over 5 times the acceptable levels that were set by World Health Organization. So we are seeing very, very high levels of pollution. Actually, when you walk through the streets, you can literally smell how bad the air is. And unfortunately, we do not have much. We have some monitoring networks where somebody will see how bad or good the air is, but still needs a lot of government in. So what we are doing at the Auto Safety Uganda program, we are focusing mainly on two sectors. That's transport and industry, especially where there is use of fossil fuels, because as other countries that are developed embracing the transition to clean mobility, there's a worry that these vehicles, actually Uganda imports an upwards of 50,000 vehicles every year, and all these ones are running on fossil fuels, and over 80% of them they come used imports. So as they are rejected from the other countries, they are brought in here, and then they meet an underdeveloped road network, because like when you go through Kampala, most of the cities like under construction. So things are just growing. Now this makes the air quality, but actually when you consider even the construction themselves, because you find that we have very old equipment, like for construction companies, those excavators, the road construction machines, some of them could burn an upwards of 300 liters of diesel a day, and there's no emission control on them. So what we are doing is to run a community-driven initiative that raises awareness to the general public on the health and ecological impacts of the air pollution that is around us. And then also we hope that the people to understand, to access and understand the available air pollution data, and then also to understand what they could do as individuals or as communities to improve on the quality of air. And then also we are training local mechanics, because like I said, over 80% of the vehicles that come into the country come used, and then they are running on bad roads, and the people that are maintaining them, the mechanics, over 85% of them never gained any form of training in their lines of business. So this adds into the mix that the vehicles, the way they emit in Africa or in Uganda is much worse than the way they emit in those countries before they are imported here. So what we are doing is to train the mechanics as well for sustainability, so that we can at least be able to maintain and enhance the inbuilt emission control systems in vehicles, while we look at moving away from use of fossil fuels in transport and production. So, and then the third thing is that we're also trying to engage policymakers in a way that we highlighting the areas that need attention by the government, because when you look at Uganda was one of the first countries to declare that it would reduce carbon emissions by 22% by 2030. But when you look at the interventions in place, we are far from reaching that goal unless we have multidimensional actions on this. So this world, we do not have any spare planet. The best we can do is to repair the one that we have used to, that we have damaged with our own human activities. Mm-hmm. So what we are doing is just supplementary to what is in place, because most solutions that are in place by the government are usually slow-moving solutions. So this one here takes a three-stream approach to for people to understand what air quality means and what they should do to improve it, and then for the technical workforce to improve on their work so that emissions reduce. And then also we're also looking at getting into clean mobility, like for example, converting vehicles that will run on fuel into running battery electric motors. So here, because in Africa, most of us cannot afford buying new vehicles. Most of us can go used ones. So what we do is
thank you so much. I'm just minding the Marina, and okay, so Marina isn't quite ready yet. So Michael, this is great. And as I listen to you talk, I think about what we've done in California, and we should trade notes, because certainly Los Angeles in the 1950s and 60s, you could smell, the air pollution was palpable, right? The smog was significant, and certainly in the last 40 years in California, we've done quite a bit in terms of policy, behavior, and even just the standards that we have for vehicles that are sold in California, which is different than the rest of the United States, to drop the air pollution significantly here. But yes, you're absolutely right. Awareness, policy, talking with mechanics. It sounds like you've really come up with a holistic approach to this. And Marina, so good to have you here. So as you run the UN SDG Action Campaign for Sustainable Development, what worries you most about human behavior in relation to air?
So thank you, and sorry for the technical difficulties. I think we all watch in disbelief in 2020 when the skies turned blue. Immediately after the first round of lockdown put the world on halt. So we immediately saw blue sky, clean air, clear air all over, from Milan, London, New York, Dubai, really globally, Shanghai. And those images of those beautiful, clean skies show us that when there is the purpose and then where there is a sense of urgency, change is possible. Unfortunately, I think many people hoped that the governments and leaders would seize that moment and initiate some transformation that would keep the sky, clean and clear. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. I think that momentum was lost. And as was said by the previous two speakers, the level of CO2 in 2020 was actually much higher than expected. So going on the individual, I think we need individual to really put pressure on governments that the urgency is there, change is needed. And then each one of us can actually be an agent for change, initiate what we call a hope revolution by changing the way we travel, the way we consume, the way we live, the way we recycle and manage and reduce waste.
Great, thank you so much. So, you've all talked about the different parts of, sort of like how do we eat the elephant one bite at a time, right? And it's a big, complex problem, and all of you are approaching it from different vantage points as we try to see where we can have most impact in the whole system, because it is a bit of a wicked problem. But, given that, what do we think is going to happen, say, in the next 5 to 10 years from your vantage point? And where are the glimmers of light or hope in all of this? So I really want this to be more of a conversation. And what do you think, what are the things you think are happening right now that give you inspiration that we're going to be able to turn this around in your area, or just whatever weak signals that you're seeing in culture and trends, all of that, because the solutions may come from some direction that we didn't anticipate. Daniel, what do you think is going to happen as you put your futurist hat on? And hopefully it will inspire us.
We're going to see a very rapid transformation on multiple fronts. UNEP is sort of looking at the air pollution problem from multiple angles. As I mentioned, we have a large air pollution monitoring program looking for solutions. Part of that, for example, just in terms of electric mobility, we work in 65 plus countries in which we are helping countries in the global south develop policy frameworks, regulatory frameworks to introduce and improve electric mobility. And there's such an appetite for that in terms of the infrastructure and the policies. And then just for example on the climate front, because the two are so interwoven. We have seen this very rapid shift to the number of countries that are committing to net zero targets, private sector committing to net zero. But look, so there's a lot of reason to be optimistic, but there is so far we still have to go. So we're really racing the clock. And so the question in my mind is, not if we're going to get there. We will. The question is, do we get there fast enough?
Right. Marina, I see you nodding your head. Yeah.
So, I mean, we believe, I mean, we are very optimistic. I mean, we believe we are at a turning point for people and the planet. And for the first time, I think in almost a century, all societies, you know, both at the international, at the national level and the individual level are on hold. And we see, you know, leaders from across, you know, region and level and private sector also back at the drawing board to redesign, you know, how the societies, you know, will look like, to redesign jobs, energy and industry and mobility and education. And in this redesigning, I think people are calling for what we say, you know, a green and a just recovery. And so we really see a momentum for a revolution. And we see both leaders that now are asked to really transform the societies and really understand how they function and who are they supposed to serve. And at the same time, we see people calling for a green and sustainable future. So somehow this turning point, I'm very optimistic that together we can make it happen.
So, Michael, you're on the ground in Uganda, and so you're engaging with citizens. You're engaging with ordinary people. What do you see happening? You know, given the efforts of your organization, what are you seeing happening as people become more aware?
Actually, what we see, especially for like I can tell you the truth, in Africa we've been quite behind, but it gives us hope that. We see people raising their awareness. They are getting to know that we need to fight for this one planet that we have. We see there are so many initiatives that are working so hard to improve on the environment. There are so many, those that are improving waste management, those that are planting trees, those that are fighting plastic pollution. So there are so many. If we see that as a country, as Africa, as a continent, and the world at large, we are working collectively to see that we repair this planet. So we see that if we keep pushing harder, we are going to see this world like better for humanity and for nature. So it's kind of encouraging. Like when we meet to go to the communities, especially now, this time right now we're in a lockdown. A second wave of COVID-19 in Uganda, so we are in a total lockdown. But from the previous lockdown, we could see that when we were locked and people not moving much, using vehicles, actually, many of us were cycling, others walking, we would see that the air quality had improved. And then also even you could see from the hospitals, like people suffering from respiratory-related illnesses were dropping. So many people are learning that the air we breathe is something we need to work upon, something very important for our own existence and for the existence of our generations to come. So it's really something encouraging that gives us energy to push forward with it. Yeah, there are so many challenges that we are facing because this is a kind of a startup. It's more of a first of its kind project in the region. But we see the response and people are embracing it. So there is hope.
Wonderful. Marina, I was thinking of how clean the air was last year with COVID. And certainly in terms of my work at Stanford and elsewhere, one of the things that we focus on very much is behavior change, right? And it's really interesting how people talk about, oh, it's so hard for people to change. And I go, you know what? Change happens all the time. It's happening constantly. And it can be based on your context, a shift in environment. We all know how our behavior changes, our habits change when we go to a different place, right? So we're in a different country, everything's done differently. So we adapt, we change, it's possible. I was very encouraged because living in California with the fires that we've had, one of the things, speaking to Michael and your awareness, I got an air quality monitor to put in my home because we had such red skies. I don't know if you saw the news last fall. We had, sort of like this orange sky. It felt like we lived on Mars. And at that moment, it really hit us that what's happening with climate, with the fires and everything else, because we're used to the blue skies in California. We've worked very hard to clean our skies. And it felt like such a huge step back. And so now there's an air quality monitor in my house, and I never thought about it before. And now I look at that number and I go, there's a metric for how clean the air is. And there's a metric for, now I'm aware of indoor air pollution, all these things. I think as the impact becomes more personal, then we will be more motivated to change. We will look at how we can change our behavior. Certainly I walk and bicycle so much more because I want to lower my carbon footprint. It's like, if I don't have to drive, I don't want to drive. I happen to be in a geography where that's easy. In other places, it's not so easy. So it's going to require a shift in how we use land, how we design our communities, our cities, and so on. But I think we're up to the challenge. I've been waiting for our Y2K moment on climate, our millennial bug moment, where we go, we've got 10 years and we've got to get going, right? We got to get moving. And I think that now that sense of urgency is beginning to be apparent, and creative solutions are going to come up. So in our last 10 minutes, here's this open question. What does no climate action, no peace mean to you? And we've touched a little bit about the intersectionality of air and health. But I think climate also intersects justice, environmental justice, health justice. Let's talk about that a bit, and then what individuals can do to move things forward. So Daniel.
I think it's the intersection is very strong. I mean, the numbers of children, for example, in Africa who are suffering from air pollution, which is stunting their growth, physical, intellectual growth, is absolutely shocking. But there are things that people can do in terms of changing lifestyles. Moving away from fossil fuels, city designers transforming how our cities move. There's policymakers, prioritizing, air pollution policies that tackle air pollution. I mean, there are so many things that can be done. But I think that the greatest thing that, the greatest agency that individuals have here is their voice. People have to make their concerns heard. They have to make their political leaders know that this is a priority for them, and that they will vote at the ballot box because they need action. Parents who are getting up at 4 a.m. to get their children to school so that they can have a decent education, but then their children are being intellectually stunted because of the air pollution. When this can become a political issue, then I think that we will see greater action. And for that, people have to make their voices heard.
So Daniel, what you need to do is you need to recruit all the moms in the world, because mothers are a potent force, especially mothers of newborns. It's all organic. We make sure there's nothing toxic in the house. Everything is just right. You harness that power and it will happen. Marina, what do you see in terms of no climate action, no peace? What does this mean to you?
So the first thing that comes to mind is the call of the UN Secretary General last year. He said, we urgently need to make peace with nature. And but then more broadly, when we talk about climate change and peace, there are so many areas in which they two can either reinforce or undermine each other. Sometimes we see often how climate change increases competition and conflict over natural resources such as land or water, and this leads to conflict and protest. We've seen how climate change has has led to increase in food prices and food insecurity, which again has led to protest and conflict around the world. So the two issues have really linked together, and together, we can really raise our voices and also change our action so that the planet and people are, we cannot pursue one or the other, undermine each other, but all policy address people and planet at the same time in a way that reinforce each other.
Wonderful. And Michael, so what does no climate action, no peace mean to you?
Thank you, Margarita. The way I see it, if we continue along the same path that depletes the natural resources we have, then we shall have no peace. For example, in many parts of the world, we see stories of forests and other natural resources being cleared, removed to pave way for investments. In Uganda recently, a forest was given away for one investor who wants to produce sugar. And we saw how people rose up against it, though, however, we did not win, but we could see people concerned about the food insecurity, the diseases, and all the people being misplaced, displaced from their lands. So without taking climate action, the world will have no peace. So if we take action for preserving the environment, then we shall have peace. There will be more resources for everybody. So we just need to all work collectively and protect this planet. We should protect the environment. Then there will be peace. There will be enough for everybody.
Wonderful. So, when I think about the stakeholders that we have in this conversation, there's one that we have not talked about, and that is the commercial world, right? Businesses, industry. So we have policymakers, we have people on the ground, we're saying we want to get individuals to do it, and any one individual is going to say, this problem is too big. It's, above my pay grade. How could I do it? But there are companies, multinationals, who could also join in, in terms of what they do. I'm thinking of what we do at Stanford. So where we are, because we're in this community, the community, Palo Alto, Menlo Park, the local adjacent cities say there's too much traffic. So Stanford has to reduce the amount of traffic that comes to campus. And so they have this very sophisticated program. They have vouchers so that employees can take the train. Anything. Stanford spends an enormous amount of money and effort to get employees and people who work on campus to not drive to campus, right? And so when we think about air, and we think about traffic, companies can put policies, programs into place to give their employees alternatives in terms of how to get to work that gets them out of their car. And of course, what we've seen with COVID is this whole work from home. I'm really curious to see what the climate scientists are able to do or able to measure in terms of the impact of more people working from home. Does that mean that can we see a difference in the air quality? If so, that could be a very powerful tool in our toolkit to get cleaner air. But I think that we need to push companies, corporations, in terms of what they can do, because they can influence their workers in terms of that tiny behavior of how they get to and from work, right? And that is not an insignificant thing, right, in and of itself. So there's that part. And the other part is innovators. So coming from Silicon Valley, it's always someone's going to come up with some new way, new invention that might disrupt our behaviors in a positive way. And so this is also a call to action to any entrepreneurs who are out there who are listening. What could you do that would be very clever, that would help us reduce the air pollution that we create by 5%? It sounds like a small number, but across 7 billion people, that could be significant. So I'm very excited about that. Any last words from all of you? We have 4 minutes left. Here's your platform to talk to the people who are listening. What is one thing that you want them to do after this broadcast? What would you like them to start doing tomorrow morning? Daniel.
Well, thanks, Margaret. The one thing I'd like to say is that just as our wonderful host, Peace One Day, advocated for there to be one day on the calendar to advocate for peace, the UN General Assembly last year actually mandated for September 7 every year to be the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. So this is the day when the entire world should come out and, as you were mentioning, private sector, all the companies should come out, be vocal, tell the world, tell your customers, what are you doing to tackle air pollution? And it's a day for the mothers, as you were saying earlier, and for everybody to come out and show how much you really care about this issue. And the theme this year, so September 7th, the theme this year is Healthy Air, Healthy Planet. And this will be the second time that we've done it. But we want to see millions of people around the world coming out and advocating, because that's the only way we're going to see change.
Wonderful. Marina, what is your call to action? What do you want people to do tomorrow morning? Now that they've heard you, what do you want them to do?
Two things. First, before any action, any decision on a good tool or a mobility decision, just pause for 1 minute and think of the implication. So I think that will give you the space for each one, because we all live in different societies. So there's no one action, but just pause and think about the implication. And the second is just before the pre-COP in Milan this September, where leaders will be negotiating, this important climate agreement. Just join the Global Week to Act for the SDG, which is a global mobilization.
Wonderful. Okay, Michael, you get the last word, and you've got like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think we all need to be responsible and accountable for everyone and the nature around us, because air quality does not affect the rich or the poor, only it affects us collectively. It's not like these other diseases like malaria or HIV. This is something we need to all be accountable and take care of, so that we all take good, clean air. And this is going to not only benefit our health, but also the natural ecosystem will be restored. So we all need to take accountability and be responsible for
clean air. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone, for a lively conversation. I hope that the people who are listening are inspired. And my call to action for all of you tomorrow is, before you get in the car, ask yourself, is this trip necessary? All right. Thank you so much. I hope that all of you have a wonderful day. And for all of you listening, that you are inspired to think of one small thing you can do to help clean the air. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And what an extraordinary conversation there. Thank you so much, Margarita, as well as the rest of the panelists. We cannot appreciate you enough. Don't forget, if you want to watch the panel again or any of today's broadcast, the entire show is being archived on peaceoneday.org. You can go there. Music now, and an artist who stunned judges and audience alike on the hit U.S. singing competition, The Four, now with an exclusive performance for Climate Action Live. Please welcome the breathtaking virtuosity of Vincent.
These are both causes that I think mean everything and should mean everything to everyone. And it's one of those moments of like, it's a common sense thing. It's like climate change is happening and you need to be a part of the process of making sure that the world doesn't end. It's important for me to use my voice because if I can influence anyone to make a change in our climate, then that's what I'll do. I'll try my best to be an advocate for a healthier Earth. As we know, music has been able to stop wars. It has saved lives. It has given people therapy when in pain. It is the common denominator when it comes to altering someone's perception of how a situation could and should be. And so I think using our voices, musicians, using our voices and our art to sort of try to influence society to be more mindful of how we treat the only place we have to live is so important, and it is impactful. We've seen what music can do, and I think it's just a matter of time before people begin to really listen because we're running out of time. My advice for the next generation is don't be like us. Listen, if someone tells you the sky is on fire and you see that it's on fire. Maybe try to put it out, you know? Don't be like us and be stubborn, or like the people who came before us, because we're trying. I hope that we get this together before you get here, because you deserve that. Everyone deserves to have a long, healthy, prosperous life on Earth, and be better than what our predecessors were. That's my advice.
A quick note for teachers, educationalists, or parents. There's a free Climate Action Live education resource at peaceoneday.org. It's called Life Climate Action, and what it does is it helps young people to use the power of film to capture and share their own climate action. Please check it out. It's a great, great resource. All right, on with the show now. So I'm honored to be speaking with Global Choices Arctic Angel and climate justice activist live from Metro Manila, Philippines, one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. Please welcome the Tireless Environmental Indigenous Groups campaigner, Mitzi Jonelle Tan. Mitzi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Thanks for joining us today. Let's start with this. Who are the Arctic Angels and why does it matter to you?
Where do I begin? The Arctic Angels is a family, I would say, a global youth-led network of leading women, climate justice activists empowered by Global Choices. We're over 21 countries right now and soon to be more. And what's so amazing about all of us is even if we are coming from such different perspectives, such different countries, we all recognize the importance of the ice crisis and we're taking action to protect the polar ecosystems, prioritizing the unprecedented loss of the Arctic sea ice. And some people might ask, why would I in the Philippines, who has never seen snow really, care about the ice, right? But we have to remember that we cannot create parts of the climate system in isolation. They're all interconnected, and it all starts with the Arctic, which is heating faster than anywhere else in the Earth. And this has direct and indirect impacts on everybody. We're seeing the rising seas from the melting ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland, which will affect the Philippines and other island nations in particular. We're seeing how the Philippines is already the second most vulnerable, we already have the second highest number of internal displacements for climate refugees, and this is just going to increase more. And the thought of leaving the Philippines, not having a choice, but to leave my own country because of the climate impact is something that hurts me a lot. And just remembering that because of the melting ice, it's changing and making weather patterns more unpredictable and contributing to wetter, stronger, and storms for us here, and a whole host of other social issues connected to that, like food insecurity. And as you mentioned, the Philippines is already the second most climate vulnerable country in the world to the climate crisis. And we have to take action on the ice crisis because it is connected and will make things worse for countries like the Philippines.
That's right. As an archipelago, that certainly is something that is your home. Hey, when you look at this, Mitzi, really quickly, what makes Arctic Angels different in 30 seconds?
We are a passionate young group of women who have a very specific call to action, and that is to protect the ice and to act on the ice crisis.
Got it. And so you just said, you've never been to the Arctic. Seeing snow is not an everyday thing in the Philippines. What's the message that works for you when you're trying to bring awareness to others? What's I meet you in the street, I see you at a place, an eatery of some sort. What is it that works? What's the message?
The message basically is that the climate crisis is an urgent issue. Remembering that it's not just about polar bears and ice caps, but it's about people, it's about biodiversity, it's about the vitality of the oceans, it's about knowing that in 3 decades, we have already lost 28 trillion tons of ice globally. So imagine, I guess, like the UK covered in 100 meters thick of ice blankets. Mm-hmm. And we've already hit 2 degrees Celsius plus temperature in the Arctic, and we might have 10 years left before the melt becomes irrecoverable in our lifetime. And I've just thrown a bunch of numbers at you, but really I think what gets people is realizing that the ice crisis is connected to the climate crisis, and that is the reason why I grew up fearing of drowning in my own bedroom. I grew up sometimes having to have candlelit dinners or doing my homework by the candlelight because there would be no electricity because of the typhoons happening outside. This is what's happening. The climate crisis is already here, and the ice crisis is driving it.
Mitzi, one of the challenging things here, and let's just stay in that conversation. Those that would say, well, Mitzi, nothing's happening. What are you talking about? I don't see it. All these reports, they're not real. What do you say to them in 30 seconds to get them to maybe explore this idea?
People are already dying today. If you're not seeing it, then you're just too privileged to look. It's not being hidden. It's in all the news reports. You're seeing, even don't look at the climate crisis reports, but look at the extreme weather events that have gotten stronger and stronger and more intense. All the signs are already there. You just need to see it.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Mitzi. You understand today's core message, and that is no climate action, no peace. No climate action, no peace. What does that mean to you?
It means that climate justice and peace are inextricably connected, and the ice crisis will have local and global exponential impacts. From food insecurity to climate refugees to resource conflicts, we've already seen, and it's already been proven that the climate crisis will exacerbate war, and war exacerbates the climate crisis already. And so they're so linked to each other, and that also means that as long as there is no climate action, people will not let up. We will keep fighting and demanding for more, no matter how that looks like.
How have you seen that very dynamic you've just described in the Philippines?
So one very clear example is actually also the reason why I became an activist in the first place. The Philippines is the second most dangerous country in the world for environmental defenders and activists, in that by saying that it's environmental defenders and activists are being murdered here. So the reason why I became a climate justice activist is because I was able to talk to an indigenous leader of our land, and they were telling us about how they were being harassed, displaced, killed, militarized, all for protecting the planet. And that's what it is. As long as there's no actual climate action, no climate justice that prioritizes people and planet at its center, people will be killed. People will be pushed aside and left behind. And it's not just murders. It's also people being left to fend for themselves against this climate crisis that we didn't cause, but the people in the global north, the world leaders, the fossil fuel industries caused.
So Mitzi, as a subject matter expert, what is your 2-sentence piece of advice to those who might face situations like you've just described? What do you tell them to say? This is the way you can continue to do the good work.
I would say, remember that you're not doing this alone. So one, we are only joining the fight of our environmental defenders, our indigenous peoples, farmers, fishing communities who are already so strong. And then you also remember that there is someone on every country across the world fighting for the same thing that you are. And when you think of that, when you remember that, and you shift from a place of anger and sadness into a place of love for the people, love for humanity, and love for the planet, it's almost impossible to lose. So remember that even if it's so difficult, we are here with you. You're not doing it alone.
Mitzi, what have you learned recently that surprised you?
I think one of the things that really surprised me was how connected the ice crisis was to the climate crisis. So I grew up learning about melting ice caps and polar bears, and it seemed like it's something that's just been happening my entire life. And so I took it for granted, and then I learned just how much it can impact countries across the world, even miles and miles, and so far away from the Arctic. Yet
Right.
this is what's happening.
In one word, what drives you, Mitzi?
Love.
Wow. I wish we had more time, Mitzi. This is certainly a great conversation. Love drives you. And I want to finish with this question. Where do you get that love from?
From knowing that I'm not alone in this, knowing that I have a family of amazing Arctic angels fighting with me, knowing that I have the support of so many people across the world. The Youth Global Climate Movement has done so much, and knowing that I am joining the indigenous peoples, this love that has come from knowing the struggle, I guess, because I have really done, at this point, I feel like I know where I'm supposed to be, and this is where it is,
Right.
and that's where it's coming from.
Mitzi, love back at you, my friend. Mitzi Jonelle Tan, live from Metro Manila, Philippines. Thanks for joining, Mitzi.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye, everyone.
You got it. You got it. More words of peace now from a young woman who is a creator, recording artist, actor, and social media phenomenon, known affectionately by her supporters as Baby Ariel. She has over 35 million followers on TikTok. She is a co-host on the Disney Channel, has co-starred in the soon-to-be-released Oracle for Universal Studios, and her debut EP of original songs is set for release in July. We're thrilled to have her support today. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ariel Martin.
I decided to support Peace One Day and Climate Action Live because we all share this one little world, and I think it's time we get together to take care of each other and take care of the world. So the aspect of climate action that I happen to be most passionate about is switching from fossil fuels to reusable energy. For example, we should all be switching from gas-powered vehicles to electric-powered vehicles. I think as actors and as creators or any kind of storyteller, we have the platform and the opportunity to share stories that we are passionate about and influence others to make a change in this world. What I would say to the next generation is you do not have to start off day one with changing the world. Start off small in your household or in your community by using paper straws or turning off lights and recycling. You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert repenting. You only have to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Tell me about despair, yours, and I will tell you mine. Meanwhile, the world goes on. Meanwhile, the sun and the clear pebbles of the rain are moving across the landscapes, over the prairies and the deep trees, the mountains and the rivers. Meanwhile, the wild geese, high in the clean blue air, are heading home again. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself to your imagination, calls to you like a wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over announcing your place in the family of things.
Ariel Martin, thank you. Better known on TikTok as Baby Ariel. Thank you so much for giving us your time and your support today. Now a musical performance from a remarkable woman, Nigerian-born author, award-winning singer, TEDx keynote speaker, MBA student, bullying prevention and burn survivor advocate. She realized her dream by becoming a finalist on America's Got Talent in 2017. Please welcome the extraordinary Kechi.
I decided to support Peace One Day and Climate Action Live because I just love the fact that there's a platform out there that's encouraging youth to use their gifts to make positive impact in our world. I think it's an effective way to engage them and also to draw attention to the global climate and sustainability crisis. The aspect of climate action that I feel most strongly about is sustainability, just in general. I'm actually an ambassador for the United Nations Foundation Together Band project, which promotes the UN 17 sustainability goals. And the coolest part of being part of this project has been learning the little things that I can do just as an individual to build towards a more sustainable future. So I think another aspect of climate action that I feel strongly about would be the availability of resources, because these resources, they show us as individuals what we can do in our own little way to live more sustainably. And I think these little things, if we implement them in our lives, they can add up and make a huge difference. You know, music has this intangible power to incite strong emotions within the person. And that power can be used in a positive way to inspire change, the kind of change that's necessary to create a more sustainable world. I was actually in a plane crash in 2005. That's how I got these burns. And I was in a coma right after the accident happened. And music played the biggest role in pulling me out of that coma, because my mom would sing to me and, you know, she would play music by my bedside. And I actually woke up knowing songs that I didn't know before the accident happened. So I know from personal experience just how effective music can be when it comes to fighting for a cause or fighting for change. To the next generation picking up the baton for climate action, I would say this. The magnitude of this global climate crisis can be overwhelming, especially for one person. But don't let that fact make you underestimate the power that you have as an individual to effect change. Because the fact is, if 100 million different individuals all over the world, in their own little parts of the world, decide to play their part in living more sustainably, whether it's in their homes or in their community, I feel like those little actions, they add up. And before you know it, we're making a difference that the world will notice. So don't be discouraged. The song you're about to hear is called Stand Up for Love by Destiny's Child. And it is a beautiful song about fighting for what you believe in. So I hope you guys enjoy my rendition of Stand Up for Love.
There are times I find it hard to sleep at night. We are living through such troubled times, and every child that reaches out for someone to hold, for one moment they become my own. And how can I pretend that I don't know what's going on when every second of every minute another soul is gone? And I believe that in my life I will see an end to hopelessness or giving up of suffering. If we all stand together this one time, then no one will get left behind, and stand up for life. Stand up for love. every day. That's how I know that things are gonna change. And how can I pretend that I don't know what's going on when every second of every minute another soul is gone? And I believe that in my life I will see an end to hopelessness or giving up of suffering. If we all stand together this one time, then no one will get left behind, and stand up for life, stand up for love. And it all starts right here, and it starts right now. One person starts the path, and the rest will follow. For all the forgotten, for all the unloved, I'm gonna sing this song. And I believe that in my life I will see an end to hopelessness or giving up of suffering. If we all stand together this one time, then no one will get left behind, and stand up for life, stand up and see, stand up for love.
Oh, Keshi, completely, again, bringing it home for us. A stunning performance here at Climate Action Live. Thank you, Keshi, a fan from afar today. Now to explore the impact of the rule of law on climate action. We are honored to be speaking with Chairman of the Legal Education Foundation, Guy Barringer, whose interests, he says, lie mainly in the role which legal systems can play in determining individual fulfillment and collective economic prosperity. Guy, welcome to Climate Action Live. Thank you for joining us. And here we are again. It's great to see you at Climate Action Live. A fantastic conversation we're about to have here with Guy Barringer. Guy, good to see you from the Bingham Center for the Rule of Law. Thanks for spending time.
My pleasure to be here. Great to meet you.
Now, you know the core message, Guy, of Climate Action Live here, which is no climate action, no peace. Put that together with the rule of law to climate action. Put those ideas together for me.
Well, the brief answer is that if you've got really big issues, climate action, peace, which transcend national boundaries, if you want, first of all, to turn them into action, and then you want them to be sustainable afterwards, I think you have to have a framework within which to do that, a framework to hold people to account, and a framework in which things can sustain later. Basically, the only framework I see which can underpin all of that is the rule of law. But it's important to say rule of law is actually a set of principles. Every part of the world will have a different societal approach to how it expects its citizens behave, how it expects what its societal norms actually are. The rule of law is a set of principles which can apply to any set of rules. So it's things that you would expect. It's things like fairness, equality, clarity, level playing field. So you have to have a set of rules which apply to everybody, and they've got to apply to everybody equally. And so without that framework, I don't think that you'll get traction for a huge idea like climate action. So if it's going to, first of all, hit the road and then remain on course, you need that framework, and this is the only framework that I can see can deliver that.
Fantastic. So Guy, if you can, being a very central figure at the Bingham Center, can you tell us a little bit more about the Bingham Center and what it does?
Well, the Bingham Center is actually a very young organization. It's just had its 10th anniversary. My only prop today is sitting behind me. I'm not going to touch it in case I knock it over. It's a book by Lord Bingham, who founded the center and very sadly died shortly after it, so didn't live to see it really come to fruition. And he wrote this very accessible book. It's only about 150 pages long, and it's written in prose that you don't have to be a lawyer to understand. So the rule of law, one big message is not really about lawyers at all. It's about principles which anybody can have access to and understand. So the Bingham Center is just a charity. By its nature, the rule of law needs to be seen to be independent, objective, free from influence. It's a charity. It's not very big. At the moment, we only have about 3 full-time people and about 12 part-time researchers, and then a series of volunteers like me who help out. It's growing all the time, and its big challenge is to actually put what is really a global message out there with very little resource, but that's what it does. And we're hoping more people in coming years will become acquainted with what we actually do.
So there's 2 parts of that, right, Guy? As you try to get the message out and the idea out, and so that becomes part of vernacular, culturally relevant. You clearly have explained why it's important and why it's fundamental. Then the question would be, how do you close that gap? How do you get more folks talking about it? Why aren't folks talking about it? And how are you going to get there when you talk about the rule of law to climate action?
Well, normally, where you have an idea that you think is very important, other people don't talk about it, you sort of have an initial temptation to blame them and think it's their fault. Of course, it's not. It's our fault. And we actually have to do more to get this into mainstream dialogue. I think we have to get that message that rule of law as a framework really underpins all the big challenges. And if you think about all the big challenges, it's not just climate and peace, it's technology, it's AI, it's how do you actually use the internet as a power for good. These are all things which cross boundaries and need that framework. So fundamentally, these are all, the rule of law has a part to play in the solution to all those problems. Our challenge is, first of all, as you say, to articulate that idea enough. We need bodies like the United Nations, actually, and they do already in SDG 16, acknowledge the significance of rule of law and the institutions of justice. But I think our challenge is to get them, if you like, to mainstream the idea into normal parlance so that everybody says, yeah, I know that's a set of principles. Gosh, yes, they're important. And I also see why without them, all these other initiatives are going to stumble and won't make it to the finishing line. So, but it's a big challenge.
So, and I love to do this on, as you might know, I'm a news anchor, and I like to do this to my guests. And since you and I are old friends of 6 minutes now, give me the 30 seconds, Guy, that you would say, this is important, this is why I need to do it. What's the 30-second?
Well, the 30 seconds are that you will have nothing that is of real importance to you for the future and for generations to come if you don't embrace rule of law. It's as simple as that, and it's fundamental. It applies to everything, and of course, it is quintessentially one of those issues where those of us who sit in what we like to believe is the developed world can take a rather superior attitude. Actually, events of the last number of years, both in this side of the pond and your side of the pond, show no, that's not right at all. So we need to put the idea out so that everybody holds their own government to account before they start lecturing anybody else.
What would you say to an individual, to an organization, to help them understand, now that we do understand the idea of rule of law through our short conversation, what would you suggest an individual or individual leader can do?
I think we have to sort of mainstream the idea into domestic political processes for a start. And historically, people said, well, this is a huge idea. It can't really come down to, one person doing one thing in any one place. Of course, that's rather discredited because in a world of internet communication, there isn't really any such thing as one person, one place anymore. So I think if actually for most people, get that book for a start because it's very accessible. It's very easy to understand, and then look around you and look at simple things. For example, the pandemic response to how people behave is a really interesting example because yes, everybody accepts that emergencies require emergency responses. But there needs, there's got to be a limit to that. And what governments, of course, do is say, well, this is great. It's an emergency. It's still an emergency. God, this is a very long emergency. And you find that the bar has crept up. And so individuals are well placed to hold people to account in quite a local context on that. So that's the way to start. And then you will find, I think, that the corporate world, as I said, is very important to this because their ability now to work collectively is huge. Wasn't there before, really. It now is. So if you're a staff, if you're fortunate enough to be in employment, look at your company. Say, actually, do you factor rule of law principles into your strategic planning process? If not, you should. And if that's done, that will then feed through.
Yeah, it seems culturally, right, Guy, that and we don't often have the opportunity to put things this way, but the world is ready for this conversation because of the last year that we've lived through, and we've had to think more holistically and integrally at the same time. If you can pick up the book really quickly and just put it into the camera, so you told folks they got to get it. There it is. Okay. Rule of law. Tom Bingham. All right, great.
And it is actually, it's written so that one of the fundamental principles underlying rule of law is clarity. People actually have to have access to law and understand it. He carries that through, obviously, into his book.
Guy, okay, let's finish this off with a bang. Well, you got any final words of wisdom for us as we finish our conversation here?
Well, only to say, pick up the point you've just made, that I think all ideas have a time. And I think this one has come because people have become much more reflective over the past 2 years about what really matters. Well, this really matters.
Perfect. Guy Barringer, thank you so much from the Bingham Center for the Rule of Law. It's been a great conversation from this little corner in Upper Manhattan to speak with you today on a very important topic here at Climate Action Live. Thank you so much, Guy. Look forward to talking again.
Thank you very much.
Guy, thank you so much for that. Guy Barringer, CBE there, chairman of the Legal Education Foundation. Really enjoyed meeting you and really digging in. Now the music, it keeps on coming here at Climate Action Live, of course. And we're delighted to welcome a video creator from Philippines who, she says, loves to sing anime songs and songs in different languages. She went viral for singing short covers inside her sister's car. Lots of stuff behind this artist. And she now has over 5.4 million followers on TikTok. Please welcome the fabulous Mona Gonzalez.
Hey, what's up guys? This is Mona Gonzalez and I am a video creator and a singer from the Philippines. Because peace and climate are two important things that need attention nowadays. And I felt like by doing this, it will serve as a reminder or awareness for everyone who watches this show, especially my supporters. Why do birds suddenly appear every time You are near, just like me. They long to be close to you. Why do stars fall down from the sky every time you walk by? Just like me, they long to be close to you. On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true. So they sprinkled moon dust in your hair of gold and starlight in your eyes of blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you all around. Just like me, they long to be close to you. You were born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true. So they sprinkled moon dust in your hair of gold and starlight in your eyes of blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you all around. They long to be close to you. Just like me, they long to be close to you. Close to you. Close to you. Yeah. Close to you. Close to you.
Mona Gonzalez, I think I said she had 5.4 million followers on TikTok. Make that 5.4 million plus one right here. Thank you, Mona, for giving your support today to Climate Action Live. Now the Global Assembly has its heart 100 people, a snapshot of the world's population chosen by lottery. At its heart is what I meant. Its purpose is to accelerate action to address the climate and ecological emergency and influence COP26 in ways that citizens see fit. I'm honored to be speaking now with Susan Nak-Young Lee, who is part of the core delivery team of the Global Assembly COP26. Susan, welcome to Climate Action Live. Thank you for being with us.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here.
Susan, tell me about what you do as a team member of this group.
Yes, of course. Thank you for asking. So like you so well summarized for us, at the Global Assembly, our mission, our guiding mission really is to give everyone a seat at the global governance table. So our project grew out from this recognition that there's a missing piece in global decision making, and that missing piece is us, right? A piece that authentically centers and surfaces civic intelligence and everyday citizens. So it was this realization coupled with the belief that we need the whole array of experience and wisdom and knowledge, not just the technocrats or traditional power holders that exist today on Earth to solve our shared global crises that really form the bedrock of this project. So like you said, for this year in 2021, we will be holding the first ever Global Citizens Assembly on climate change. And put simply, what this means is that we will be bringing together 100 participants from all over the world who form a descriptive sample of the global population in terms of age, gender, education, and region, selected by lot, or civic lottery rather than election. So this is actually similar to what many countries use to choose their juries. And so our participants will meet over multiple weeks to go on a thorough learning journey about the reality of climate change and deliberate on how we might move forward in a fair and effective way. They're going to be presenting their recommendations at COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference this November. We also know, though, from previous experience that citizens' assemblies do come up with ambitious policies, but often too few people are either aware of the assemblies or experience the benefits that institutions and decision makers are really compelled to listen. So additionally, we're also going to have distributed events, and we are currently developing an open access toolkit that allows anyone anywhere around the world to bring the core assembly to their libraries, their community centers, cafes, schools, impact hubs, and more. And finally, in addition to distributed events, we're also launching a cultural wave. We don't want the Global Assembly to reach people globally through traditional media centers or academia. We want it to reach people through their favorite hip-hop artists, their favorite K-pop group, or any sort of favorite videographer. And so we want to invite artists from all over the world to respond to the idea of the Global Assembly. So in a snapshot, that's what we're planning for 2021. But I want to stress that our long-term vision is that the Global Assembly will come to fill that missing puzzle piece that I was speaking about and become a permanent global infrastructure as opposed to just one event that claims the space for citizens and civic intelligence of the global governance scheme.
Susan, my word, that's a lot of stuff. I'm glad you're doing it, but wow, what a laundry list. It's very clear from what you've just said and what you described that there is an urgency and therefore you want to do a lot. But describe for us, if you can, Susan, those who are in the space and those who are outside the space of understanding the issue of climate. How urgent is climate change?
Yeah, so I actually just turned 20, like in the beginning of this year. So
No.
I haven't even had, literally in the beginning of this year, even though I look like 15 years old. But I haven't even had my Gen Z quarter life crisis yet. But I think that when it does happen, surely it's going to be about whether, my geriatric years are going to be livable. And I grew up in Seoul, so in this past year, people have become intimate around the world with sort of the reality of face masks. But when I was growing up, it was just like a school supply for me when microparticle pollutions were bad. So, there are days when I stay up at night thinking are my kids literally not going to know what recess is? A couple of years ago, my brother sent me this article and it was really a reality check moment for me because kids in Korea had been asked to draw a picture of the sky. And what they drew were yellow skies because it was literally all they knew. So quite literally, the days of sky blue are dwindling quickly on us. And this small example from my corner of the world pales in comparison to what other kids are going through every single day. So from the perspective of a young person, sheer livability is not what I want to be worrying about for my retirement plans. But I think what's always been equally, if not more frightening than the actual symptoms of climate change for me are sort of the inability and helplessness of our existing decision-making structures to turn the tide and our insistence to hold on to these. And so right now, it really feels to me like we're at an inflection point where, the past few years have been really hard for democracy and democratic processes. And if we don't find participatory and more democratic responses soon, then more authoritarian responses are going to be found. So I think at a point when progress around climate change is starkly revealing these democratic fatigues and deficits, it's really critical that we come up with these solutions quickly.
So Susan, we got 3 minutes, but I have to ask you this. Although I am a multiple of your age, I do think we have a shared idea or concern. When I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, we were worried about missiles coming in and landing in California. You growing up in Seoul, you were worried about missiles coming in from the north. Compare that when you think of today's model, no climate action, no peace. When you think of those missiles coming in, you were talking about looking up in the sky, compare that worry versus your worry about climate change.
Yeah, so I mean, quite frankly, the message of this event today, no climate action, no peace, it's been living in my head rent-free for the past couple of days. And I think the way that I've responded to it most is coming from our climate action that we at the Global Assembly are pursuing, which is, providing a vessel to hold and activate everyday people's opinions on climate change. And I think, climate assemblies, citizens assemblies have been known to generate more ambitious policies than politicians. But at the same time, involving citizens at the global governance table isn't just a piece of technocracy, right? Or a tool that we can plug in and expect miracles from.
Right.
It requires a massive cultural reset, both within the assembly as participants from all walks of life and opinions about climate put their differences aside and come up with common grounds, but also for the world and institutions to hear and legitimately trust these outcomes. And so this kind of cultural reset is going to be about formulating completely new forms of trust, expanding the picture that comes to mind when you imagine what a decision maker looks like, and forming, smarter and more empathetic ways. And so I think, to shamelessly borrow from my university's literary magazine title, Ecologies of Care, what we're doing for climate action at the Global Assembly is creating ecologies of care amongst people to then solve our own planet's ecology. Right. And so I think this really speaks to the heart of this event, which is no climate action, no peace, because the contingency, between climate action and peace is that we pursue climate action in participatory ways that, improves people's agency in addition to their better qualities of life.
Susan, so tell me of the Global Assembly in 30 seconds. Who are these folks? They all are like you, or the different parts of the country, world? Are they all from Seoul? Give me a quick 30 seconds. Well, are they like the people I see down at the McDonald's? Who are these folks?
Yeah, so we're actually based completely all over the globe. And, we've been working on this project on Zoom for the past 2 years. We have people based in Europe. We have a huge organization based in Africa. I'm currently based in Seoul. And we're currently decentralizing our team further to bring the rest of the world with us. And we'll be calling out for volunteers very, very soon. And we want our team to reflect our international
All right,
spirit.
you heard it. They're calling for volunteers very soon. Finally, Susan Nak-Young Lee, one word to describe why you do this.
I've been groundbreaking. Absolutely.
Groundbreaking. Susan, I hope you have a good day. Thank you for being with us and spending your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
You got it. All right, we've been talking live there with Susan Nak-Young Lee, who is on the core delivery team of the Global Assembly COP26. Thank you, Susan, and groundbreaking you are. Okay, let's go to some music. And a singer-songwriter and rapper from Goma in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, discovered when he was only 12 years old. Now, at the age of 23, I'm starting to feel my age here, he has been a major force in music across Africa for a decade with a special performance for Climate Action Live. Please welcome the amazing Anosa B.
So I wanted to support Peace One Day and Climate Action Live because we depend on the climate. It's important to let the people know that we have to take care of our environment because we depend on these things that we can't see, but that we always hurt. The aspect of climate action that I feel most strongly is, the communication around that we have to, always trying to promote what's good for us, what's good for our environment. And I think and believe that's where I always feel like it's important for me to intervene as an artist. The impact that music can have in creation of a more sustainable world is, again, the communication. Music is powerful. Music has no boundaries. Music can easily make the message be heard. So music is now also something to neglect, because this is a powerful way for us as artists to express what we want to let the people know. And what I would say to the next generation who are picking up the baton of climate action is keep it up. It's important. And the next generation is going to be a generation of real leaders. So they have to already be conscious about what's going on right now in the world. And they have to be ready, because they will be the ones making big decisions for our climate, for our environment. So to me, I have to tell them to keep up and not stop. Thank you very much to Peace One Day. Thank you very much to Climate Action Live. Yeah, hello everybody. This is your boy Inos B from the Congo with my band Afro Congo. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Sorti d'amis, pas de la galère. I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Sorti l'ami, pas de la galère. C'est monde compliqué, rempli de sans pitié. C'est les mêmes qui critiquent, qui veulent que je leur tende ma main. Seigneur, donne-moi la force, c'est tellement lourd de pardonner. Toujours tenter de leur faire du sale. Quand tout était sombre, moi j'ai vu personne. Y'avait que l'ami va aimer, putain de vrais potes. J'peux baisser les bras, j'étais qu'on se moque de moi. Le game a changé, ils veulent toucher à ma mallette. Non, I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Sorti l'ami, pas de la galère. I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Yeah, yeah, hey. Sorti de la galère, trop riche pour avoir un salaire. Et bâti, Hollandi, ce thème, c'est pas de Molière. Pour l'air trop noir pour les systèmes solaires de Mohamed, de Ali. Souvent accusé à tort, absence de preuves, des appels rejetés. Je connais la vie, la mort, naissance des richesses et pauvreté. Je connais la fin du monde, plus d'un milliard d'Afrique en point d'éveil. Les pères, les fils, les corps chargés, ah bah oui, sur ma vie. La violence, je l'ai pas choisi. Massassi, Bobeti, pourtant non rien n'a changé. I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Sorti l'ami, pas de la galère. I wanna do my best. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Sorti l'ami, pas de la galère. Yeah, you know it. James Noir, tout est vrai. Yeah, 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 yeah. I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. Sortir l'ami, pas de la galère. I wanna do my best. Get money for private jet. Je dois rendre les darons fiers. James Noir, tout est vrai. The song is called Best. I wanna do my best.
And here we Again, an amazing performance. Enos B, thank you, Enos. We really do appreciate your continued support here for Climate Action Live and Peace One Day. So my time here for Climate Action Live has come to an end, but I'm excited to welcome the next guest presenter, seeing you through to the end of the show. I want to welcome a social and environmentally conscious entrepreneur. She is the founder and director of Goleadoras, a program developed to use football as a tool to empower and transform the lives of girls and young women around the world. Please welcome Eglantina Zing. Hi, Eglantina. Great to see you with us. Goal. I can keep on saying that, right?
Yes, absolutely. You said it perfectly. Goleadoras. Hi, Richard.
Good to see you. It's exactly what you do. You're making lots of goals is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. Strikers is all about scoring goals and having goals. Yeah. So girls with balls in any case. That's a little bit of our hashtag. Thank you, Richard. Great run, huh?
Yeah, it's good. Over to you, my friend.
So thank you, Richard. That was a great run for him. And let's dive straight in and continue this amazing live event. So now in Climate Action Live, we're going to have today's second panel discussions. This time, we're going to focus on the perspective of the climate emergency in land. And I'm honored and thrilled to be hosting this panel today, this discussion. And we're joined by Valerie Keller, who is a co-founder and the co-chair of Imagine. Also, we have Michael Mapes, CEO of Tribune Packaging, one of the sponsors of today's show. Sivi Litsky, who is a chief and RD and sustainability officer at the Unilever Tea Company. Lipton, which is part of Unilever, is also one of today's sponsors. So let's give a big welcome to CB. And Mr. Kees Kruithof, who is the chairman and chief executive officer of Live Kindly Collective. Welcome to all of you. I hope I pronounced your names right.
You did a great job.
You did. You know, it was like the climate emergency. It's happening on the name pronunciations. But hey, from Miami, welcome. This technology has us all together in one way or another. So today I wanted to start a little bit about, we're going to be talking in this about the perspective of the climate emergency in land, as I said. So Michael, I would like to start with you first. As CEO of Tribune Packaging, we all need our food to be packaged. And one of the major problems is plastic. So plastic and landfill. So do you think what would be the solution, or is there a solution given the fact that we still need to package our food?
Well, there is a role to play for many different packaging materials, but not all materials are created equal. They have different properties. When it comes to food, it's not just a matter of making packaging as convenient as possible, but there are other factors like protection, safety, shelf life, nutritional quality, for example, that all play a role. But food waste is a global issue that has wide-reaching social, economic, and environmental impact. If just 25% of all the food currently lost or wasted was actually saved, it'd be enough to feed 870 million people. And research has shown that extending the shelf life of food would have a significantly big opportunity to reduce the amount of unnecessary food waste. So, packaging substrates like metal, for example, can produce food products up to 5 years at ambient temperatures, which creates the opportunity that people can have more valuable and nutritional food for an extended period of time. So on top of that, if you look at the impact of the environmental impact over the entire life cycle of the material needs to be factored in. So for example, virtually all materials can be marketed as being recycled, but what does that really mean? Some materials, for example, they can only be recycled once or a few times, and then they ultimately end up in landfill. So when consumers look at it, they need to look at the whole life cycle. Metal, for example, can be recycled forever, And that creates, something like the circular economy. That's what that's all about, being able to reduce a negative impact on our natural resources. So when we look at all those factors together, not all packaging substrates are treated equally.
That's an interesting point. Valerie, as a co-founder and co-chair of Imagine, we say and we understand in this world that businesses are all about making money. But many will say also that CSR, purpose, ESRs are secondary to any business. Is that true, or there's a game-changing, shifting in businesses' approach?
Yeah, such a great question. Thanks for that. It used to be true, and it's still sometimes true. But the reality is that there has been a consciousness shift, and that the definition of what business is and what a successful business is has changed. And more importantly than that, the recognition by investors and by the CEOs and their leadership teams that the game has changed is clear. So when we first started Imagine, and we described ourselves as how many other companies are starting to describe themselves as a net positive company that succeeds by giving more than it takes. And we're also a venture and a foundation. And this was built off of some of the leading work of some of my colleagues and co-founders. Case, who's on this panel, is a co-founder of Imagine, and also Paul Pullman with Unilever, who you also heard from. But what we saw was that many companies do not buy into the former premise of ESG, CSR, PR. And why? What they're seeing is it's not about the why guy, purpose puffery. It's actually about saying the leading edge of what a successful business has moved from purpose and sustainability on the sidelines to being able to say the purpose of business is long-term, multi-stakeholder, putting what the world's needs are at the core of your business model and where you have power to change it. And we don't have to make up these ideas of, well, what is it that the world needs? Humanity has come together and it said we have these global goals. And as we are talking about in this conversation, we look at climate change, we look at the twin parallel of that of inequality. We collectively, and I'm talking about humanity at the moment, are awake to the impacts of how we've been making and taking from the environment and what we've been doing in terms of the impact of human lives. And COVID was an incredible pause that is a bit of a breakdown to a breakthrough on that. So what we are seeing actually is a fundamental acceleration of business as being part of the solution providers, not just don't do bad things, but saying, and I'm going to give a couple of very clear examples on this. So Imagine is saying we're going to help those businesses and those CEOs who are human beings leading their companies to put purpose and sustainability at the core of their strategy to help drive the change they need to be to create a race to the top. What we're also seeing is the leading edge of business is not even just I don't do bad things or I'm solving social problems. It's that I actually see myself as responsible for changing the system. And within food and land use, as Michael said, that is so critical. If you look at that in terms of its necessariness for a systems change. So what we see now, when we've got people who are now not just saying we are about being positive, or if you think about a goosebump moment, Walmart, Doug, the CEO, saying Walmart is here to be a regenerative company. Then they put data behind that with Project Gigaton, quantifying the impact. Mark, the CEO of Nestle, making an announcement within our group with saying they are putting 3.2 billion Swiss francs to make Nestle net zero by 2025. 1.2 billion of that is helped to start regenerative agriculture and across the supply chain. And importantly, it's approved by the shareholders. So this notion of saying that the company is going to just be able to put purpose in ESG to actually say we're putting our money where our mouth is. Another important distinction that we're seeing here, we're seeing it's going from small to all. And what I mean by that is you see companies like McCain. McCain is one of the largest, it is actually the largest manufacturer of frozen potato projects. So instead of putting it on the sidelines and saying, oh, look, we're doing this little thing on acreage, McCain is saying we are sourcing 100% of our potatoes from regenerative agriculture. 100%. That's not something on the margins on that. This is at the mainstream. So why are we seeing that? We believe that there's science. Human beings care, and the human beings who are leading businesses also have the science and the data. I remember the first time that I heard the very popularized fact of we only have between 60 to 100 harvests left. I mean, that's a shocking fact, right? We only potentially have 60 to 100 harvests left because of how we've been growing. So if our soils fail, then we don't have the raw materials. I first heard that from Hanneke, who is leading food and beverage at Unilever. So this notion of who is awake and aware and is saying that's not okay to happen on my watch. We are together going to put this at the core of our business, and where we can't do it alone, we're going to go in partnership, in collaboration across a value chain to then change the system together. And I know that several of our panel members are in doing that. And Unilever, of course, is a leader on that. Live Kindly is embodying that in many ways. So that's the new zeitgeist that we're seeing is at the core of business and collaborating to do it together, and none too soon, because that's exactly the change that we need to see.
Amazing, Valerie. Like, as you said, businesses taking the part of not just bettering their practices, but being part of the solution. And, we need to break down to have a breakthrough. So hopefully Imagine it's inspiring all this big businesses and small businesses to have a different approach and be part of the solution. Bravo. Case, let's go with Mr. Case Krykov. Case, you are the chairman and CEO of Live Kindly Collective. And, one of the big things and the issues on the climate, they say it's the meat production. So how do you see that we're going to be able, how is that impact on our planet, the amount of meat production? Tell us your vision of what you're doing with Live Kindly.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it really builds on to what Valerie was just talking about, and that is total transformation of the total system. And when we look at the current reality on how we feed 7.7 billion people, it's totally unsustainable. And especially when the middle class continues to grow, and you see is that the meat consumption starts to continue to increase, this notion about how that food system is broken is so obvious. 91% of the deforestation of the Amazon actually is linked towards the meat total industry. Chicken live 42 days on average. Well, if you would put that in terms of a normal life of a chicken, that is 7 to 8 years. And so you understand what will happen to be able to get that into mass production. A totality of the footprint of the meat production actually gives a direct and indirect impact of 14.5% of the total climate change in the world. And what is, the bad news about this is that if we continue to get this from 7.7 billion people to 10 billion, this total system completely will break. But the good news about this is that there is actually a solution. And that is called plant-based industry, where actually you can change the meat industry from, the current reality into a plant-based food system. That starts with truly courageous leadership. It starts with the theory of change, where you change the totality of the transformation of the total system. And where does that start? It actually starts with the plant. Because one of the biggest food waste in the world is actually not at the end where we are wasting our food when we throw it away or when our packaging is not good enough. Of course, we need to also create a step change there. But all the way upstream, also we need to change it. Because the reality is that currently is that we are feeding animals with soy and all kinds of input. But we can go from plants, not through animals, towards protein for the world, but we can actually change the step. And like with every innovation and total value chain, what you can do is, if you are cut out the middleman, you actually improve the totality of the total system. So we will cut out the middleman. This time it's the chicken. we go straight from plants and we are going into human. If we do this properly at scale, this is really where we talk about the protein transformation. A little bit the same as the digital transformation, where in the digital transformation, people went from no phone in the emerging markets, not through landlines into the mobile, but they actually leapfrogged. Well, we can do the same with the world today. We can actually help to leapfrog the world from no to low protein, immediately into high quality, affordable protein, if we choose to do so. If we would plant with organic soy or with yellow peas or with seaweed or with the fava beans, we can actually have a crop rotation, and really in that sense we can give back carbon into the soil. So this is called carbon positive farming. If we do that in a positive, in the right way, we can actually feed the world with affordable protein for all. If we get, this market, which people say is anticipated to be like $400 to $500 billion in 2040, and we make plant-based living the new norm, if only we take 3% of the land mass, that actually can have a positive impact on climate of 1 degree. So this is really so obvious. A broken food system, the solution is there, make plant-based living the new norm, and by doing that, we will actually really create positive carbon back into the soil. At the same time, we get better nutrition for all, basically, and at the same time, we don't need to kill the animals. And that will really be, is that when we look back 2040 to now, there will be this whole notion about, in the past we used to eat animals. And the ones who are driving this transformation most is the millennial and the Gen Z. They really understand this already. And that is where the key driver, as the business is really starting to transform all around the world for a better protein for all.
Yeah. That's really game changing, but it also needs a lot of mind changing, the mindsets of how we've been brought up and used, and our mindsets of where you're getting your protein. And you said something, Case, that it's affordable. Some people will always say that, organics or plant-based foods are much more expensive than just getting a steak.
Yeah, that is correct at the current system. And that is why system change and the theory of change is so important. Because, what we need to do is 3 levels. The first one, we really need to get this at scale. And because of that, at the same scale, because you are missing one step in the total value chain, actually fundamentally and structurally, the cost structure of plant-based chicken versus alternative animal-based chicken is actually 65% of the cost. So that's the first point. Yeah. The second point is that the true cost will get into the system. And of course, today that's not the case, because today subsidies are being given by governments to be able to actually subsidize the animal-based food system. What you will have is a double pivot from subsidies into true cost. The true cost of the total animal-based versus the plant-based is a double whammy. So what you will get in terms of, a structural lower cost, you will get a scale effect into the business, and you will get a true cost, which everybody look at what the EU is starting to do with Mr. Timmermans and the likes. And you take those 3 elements, and that is a total transformation of exactly what is needed. And that is where Valerie talks about this whole notion about total system change. Yeah, and ultimately, you need to get to a critical moment where you have pivot points. I've worked for 27 years in the food industry, working for Unilever. And, I have never seen in my life a total global trend in food as global as it is now, whether that is, from America all the way to China, to South Africa, to Germany, to the UK, to Brazil, to India. This is something which is absolutely necessary. And the good news is that the consumers are ahead of the industry. And that is really where you get the exponential delivery against the global total need of the protein transformation.
Amazing, amazing. As Valerie was saying, just having, and thanks to that new generation that they're awake and aware, as Valerie said. So hopefully we can, take that trend and make it really a reality. Mr. Sibi Levitsky. So Sibi, you have that smile. I love that little smile. It's like a little wink of mischievousness. So you're the Chief R&D and Sustainability Officer at Unilever Tea Company. And Unilever is a company that's all about production. How, or what would you say is that you guys are doing to counteract those negative impact of massive productions in terms of resources and land use?
Yes, thank you for the question, and what a powerful speech from the predecessors. So really energized to talk further about it. And it's impossible not to refer to the beginning of our journey in 2010, when some of the leaders realized the resource dependency of companies at the scale of Unilever is just too high. We cannot continue growing with the same level of resource uptake. And the Unilever Sustainable Living Plan was born just then to tackle the issue. And at the same time, help sectors transition and transform to more sustainable models. Among that is our transition in tea, where 750,000 smallholder farmers shifted their approach. But we are in 2020, and the climate pressure and the pressure of resources is only getting bigger, and therefore doing less harm and sustainable models is not enough. And we need to think about how to build regenerative companies, the companies who can create positive impact. And as part of that, we embarked on our new journey, which is a climate and nature strategy with a new set of commitments, which will help us land the Paris commitment in terms of climate change, but also set new guidelines and new approaches to our business model. As part of that, our home care division will not use any further fossil materials in order to formulate our products. We will use recycled and renewable materials. We will end deforestation, going with commitments of virtually deforestation-free supply chain by 2023. We will open new business with 1 billion of value, moving away from dairy and through meat alternatives that Case was talking about. There is further commitments as part of that, but let me just use one example which is closest to my heart, which is our tea business under Lipton brand, the largest part of the tea world, where we are trying to create this positive cycle. And our advantage here is that we have first mile transparency and traceability of the first mile as we produce tea in our own estates. And basically we can see that with use of technology, with use of data, we can improve yields up to 50% while reducing the input by further 20%. We see that we can actually promote biodiversity. More than 30% of the estates actually are high value ecosystems where we increase biodiversity. Within the collaboration with Crop Trust, we are also mapping biodiversity as a crop, because as it is not originally grown in Africa, we need to protect and expand biodiversity of this amazing plant. And we can be talking further and further, but the next 10 years, the next 20 years will be the time of creating steps, decisive steps towards positive impact and regenerating the planet rather than neutralizing our influence. So yeah, just a few words to say impossible to share everything. I just wanted to acknowledge many people on the panel as well, playing a huge role on this journey. So handing over to you and to further discussion.
So Sibi, thank you for that. I have one more question because all the panelists are, you're the game changers in this massive, this challenge that we have as to save humanity, as Valerie was saying, and as humans and this planet. But Sibi, where do you see the hope working in such a big company and being part of all those innovations and proposing new solutions? Where do you see the hope?
Well, there are four sources of hope, to be honest, for me. There is kids, there is scientists, there is startups, and there is nature. And the combination of all four, I think, gives us hope for the future, because some of the invention, and I think Case referred to it previously, actually capturing CO2 to either create novel packaging material or to create new ingredients, is just one example of completely shifting the paradigm of the food system. The startup companies, we see 2-3 times fold increase in technology flow and capital flow into smart agriculture and regenerative enterprises. So personally, being very close to this area, this gives a lot of hope, and as well as a lot of corporate companies mentioned by Valerie, this movement, this energy, and this commitment to drive the agenda further collectively gives hope. There is so much to do, so I don't want to be over optimistic, but those would be few areas that stand out, and I would like to invite maybe others to chip in and comment.
But that's a great way of putting in having that hope that we can do things better. And Valerie, as Sibi was just saying, it's about those four connections: kids, science, and you were talking about humanity. What is it that in the human social collaboration, it's so hard for us to find that integration and coexisting or of that collaboration because you need, as a human being, who's doing it right? How can we get it right? How can we actually work together as a human race?
Well, thanks. I love the question. It's the inquiry of my life, and I think it's a question many of us are holding right now because we have to. The status quo isn't an option. We didn't mean to kill off the species around us. We didn't mean to be able to deplete our soil, and we didn't mean to change our climate by pulling up fossil fuels and sourcing ourselves. But now we have. And I think that one of the things that you came to mind, you said it's about mind changing, and what came up for me there is the how of that. What is actually changing mindset? So if we take around us that the system, the business, the purpose of business is to make money for a profit share, that's all a construct. It's a belief system that came from a paradigm of separateness that people just don't buy into anymore. COVID has helped us to realize that as well. You cannot have healthy people on an unhealthy planet. We are one tribe humanity. One of the reasons why we see businesses stepping up is because these are human beings who have the power to shift the system in time. And I think listening to what Sibi was saying, the whole notion right now is, yes, people are awake. Yes, they're caring, but can we do it in time? And the question that came up for me when you said what is mind changing is what's changing now is the heart is changing. People say, I care. I'm awake and I care. And as Case was saying, the millennials, the generation, I would call them early humans who haven't been patterned with this is the way we do things around here. We have to take it from here and make it from there. It's not okay. They've looked at the science and it's not okay. And so this notion that we are together in this game, we don't have, there's no bystanders. Buckminster Fuller said we're all on spaceship Earth, and we're all on spaceship Earth. And I think this notion, actually, if you listen to the language of how we refer to each other, one of the things that's driving businesses is because, as Kay said, the consumer is ahead. One of the other things that we hear and see now is not even referring to them as a consumer. That's so weird. And the citizen consumer. We're not a consumer in a grocery store and then a citizen in a voting booth and then an employee when we're at work. We're human beings who care. And we've also seen that it's not okay for us to be killing off the species. It's not okay for people to be suffering to be able to make our clothes and our food. There's enough to go around. So what's needed to change is the mindsets, and what we've got, and you hear it on this panel, what we have is all the innovations, all the science, the technology. What we need now is the mind shifts that come from the heart. We call it courageous collectives and Imagine. Why? Well, for one thing, courage. The root of the word cur is heart. The other is collectives, that human beings get courage in the collective. And I think it's so important what Jeremy and Peace One Day is doing and what this panel is saying is that there is collective action. People are not alone. There is a massive shift that we're seeing, and it's not about consumers, citizens, employees. It's not about businesses, and it's not about regulators. This is about people working together to design a world that works for everybody and a planet that is healed, and to do it in time.
Absolutely. It's about the collective, and that's why we're all here. And thank you to the technology that is giving us this opportunity to create that awakeness and that awareness and be able to work together towards that solution. Powerful, Valerie. What a great message. So touch my heart. Michael, I wanted to ask you, because part of this panel and all this efforts by Peace One Day goes beyond Peace Day, that which 20 years ago, Jeremy, in such a great way, has established as a global day to cease fire and to promote that culture of peace. But also, as they say, no climate, peace, no peace. No climate action, no peace. If the climate is threatened and we have all sorts of natural disasters or lack of lands and places, people go through uncertainties, violence generates violence, and a lot of disparity. For you, what does it mean, no climate action, no peace?
Have climate action. I mean, it's a concept that's come of age. It's on the minds of brand owners. It's on the minds of governments. It's on the minds of consumers. We only have one planet. And for me, if we don't take care of our planet, it means that we're not going to have equal access to all citizens around the world. And where you don't have equal access, people get upset. They'll start fighting over resources, and that creates conflict. And when there's conflict, it's not good for local communities. It's not good for business. It's not good for life. And that's just critical for all of us to pull together and make sure that we're protecting the one planet that we have that keeps us here and helps us prosper.
Yeah, that's it's very important. But and then as individuals, Case, what do you think we can do, or what would you tell us as individuals talking to these new generations and the old ones as well? What can we do as individuals?
No, the biggest thing is, like Tutu says, we are optimists, and because we are prisoners of hope. And so I love this question about, where is hope? It starts with this whole notion is that we are reconnecting to self as business leaders, as human beings. And that is really what we are doing in this generation. We have, in the past, we have not totally understood what our role is actually. You get growth by being more relevant to society, and therefore growth, purpose, and relevance in society actually are linked. And people are starting to get that. And this notion of that this is all exponential, like the digital transformation has been exponential, that is where the biggest hope sits, because it is driven from a necessity. COVID actually helped to be able to increase the consciousness of the world. And so that is where this whole part will come together. Look at this panel. This is absolutely critical, because climate change and inequality starts to become part of, our world strategy, and that is our sustainable development goals. This is how we together are responsible for it, and that we actually commit together with generations to come of taking finally care of what we love most. And that is what we are doing. And that is where the courageousness of our leadership will come in. And that is where new business models are becoming exponential, and the impact which is required. So all in all, that is where the hope comes. It starts with the Gen Z and the millennials as the next generations who are driving this most. And now you will see is that the biggest impact will be is that business as a force for good are driving this forward. And that will mean is that we will get total system change. So that's where the hope sits. There is one but on it. and that is again why we are all here together in Peace One Day, is that the current reality is that it is 5 to 12. The world is really on fire. And so it has not to do whether it will happen, but with whether it is going to be fast enough. And that is really the critical discussion in Peace One Day. We know what it is if we get it wrong, because then the system will fail. And the cost of inaction versus actually the benefit of action is so obvious. And it is not about the what, but it is about now that we will all collectively need to take action. And that is where many people have been talking about it. And that is why we passionately are here in this panel.
I feel your passion, Case. Appreciate it. Wow. What a great panel. Thank you very much. Amazing people. Keep up the good job and kudos to all. It's the clock is ticking, so we need to have action. Gracias, Valerie. Gracias, Michael. Gracias, Lili.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Well, what an illuminating conversation. Thanks to all the panelists. Wow. We have a lot to do. And a conversation now with real life Indiana Jones. We're going to talk to one of the persons that I'm much more interested in meeting, Sir David Heppelman Adams. He's a veteran adventurer, a mountaineering. He's actually has climbed all the 7 peaks in the world. He's an aviation expert and recently gone into sailing. Please, let's welcome Afua Nasan Asama, this conversation with Sir David Heppelman.
So the first question is, what tangible changes due to climate change have you seen on your travels? And I know you've been traveling for a while, so you've probably seen things.
Are you saying I'm old?
No, of course not. But from your perspective, you've seen a lot. So would you be able to tell us what you've seen as you've traveled and how that has changed so far?
Well, I started as a young boy at school doing the Duke of Edinburgh's Award when I was 13. And from there, I went down to the Brecon Beacons in Wales. And from there, I went on to university. But at the same time, I did a lot of travel and climbing. And one of the first places for me, big place for me, was going out to the Alps. And since that time, you know, when I was a young person, I've seen massive difference with the mountains out in the Alps, which I used to climb all over. I used to go there for 2 months during the summer, and I've been going back in the last couple of years. And it's been extraordinary change. The glaciers have disappeared altogether. And I'm talking about miles of glaciers, huge volumes of ice. And also, I went to the Arctic Ocean back in the 80s, very, very early 80s, 83, something like that. So nearly 40 years ago. And at that time, it was much colder, minus 55, minus 60. Which we don't see anymore. And also there was a lot of pack ice, absolutely solid pack ice, all the way up to the continent of northern Canada. So you could start from northern Canada, from the land, get onto the pack ice and just walk, ski to the North Pole. And since that time, that short time, 40 years, there's 1/3 less pack ice. So I've seen in these remote places, the Alps not so remote, but I've seen phenomenal difference in the physicality of what's happened with climate change. And taking that further, just a couple of years ago, I sailed a boat, a sailing yacht, around the Northeast Passage and around the Northwest Passage in one season. That would have been unbelievably unheard of just even 20 years ago. And a lot of people ask me, you know, global warming, climate change, and a lot of scientists and a lot of meteorologists will say there's no such thing. You know, the world goes into these cycles. You go from the ice age or mini ice age, and you do get these cycles. And unquestionably, you know, in the UK, we had vineyards. The Romans had vineyards. When they built Stonehenge, they had deck chairs when they were building it. So the climate does change, no question about that. We know that. But it normally takes a couple thousand years. But what I'm seeing in my lifetime, in 40 years in my lifetime, I've seen massive change that would normally have taken thousands and thousands of years. And for me, that's the thing that we've missed, the speed of change that we're seeing around the world. And what we're seeing in these high Arctic areas, we're seeing massive change very, very quickly. And that really is the canary in the coal mine for us in today's age. And we are seeing the permafrost melting and all the problems that's going to cause. Massive reduction of the glaciers on Greenland, Antarctica, and that's going to cause problems. So we've really got to look at this as a world and get our act together.
So how have these changes affected the people that you've come across? What have they been saying about this? I mean, I guess what have they also been doing about this?
Well, I think you can split that down into different areas. Of course, up in the high Arctic, there's very few people. On Greenland, there's only 50,000 people in a massive area, but most of the people are along the coast. And so they have seen changes in their hunting. They've seen changing in the migration of animals, which for some, that's their livelihood. Even the fishing stocks, there's the changing of the migration there. And of course, these, as I said, these high areas, Russia, Canada, in the States, there's very small populations. But if you look at the Himalayas, which is bordering China, and you've got India, you've got mass populations. And what you'll find, and what we are finding, is there's less and less water. And I think less and less water, you need water to survive. And I think that's going to cause a lot of unrest. It's causing unrest already. There's migration of peoples already in some of these areas because of less water. We're using more water for irrigation, and we're getting less water from the high mountains. So I think that's going to be a cause for action, and we're seeing a lot of unrest because of that already, and that's only going to increase in years to come.
So can you tell us what COP26 is, for those that do not know, and what can it achieve?
Well, COP26 is, it's part of the United Nations, and a group of countries got together many years ago and said we have to reduce carbon emissions and other things with dealing with the climate. And they tried to set a protocol and thought, right, we've got to reduce it by a certain amount of time. And they agreed to meet up every 5 years, see how these countries were doing. And the problem with it is a lot of it is politics, of course. And the Americans wanted, they did join and then they didn't join. So it is sometimes very, very political. But this year, I mean, it was cancelled last year, but it's going to be in Glasgow. So a lot of the nations around the world will be coming to the United Kingdom to discuss those protocols. I think the United Kingdom is way ahead of the game, or one of the countries way ahead of the game. But the problem we have is we might be great in this country, and we might be a little bubble in the world that we're okay, Jack. But the rest of the world's got to catch up as well, because free economies and business, we've got to open up the world. And that's exactly the same with climate. We're a small nation, but we're a rich nation. And a lot of our dirty industries we've exported to other countries to do. So they're creating the carbon that would have been in this country. So we got to help these smaller countries, and that's why I think COP is so very useful and it's absolutely critical that all the nations around the world buy in to this, and we got to help each other.
So the core message for today's event is no climate action, no peace. What does this phrase mean to you and to the work that you have been doing?
Climate, this is going to be the number one priority for all our nations, for the world, in a good number of years. We've got to get on top of this, or we're all doomed. So we really got to get on with this now. And if we don't, it's going to affect the world and peace, because it's a finite resource that we've got, and we've got a growing populations. They're going to be looking at food resources, water resources, and that's going to lead to conflict, a big conflict. So the two, for me, absolutely are hand in hand.
So with that being the critical thing we have to address, what simple actions can individuals take to help combat climate change in their own small ways?
It's such a good question. And I'm often asked, by young people, well, what can we do? Because what we do is not going to make any difference whatsoever. And some of the things that I've heard is, for example, even if we closed down the United Kingdom PLC for 1 year, and we saved all the carbon for 1 year, that is only 1 day's emissions in China. So how can we in the UK affect the rest of the world? And how can one individual affect the rest of the world? And I think the way I see it is we've all got a role to play. So simple things such as, turning the light switch off makes a big deal. If you've got the whole nation turning your light switch off, or just looking at your garbage, looking at what you buy. Apparently, nearly a third of everything that we buy, we put in landfills. People, if they see an alternative and they see change and it affects them, people will buy into that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was Afua Akansa Nasamoya having a great talk to the adventurer Sir David Heppelman Adams. Fascinating interview. Words of peace now from one of Peace One Day longtime supporter. He served as the UN News and Media Division at the headquarters in New York in 2015 and 2016. He was the director of the United Nations Information Service in Geneva. And until recently, he has served as a communication advisor and chief spokesperson for the High Commissioner for Refugees. Please welcome United Nations Strategic Communication Consultant Ahmad Fassi.
I have always supported Peace One Day as an organization for over 20 years since it was founded. And the reason is very simple, and that is having worked at the United Nations for nearly 25 years, and also as a journalist, and having traveled during those careers to conflict zones and post-conflict zones, and seeing the devastation of war and violence, peace is the only way to build prosperous societies in our world. Peace is the linchpin of everything else. Without peace, there is no development. Without peace, there is no justice. Without peace, development, and justice, there is no protection of human rights. They all come together under the umbrella of peace. And the idea of launching the campaign for peace by Peace One Day, to have a fixed date in the UN calendar to mark the importance of international peace, was an idea that appealed to me because there has to be a way to mobilize people around the world. To mobilize meaning to show them the importance of peace. Why do we talk about it? It's not an abstract idea. It's an idea that affects everyone on the planet. Climate action, because this is a planet in danger. Why do I support climate action? Because if you don't, you are guilty of destroying this beautiful planet. And every day of my life, I eat fruit, I eat vegetables, I cook, and I look at these wonderful products of Mother Nature, of Earth, that we are destroying rapidly. Not gradually anymore, rapidly. And I'm guilty. We are all guilty of not respecting the sanctity of this planet. And if we don't do something very quickly, we're going to leave a terrible wasteland for our children and grandchildren. That's why I support climate action. The aspect that I think or feel most strongly about is that we need to mobilize all sectors of society. It isn't just about gas emissions. It isn't just about corporations, pollution. It's everything together. It's everything together. It's corporations, it's government, it's individuals. And that's what I think needs to be realized and mobilized and manifested in every sector of society. This has to be the way we're treating the pandemic. We're saying we can only do it together. There is no cure for the pandemic individually, by individual action. Everyone on this planet has to come together to defeat this virus. In the same way, everyone on this planet has to come together to save this planet. And sometimes I think this might be a crazy idea, but the pandemic that has devastated sectors across the globe is one way of Mother Nature telling us enough. And during the lockdowns, a lot of good happened. There were more birds singing. There was less pollution on Earth. People were happier in a way. And I may be going over the top, but that's what I think. I think it's bringing us together, governments, corporations, human beings, families, men, women, children, all together to save the planet. Storytelling helps us tell that story. How does climate change affect you and your family? You're running out of water? Your cattle, your livestock are dying? The earth is parched? You have lung cancer? You have to personalize a problem in order to mobilize society. And that's where storytelling comes in. Clever storytelling can mesmerize and mobilize. Number one, forgive me, for I am guilty of not respecting the planet in my early years. I am trying to make up for that now, But I'm only 1 in a billion people or more who need to change their ways. And I promise I am changing my ways. I'm convincing others around me to change their ways. I am teaching my children how to respect this planet that has given us so much. And it always amazes me, the beauty of the product Mother Earth gives us, Mother Nature. The beauty and how delicious the crops that Mother Earth helps us produce are. So I say to the next generation, this is a promise, but it also must be carried, and it's your job to carry it to bigger business and to bigger governments, to fulfill their commitments to reduce gas emissions, and that there's a whole menu of things that have to be done. And the other thing is that we are giving you the benefit of knowledge, the knowledge we didn't have. So it is now in your hands. The planet is in your hands. Save it. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. We count on you. Here's a letter written to someone living 50 years from now. It was written by Matthew Olsman. Most likely you think we hated the elephant, the golden toad, the thylacine, and all variations of whale harpooned or hacked into extinction. It must seem like we sought to leave you nothing but benzene, mercury, the stomachs of seagulls, rippled with jet fuel and plastic. You probably doubt that we were capable of joy, but I assure you we were. We still had the night sky back then, and like our ancestors, we admired its illuminated doodles of scorpion outlines and upside-down ladies. Absolutely there were some forests left. Absolutely, we still had some lakes. I'm saying it wasn't all lead paint and sulfur dioxide. There were bees back then, and they pollinated a euphoria of flowers, so we might contemplate the great mysteries and finally ask, hey guys, what's transcendence? And then all the bees were dead.
Wow, what a powerful message. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. That was Ahmad Falsey, United Nations Strategic Communication Consultant. Well, now Greenpeace. Greenpeace has been around for such a long time. It was founded in 1971 and today is present in more than 40 countries. Leading TV presenter and radio broadcaster Laura Whitmore talks now to the executive director of Greenpeace UK, John Sovin, about the climate emergency and what we can all do to combat it.
Welcome to Climate Action Live. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Laura. It's great to be here.
I'm very excited to get Greenpeace involved with Climate Action Live. And I guess the first question is, how urgent is the climate change issue?
Well, I think that one can gauge that from the headlines that are just almost, hitting us daily. I think one of the real frustrations about this whole thing in terms of how urgent it is, being the age that I am, I remember Margaret Thatcher in 1989 making a speech about climate change and the fact that this would have huge planetary impacts. And in fact, she made a speech the following year, actually comparing climate change to the Gulf War. That's how serious she thought it was. Now, that is, more than 3 decades ago? The Prime Minister of the UK was talking in those kinds of terms, using that kind of language. And of course, then you had the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, all the world leaders attended. I mean, the American president was there, all the European leaders, everybody was there. They all signed up to 3 really critical things. One was action on climate change. The second one was on the extinction crisis, on tackling biodiversity loss. And the third thing was on sustainable development. Now, that was 3 decades ago that they all signed pledges to tackle those 3 big issues. Now you fast forward to today, and you think they just woke up last night to these issues. You know, everyone's sort of, oh my God, there's a climate emergency. Well, yes, you've been talking about it for more than 30 years. So then you have to ask yourself, what have you been doing for the last 30 years? And when you say you've just got 1 decade left to halve emissions, otherwise we're toast. Well, 30 years ago, you had 40 years in which to deal with this crisis. And that would have made it a hell of a lot easier if you dealt with it 40 years ago. So, you know, this basically, when you look at it, has been the biggest scandal that we have ever faced in our history, because fossil fuel companies have spent the last 30 to 40 years denying the science, obstructing the science, obstructing action, paying politicians. You know, it's just extraordinary. And if it wasn't for the absolutely relentless campaigning by lots of people, scientists, campaigners, even some progressive businesses and some progressive politicians, we would still be in that phase today. But thankfully, that pressure today has begun to have some impact.
I want to ask you, I want to break it down. What are the stages of change that we're going to see now? And when are these changes likely to occur?
Well, I think that, look, first of all, there are 2 issues related to this. One is climate change is happening now, and it's having profound impacts now. So you only have to look at the fires that have ravaged Australia or California or the Amazon, or the droughts that are happening across large swathes of you know, particularly countries around the north, around the equator. But also when you look at the bigger things which are happening, for example, you see the fires that are now burning out of control in the boreal forests in Canada and Russia. You look at the massive methane emissions coming out of the permafrost melting across Siberia. You look at the withdrawing Arctic sea ice. Almost certainly the sea ice in the summer will have gone within a decade or 2. You look at the melting happening in Greenland. You look at the collapsing ice sheets in West Antarctica. Even East Antarctica is becoming unstable. You look at even the Amazon, which is a huge source of carbon, a huge store of carbon, is beginning to tip the other way. So I think that what you can see is that as we cross planetary boundaries, you're reaching these kind of tipping points where these systems are beginning to collapse like dominoes. And I think that that's the thing which really frightens scientists, because, you know, we're heading into a world that we haven't probably seen for 3 to 5 million years. And certainly CO2 emissions today are higher than they've ever been in the history of human civilization. So, you know, this is quite uncharted territory that we're entering into. But certainly it's a pretty dystopian world that scientists are painting a picture of. And that's why this is so urgent, because, you know, when you look at it in terms of what is really holding back the dam, it's our oceans, because the oceans are absorbing about 95% of our excess heat is being, you know, that's why the oceans are warming, why they're becoming more acidic, is because all the excess heat that we're putting into the atmosphere, the oceans are sucking that up. But of course, we don't know how long the oceans will continue doing that for. And of course, if the oceans didn't absorb our excess heat, then we really would be in trouble.
Now, what can we do? Because as individuals, sometimes it feels so overwhelming, John. It's like, what can the individual do? Because it's so big. The problem is such a vast scale that, you know, what can we do? Is there any point? What can we do as an individual person? Should we let someone else try and make change? What can we do? Someone watching this at home right now.
All we need to do, first of all, is get off coal. Now, the UK has got off coal, more or less, right? But China, for example, is still building a lot of new coal-fired power stations. There's still a lot of new coal mines opening up around the world. We've got to stop that. You've just got to stop burning coal, full stop, right? There is endless sources of energy that can come from the sun, the wind, from hydro, from tidal, from geothermal. You know, it's the enormous potential that we have today, the technologies to harness vast amounts of energy. This is all to do with political will. The technology exists, but you need the political support, you need the political will to make this happen. So that's one thing. Technically, this is all completely feasible to change our energy system. The second thing that we need to do is basically have a more plant-based diet. Look, we're ravaging the rainforests and ecosystems of the world to graze animals and grow a lot of animal feed. I mean, when I look at Latin America, for example, I look at the huge systems like the Amazon rainforest and so on. It's being burnt down to graze cattle and grow soya to feed our pigs and chickens. It's insane. You know, the industrial meat industry is completely out of control. So all I would say is two things we need: renewable energy and a more plant-based diet. That's it.
Our core message today, John, is no climate action, no peace. What does that mean to you?
One, it's about the energy system, you know, whether it's conflict over oil or other resources. But two, it's in terms of the impacts of climate change, because billions of people live around coastal cities. With sea level rise, those coastal cities will be threatened. With droughts, people's ability to feed themselves will be threatened. You know, the whole thing about creating a stable climate is actually to create stable and sustainable livelihoods for people. And I think that this is where the peace aspect of it is so critically important. We're now moving into a new climate, a new world, which will threaten all of our existence. But of course, that will threaten peace. That will lead to more conflict. There will be much more, you know, challenges in terms of people's ability to feed themselves, to get clean drinking water, to provide for their families, and so on and so forth. So I think that climate change and peace are one and the same thing.
We all have that responsibility then as well, don't we, for the next generations? I've just had a baby recently, and I worry because I worry what we're doing for, it's not just for us now, it's for our next generations to come and what we're creating around us, isn't it? We have to look forward to building that future, not just for us.
Well, I mean, absolutely. And I think the intergenerational thing is a really, really important issue. I mean, you know, I'm a baby boomer. You know, I've had all of the benefits of living in a society that didn't care about what it was doing to the ecosystems, to the planetary health, to what we were leaving for future generations. And of course, for my kids and your kids, it is that future that we're leaving them, which is, of course, now got massive environmental debt, and they're going to have to deal with cleaning up that mess. And I think that that's why, you know, I do feel a personal responsibility for the future that I am leaving them, and why I've dedicated my life to trying to leave them a better world. Because otherwise, I think, yes, their life is going to be very hard, but it's not their life. They're going to be joined by, you know, by the time they're 50 or 60, they're going to be, you know, joined by 10 billion other people. And this is going to put a huge pressure on all of the people who are living on planet Earth if we cannot create a more stable climate.
Being positive, looking forward, you work with Greenpeace. Peace is there, Greenpeace. What do you want to do? Because I know you guys are doing so much, you work relentlessly. What do you want people to do to help Greenpeace?
Look, I think the most important thing is, you know, you said before, oh, well, this is quite overwhelming. What can I do as an individual? And I do really think that what is most important is that people do feel empowered as an individual. Because look, when I look at the issue around plant-based diet, I'm enormously hopeful because a lot of young people are taking up the issue of having a more plant-based diet. That's leading to new businesses, it's leading to new investment. The industrial meat industry now feels under threat, you know, and the same as the coal industry does as well, both in terms of government pressure and new regulations, and also from, you know, the fact that renewable energy is now much cheaper and much more efficient and much more effective. So I do feel there are disruptors coming along, and I feel that young people are really important part of the disruption that is happening in terms of the choices that they are making. And of course, everyone should join also organizations and get more active and more engaged in their community or their workplace. Because I think that's really important. People need to use their voice. People need to shout louder.
I think you're right. And I love that, we're feeling empowered, because it is overwhelming, but we want to get all those feelings and become empowered. And that's why today is so special. And I want to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Laura. It's been great to be with you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Well, that was TV presenter and radio broadcaster Laura Whitmore talking to John Sullivan, Executive Director of Greenpeace UK. Thank you so much to both of you. And coming up soon, we have some great interviews. One of the world's leaders in sustainability and philanthropy, Jokun Seth, is going to be next with us. So stay tuned. We also have international cycling commentator Phil Liggett and Executive Director of the Bikeability Trust, Emily Cherry. Those are among the other great interviews that we're having. I thought we were going with one. And Andretti, the United Extreme E-Drivers, are all going to be here with us, Katie Munnings and Timmy Hansing. But now we're going to go with more music from the incredible James Morrison.
So this next song is called Wonderful World. I've been down so low, people look at me and they know they can tell something is wrong, like I don't belong. Well, staring through a window, standing outside there, just too happy to care tonight. Wanna be like them, but I'll mess it up again. I tripped on my way in, I got kicked outside, everybody's sore. Well, I know that it's a wonderful world, but I can't feel it right now. Well, I thought that I was doing well, I just wanna cry now. It's a wonderful world, from the sky down to the sea. I can only see it when you're here with me. Sometimes I feel so full of it, just comes spilling out. It's uncomfortable to see. I give it away to be happy, yeah. But if I had someone, I would do anything and never let you feel alone. I won't leave you on your own. But who am I to dream? Dreams are for fools to let you down. Well, I know that it's a wonderful world, but I can't feel it right now. Well, I thought that I was doing well, I just wanna cry now. It's a wonderful world, from the sky down to the sea. I can only see it when you're here with me, yeah. I wish that I could make it better. I'd give anything for you to call me, maybe just a little letter. We could start again. I know that it's a wonderful world, but I can't feel it right now. I got all the right clothes to wear, you just wanna cry now. Hey, it's a wonderful world, from the sky down to the sea. But I can only sit when you're here with me. And I know that it's a wonderful world, but I can't feel it right now. You got all the right clothes to wear, I just wanna cry now. It's a wonderful sky down to the sea. I can only see it when you're here with me. And I know that it's a wonderful world when you're with me.
Indeed, it is a wonderful world. Thank you, James Morrison, for this incredible performance for Climate Action Live. And later in the show, we're going to have more music to feel us more connected to this wonderful, amazing world. Later, it's going to be Mona Gonzalez, also Enos B, Ketchi, and Kirian, and Nivi, which are great musicians. But now we're going to have some words of peace by this renowned and incredible actor who you probably know because of his blockbuster films as Pirates of the Caribbean, Wolverine, and Hotel Rwanda. He is sending us a message from a hotel he's quarantining because of COVID-19. So let's welcome Hakeem K. Kasim.
Hi, my name is Hakeem K. Kasim. I'm an actor and an activist. I want to support Peace One Day and Climate Action Live because I want to be part of a call to action to find sustainable solutions for the planet. So that, you know, we have a planet to leave to our children and our children's children. Well, I think all of it really, you know, the idea of us finding these sustainable solutions, the idea of finding a new way of providing energy, the idea of finding new ways to farm and the new ways of being able to produce electricity and farm and eat. And so that, all of that is very important. The idea of storytelling is huge in terms of, you know, providing the sort of the knowledge and the understanding to the generations to come and to the children so that they grow up with an understanding of what it is. And we as storytellers can really provide that knowledge and really create stories that help feed an understanding and awareness of the need for climate change, climate action. I would say that the next generation of picking up the baton are actually doing really well. This next generation is a generation that has actually been leading the charge in terms of climate action. My generation and those above me haven't done as much as they should have. So I raise a flag and I raise a glass to those picking up the baton, and may they get ever stronger. My children, for example, are very, very aware of the need for climate action. And yeah, I mean, that generation should just pick up the baton and carry on running as fast and hard as they can. Thank you. The president in Washington sends word that he wishes to buy our land. But how can you buy or sell the sky, the land? The idea is strange to us. If we do not own the freshness of the air and the sparkle of the water, how can you buy them? Every part of the earth is sacred to my people. Every shining pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every meadow, every humming insect, all are holy in the memory and experience of my people. We know the sap which courses through the trees, as we know the blood that courses through our veins. We are a part of the earth, and it is part of us. The perfumed flowers are our sisters. The bear, the deer, the great eagle, these are our brothers. The rocky crests, the dew in the meadow, the body heat of the pony, and man all belong to the same family. The shining water that moves in the streams and rivers is not just water, for the blood of our ancestors. If we sell you our land, you must remember that it is sacred. Each glossy reflection in the clear waters of the lakes tells of events and memories in the life of my people. The water's murmur is the voice of my father's father. The rivers are our brothers. They quench our thirst. They carry our canoes and feed our children. So you must give the rivers the kindness that you would give any brother. If we sell you our land, remember that the air is precious to us, that the air shares its spirit with all the life that it supports. The wind that gave our grandfather his first breath also received his last sigh. The wind also gives our children the spirit of life. So if we sell you our land, you must keep it apart and sacred, as a place where man can go and taste the wind that is sweetened by the meadow's flowers. Will you teach your children what we have taught our children, that the earth is our mother? What befalls the earth befalls all the sons of the earth. This we know. The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. All things are connected like the blood that unites us all. Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. One thing we know, our God is also your God. The earth is precious to him, and to harm the earth is to heap contempt on its creator. Your destiny is a mystery to us, and what will happen when the buffalo are slaughtered, the wild horses tamed? What will happen when the secret corners of the forest are heavy with the scent of many men and the view of the ripe hills is blotted with talking wires? Where will the thicket be? Gone. Where will the eagle be? Gone. And what is to say goodbye to the swift pony and then hunt? The end of living and the beginning of survival. When the last red man has vanished with his wilderness, and his memory is only the shadow of a cloud moving across the prairie, will these shores and forests still be there? Will there be any of the spirit of my people left? We love this earth as a newborn loves its mother's heartbeat. So if we sell you our land, love it as we have loved it. Care for it as we have cared for it. Hold in your mind the memory of the land as it was when we received it and you receive it. Preserve the land for all children and love it as God loves us. As we are part of the land, you too are part of the land. This earth is precious to us. It is also precious to you. One thing we know, there is only one God. No man, be he red man or white man, can be apart. We are all brothers after all.
Well, thanks for those beautiful words of peace to Hakim K. Kasim, who's sending those very loving and powerful words from his hotel in quarantine. Thank you, Hakim. And now we have a very special interview with a remarkable man. Jokun Seitz, he is the co-founder of the B Team, and Seitz Mocaa, M-O-C-A-A, owner of Sagara Conservancy and founder of the Seitz Foundation. And the long run as well. Seitz promotes sustainability solutions that balance the conservation, the community, the culture, and commerce, those famous the 4 C's. So our interviewer is the wonderful Afu Kansa Asamoah, who's going to be.
Good morning.
Hello, Afua. Nice to meet you.
Hello, lovely to meet you too. As we all know, we're here today to talk about climate action and to really pick your brains about what we can do and what is actually already being done currently regarding climate change and how we can move things forward in the right direction. So my first question for you is, can you identify a moment where you realized that you had a role to play in establishing a more sustainable world?
Well, it kind of started in the 90s when I became CEO for the first time. And while I was always a nature lover, I didn't realize the negative impacts that business had on our planet. At the time, I visited our factories in Asia in particular and saw the conditions in our factories and the environmental impact it had. So that was really a critical moment when I realized that business was not just, contributing to the well-being of society, but also had, negative impacts that came along with it. And in addition to that, I started late in the 80s to actually travel throughout Africa and mostly sub-Saharan Africa. I became very passionate about nature and culture of the African continent, and I also realized, that there was a lot of resource extraction and negative environmental impacts that business was causing, with wildlife being eradicated and conservation areas being reduced, and that affected me deeply. So I would say it was really a combination of my private experience in my private life and my business experience as a leader of a company.
So can you really tell us about the SEGERA and the philosophy behind the 4C plan?
Yeah, so as I was traveling in sub-Saharan Africa, I wanted to really contribute positively by preserving big chunks of land in Africa for conservation and community work. So a long journey began, and after 13 years, I found some derelict cattle ranches in northern Kenya that I brought together and created a wildlife conservancy. And that was essentially the starting point of my conservation initiatives that then went global. And we developed a philosophy that is trying to use business as a force for good and creating win-win for planet and for people. And obviously through business, and we call it the 4C plan. The 4 C's stand for conservation, community, culture, and commerce. And only if those 4 C's work in unison can we create win-wins for people and the planet. And that's essentially the philosophy that then led to the creation of another foundation that is now operating globally. It's called The Long Run, preserving over 22 million acres of pristine land with high conservation and biodiversity value.
Wow, that is really amazing. And I guess from your perspective, how have you seen businesses take on this 4C plan?
Well, those businesses that are mostly nature-based businesses that are active primarily in the tourism sector, partly in the agricultural sector as well, are really starting to embrace it. If we started with 6 founding members that preserved, a few 100,000 acres. We're now to over 22 million acres. So it's been growing ever since. And because we need to realize that reducing businesses' impact on the negative impact on the planet alone is not enough. We need to have restorative businesses that actually rehabilitate and rewild, large chunks of land or water that are critical in order to achieve what we need to achieve to preserve our nature for future generations.
Right. Thank you. So from your perspective, what do you think is the greatest threat to humanity's survival?
Well, it's very simple. If we don't have a healthy planet, we will not have a healthy humankind long term. I'm not a big fan of thinking about the solution being that we're all moving to Mars. I think it's quite an uninhabitable planet, and therefore I'd rather stay on planet Earth and fix the problems that we've created in the first place.
Yes. So I can see that your foundation and your work and passion is fixing problems currently. What can individuals do to also fix some of these problems here on Earth?
I think everyone has a role to play. Only if the collective consciousness essentially changes for the better in terms of preserving our planet, will we achieve what we need to achieve. And every individual counts. Everyone that takes these issues that we've created seriously and trying to contribute to solution will have a positive effect and get people to change their behavior. So to me, every individual can change things for the better, and that means that collectively we can make a major contribution.
Right. So we have a core message for today's event, which is no climate action, no peace. What do you think that phrase means to you?
Well, if nature gets destroyed, that means there is less nature available for an ever-growing human population, and that will automatically result in conflict around resources, conflict around areas that you can live in sustainably, and so less space and less nature and less resources automatically will create conflict. So only if we can solve the problems that our planet has now by essentially staying within the planetary boundaries, will we have a peaceful environment, and therefore the two are really intrinsically linked.
What faith do you have in humanity that we can turn things around?
Well, I'm an optimistic realist, I would say, but we are at a time where, people realize that something needs to change, and quickly. And I think at least since I've been thinking about sustainability, or initially corporate social responsibility, or now about, planetary boundaries as a concept, I don't think we've had a moment where collectively people are really understanding something needs to change. And when I say collectively, that means society, businesses, politicians as well. I think there is an understanding that we really need to tackle the challenges that are obvious, that we can measure, that science has told us are critical for us to get our heads around, and therefore I think we are at a time where we can actually reach a tipping point for the better, and this year is a very important year in this regard, and so I remain positive, because nobody knows what the outcome is, and we all just have to keep working at it so that we actually achieve a turnaround for the better.
You have produced a documentary. How do you think that documentary will aid in the collective consciousness that we can have together as humanity to turn things around?
The science behind our planet is something that we wanted to visualize, so that we can actually understand what all of us can contribute in order to sustain our planet. And hence, Breaking Boundaries, the documentary, that is now on Netflix, is really about the science of our planet. It follows the scientific journey of Professor Johan Rockström. It's a documentary that is narrated by Sir David Attenborough. And it's really about humanity and how we have pushed Earth beyond the planetary boundaries that kept our Earth stable for more than 10,000 years since the dawn of civilization. So it's all about taking the audience on a journey of discovery of the planetary thresholds that we must not exceed, and not just for the stability of our planet, but for the future of humanity. So it's a film worth watching, because it gives you also some of the solutions and how all of us can contribute to keeping our planet healthy.
How else do you think people can, or how much can people do from their perspective to actually make sure that there's peace within this planet that we live in?
Well, I think we all have to find our own way of contributing. I've found my way, that suits me best based on what I think I know best and where I think I can contribute. And I think we all have to individually decide where we can make an impact. There is no one approach that everyone can take, really, other than being aware of the problems that we are causing and trying to individually help solving the problems.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your passion that has led to this project, and just for how much you're really motivating us to move forward, to do things for the better.
Thank you very much.
And now we're going to go into cycling and environment. We have, and I'm delighted, we're going to be speaking to a person that I highly admire, Phil Liggett, who has worked in television as a presenter since 1978, and now he's the universal voice of cycling. Oh, and Emily Cherry, who is the executive director of the Bike Ability Trust, who actually provides a world-leading cycling training program for children and families with the idea to ditch the cars and let's pedal to the metal. I am delighted to have you here, guys. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thanks, Eglantina. Thank you for that introduction. We're here to inspire you. So Phil and I are going to talk for the next few minutes just about inspiring you to take that action and to get on your bikes and get cycling. So I've been a long-time supporter of Jeremy and the Peace One Day team for many years, absolutely. And I think we need to thank them for their leadership in this space. You know, without climate action, we will not have peace and sustainability. We won't have a future for our children when our resources and our biodiversity disappear. So we have to act now. And Phil and I are absolutely here today to talk to you about how cycling plays a key role in that. So before I ask Phil to talk to you all about all things cycling as the voice of cycling across the world, let me give you a few special facts. So choosing to walk and cycle can reduce your carbon emissions by up to 75%. What a huge win for cleaning up our air. Real simple action that we can take. And if we look at the UK, only around 2% of our journeys are made by bike, and actually half of our car journeys are less than 5 miles. That's a distance that's easily travelled on a bike. And sadly, only about 3% of our children walk or cycle to school in the UK. But if we all were to take that action to get on our bikes, we would not only help clean up the planet, clean up our carbon emissions here in the planet, but we'd also help with preventable deaths as well. And I know you've heard it here today on Climate Action Live, that really shocking figure of 7 million global deaths down to environment and air change and air quality. These are preventable deaths. So by the end of this section, I hope Phil and I are going to get you on your bike. So Phil, this weekend, you're literally heading, well, you're not quite heading, you're in the studio, but you will be reporting on your 49th Tour de France from Brittany as it starts this weekend, which is an incredible achievement. But people will also know, as the voice of cycling, that you are not just passionate about cycling, but you're huge with your wife, Trish, really passionate about conservation as well. So what role do you think cycling plays in inspiring climate action and peace?
Well, I think it's just about everything. I was not a sportsman at all. I couldn't play football, I couldn't play rugby, I couldn't play cricket, but I could pedal a bicycle. And there was no car, of course, in my family at the time. And so I just got a bike, which I bought over 2 years, paying, I think it was 2 shillings a week till it was paid for. And I went fishing on my bike. And from that, I became a cyclist. But of course, I also went to school every day of my life, my school life. Only on one day did I not go to school on the bike. It was a Wednesday, that's how well I remember it. And I was late both times. So all the other days I was bang on time. And, you know, we're not just talking climate change now. Young people are certainly not getting enough exercise either. I'm not taking part in who's fat and who's thin. But the basic thing is exercise is crucial now for the youngsters as they grow up. And it all benefits climate change big time.
Great. So at the Bike Ability Trust, I mean, it's great to know that you were cycling, and if only bikes were still only costing 2 shillings, that would be a great thing, wouldn't it? But
that was a week.
It was a week. There you go. So we've trained 3.5 million children already in Bike Ability, which is a fantastic achievement. And our training is about getting people to choose active travel, so giving them confidence and then getting to make that choice to get on their bike. And we're working with the UK's Department for Transport and the Prime Minister, who's got this great vision here in the UK for boosting walking and cycling plans. So the UK's vision is that half of journeys will be walked or cycled in towns by 2030, and they're investing in safer local walking and cycling routes and bike vouchers to fix broken or unused bikes, and a commitment to offer cycle training to every child or every adult. Those things are really tangible that will help climate change in the future. So I think, Phil, with your role in, you've gone from everyday cycling to reporting on the sport. Do you think that the sport of cycling could do more to inspire children and everyone to get on their bikes and to help tackle climate change in that way?
Well, these days, of course, we regularly win the Tour de France, which is something I never thought I would have said just 20 years ago. I didn't think I'd ever commentate on a British winner of the Tour de France. But cycling here now is extremely popular. It's not a Cinderella sport on television now. It's a big sport on television. And we've won the Tour de France almost every year with either a British rider or the British team since 2012, when Bradley Wiggins got the first victory for Great Britain. And once you've got the champions of a sport, then everybody wants to emulate them, whatever the sport. And so kids are now riding bikes. What you said about the bike riding is absolutely true. 3% is ridiculous for short journeys, and that's all we do in Great Britain. Because take Holland or the Netherlands and take Denmark. Everybody goes shopping on a bicycle. Even if it's a case of park and ride, they park the car and they ride the bicycle into the towns. The towns are car free. You have to ride in on your bike or walk. Take your groceries back to your car and drive off with your bicycle on the roof or in the trunk. And so, yes, look, cycling is the way to go. At the moment, the government are helping. I think it's £50 they will give you towards servicing your bike. It's enough to get your bike properly serviced. But the most important advice I can give anybody who's now going to go and get their bike and go for a ride is, first of all, don't go out to the bike shop and pay £3,000 for the bicycle. You won't get the benefit of a great bike until you can ride it properly. So pay far, far, far less than that. If you're getting a bike out the garage from 20 years ago, have it done up. It's not going to cost you more than 50 quid. And then go for a small ride. Don't go out and try to beat the world record when you start to cycle, because you'll come back after 5 miles and say, I'll never touch that bike again. It's too hard. You gently take up a pastime. It's just like doing your first walk to the shops. You do it all the time once you've learned you can walk a mile. The most important thing is you've got to do something to stop the emissions. And also your health improves tenfold because of it. Cycling is the kindest pastime to the body. You don't pull muscles, you don't break bones, unless you fall off badly, but you don't normally fall off. I think our biggest battle is to persuade parents and them to persuade their children that this is the way to go. And the schools have to be brought into this too. Many schools do not allow bicycles in the schoolyard because they don't want them there. Yet you can't get to the schoolyard doors because of all the parked vehicles. That's got to stop. Mum and Dad have got to take the kids to school on a bicycle and leave the bicycle there so they can ride home again later in the day. And the benefits are tenfold. You will feel a better person. When I'm writing a speech or before I do a commentary, I go for the bike ride. Now, for me, I'll go a little bit further than what I'm talking about. I'll probably go for a 20 or 30 mile bicycle ride. During that ride, my speech will have been written to perfection, or my first words in my commentating will be ready to go because of all the oxygen that's come into my head. When I worked in Fleet Street and lived in North London, I used to go on a bike there.
I think, Phil, you've given some fantastic top tips there in kind of developing people's confidence, which is great, and just been that real passionate advocate for cycling. And I think if anyone is worried or they're concerned and they're worried and they haven't got the confidence to cycle, you can definitely head to bikeability.org.uk and check out all of our safe top tips for cycling, and to encourage you to get on your bike with confidence. It's the right thing to do for the climate. And Phil, we're definitely saying it's the right thing to do for fun and for confidence as well, isn't it? Absolutely. So thank you so much. We're delighted to take part in Climate Action Live. And get on your bikes, everybody.
Well, that was great talking to Phil Liggett and Emily Cherry there. Thanks to both of you for the support today. And definitely let's get on our bikes and pedal to the metal, especially with having the opportunity to clear your thoughts and get all those ideas and eureka moments while you're pedaling. The last of our 3-panel discussions today, it's going to be looking at the impact of climate on the sea. And for that, I am pleased to welcome back our previous host and dear friend, Richard Louis, who is moderating this discussion. So Richard, join me now. Part of joining the panel with Richard is going to be polar explorer, photographer, climate advocate, Sebastian Copeland. We also have former Green Party UK leader, MP for Brighton Pavilion, Caroline Lucas. Inga Relf, who is Executive Director and co-founder of the Global Choices, prioritizing the looming extinction of the Arctic ice. And last but not least, Bill McKeown, co-founder of 350.org and Schumann Distinguished Professor in residence in the Millbury College in Vermont. So, Richard, over to you.
And thank you for being part of our panel focused on sea. Earlier you saw in the program Land, Air, Now Sea, and we have an illustrious group of experts, our panelists today, and I'll get straight to the introductions of all of them. Thank you for being with us. My name is Richard Louie. I'm a news anchor over at MSNBC and NBC News in the United States. Thank you for being with us. And I'll go in this order. First off, I'd like to introduce Inga Relf, co-founder and executive director of Global Choices. I'd also like to introduce Sebastian Copeland, polar explorer, photographer, and climate advocate. Caroline Lucas, a member of parliament in the UK for Brighton Pavilion. Bill McKibben, co-founder of 350.org and Schumann Distinguished Scholar at Middlebury College. Good day to all four of you, and thanks for being here on this important topic. As you know, throughout Climate Action Live today, we've hit three major tenets. This is sea. So let me start straight with you, Inga. How bad is the situation when we look at the seas of the world in the Arctic and Antarctic?
Gosh, Richard, I wish I could be bearer of some cheery news. However, we have a real ice crisis on our hands. In January, there was a global satellite ice loss survey, and it showed that we've lost some 28 trillion metric tons of ice in the last 30 years. And that the ice loss is now much faster than scientists ever anticipated, especially in the Arctic, where it's warming almost 3 times faster than anywhere else on the globe. And, you know, in a way you want to say, well, who cares? Aren't these just remote frozen wastes, but home to a few polar bears and a few penguins? But we need to care because the ice deflects the sun's heat, and as we lose the ice, the oceans warm, and the more ice we lose, the warmer it all becomes. And so we enter this vicious circle. And we're only beginning to understand the regulating role that the ice caps have in terms of how it impacts ocean circulation, atmospheric circulation, it impacts the jet stream. And, you know, you remember that Texas freeze we had not that long ago? That was an unprecedented polar vortex. So weather patterns will be much more unpredictable right through to mid-latitude. And then, of course, you know, as we lose the ice, we're also losing this very pristine biome with unique species and a whole marine ecology in the ocean that science is really only just beginning to understand. So, you know, the thing with the polar ice is that once it's gone, and it's irrecoverable in our lifetime. We say at Global Choices that you can't plant ice. So there is a bit of hope. The scientists say that we can keep to 1.5 degrees. It might stabilize. So that should be a massive spur to carbon reduction. And you'd think that we'd be doing all we can to hit our Paris targets and to protect the ice we have, but far from it. You know, there's about $100 billion hovering, waiting for this ice to melt and going into exploitation of these exposed riches. So deep seabed mining for rare earth minerals, oil and gas, a tenfold predicted increase in shipping, with all the heavy fuel oil and the black carbon that generates. And then this ambitious idea of having a Suez Canal across the transpolar route. And, in such a remote place, you can just imagine, do you remember that ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal? Imagine if we had that in the Arctic and we had an oil spill in such a pristine environment. So, in short, in many ways, it's business as usual. And we really do have to ask ourselves, what have we learned? And it's really a moral question. Just because we can, should we? And should we have business as usual? We feel not. We feel these are increasingly being recognized as global commons, both the Arctic and the Antarctic, because they have such global impact. And really, as global citizens, we have a collective responsibility to protect them. So that's what we're fighting for.
Inga, thank you for those opening remarks. So appreciate that. Caroline, to you, building on what Inga was saying there, you've been thinking about these problems for quite a bit here, many issues. What do you think we should be focusing on?
Thanks, Richard. Well, I've got a slightly different take on it, because what I wanted to look at really was what is the driving force of destruction, whether we are talking about the sea, the air, the land. And, every time I think about, an environmental campaign, the plastics campaign, overfishing, deforestation, pesticides, climate, the thing that is underlining all of those, frankly, is our economic system that puts profit and growth above people and nature. And thinking about our seas, we know, for example, and ministers know, that the climate emergency poses a triple whammy of threats, that you've got ocean warming, you've got deoxygenation, you've got acidification. All of these are decimating marine life. Yet the UK, for example, has just given the green light for new oil and gas drilling licenses in the North Sea. And, you have to ask yourself why. We know, and ministers know, that plastics, chemicals, sewage are choking our oceans, polluting our water, harming every ocean species from plankton to polar bears, yet still we treat our seas like a sewer. And again, we have to ask ourselves why. We know that deep sea mining risks catastrophic impacts on seafloor species and habitats. Yet instead of backing calls for a global moratorium, the UK government's line is just incredible complacency, essentially saying that they're doing enough. And so I come back to this point that when you think why, given that we know all of this damage is being done, why do we do it? Well, then it is the economy stupid, I'm afraid. Almost 20 years after Bill Clinton's famous election slogan, in today's age of climate and nature crises, it's the economy stupid, I think, has a whole new meaning. So when we ask ourselves, when the warning lights are flashing red, why are we still hurtling towards environmental breakdown? It's because we've got a dangerous and outdated economic system. The climate and nature crises are a feature of it rather than a fault of that kind of economics as usual. And that's why we need to redesign the economy to put the health and well-being of people and planet first. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that we stop campaigning on all the other really vital issues like renewable energy or marine conservation zones or fossil fuel divestment. But it does mean that alongside all of those, we also need to confront the economic elephant in the room, if you like. GDP is a gross domestic problem for people and for nature. We need new economic goals, and we need them fast. And so, to mix my animal metaphors, if we don't confront this economic elephant in the room, we'll continue with a game of environmental whack-a-mole, and eventually we'll lose because we'll only be looking at the symptoms of this deadly economic system rather than the causes of it. And so I just wanted to really stress how important it is, I think, to really support those movements that are supporting a shift away from the idea of economic progress based on GDP growth to one that recognizes the value of nature and aims to deliver a good quality of life for all without overshooting environmental limits. That's the essence of the kind of economic reset that we need. Call it well-being economics, call it donut economics, call it whatever you like. But we need to call out this current economic system, which is causing so much human and ecological devastation. Just as Greta Thunberg did when addressing world leaders at the UN Climate Summit in 2019, when she said, we are in the beginning of mass extinction and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. So my plea would be that we use our voices alongside all of the issues that Inga rightly identified, but let's also use our voices to demand a new economy, one fit for the 21st century, one that puts people and planet first. And if I could just be a bit cheeky, and this is really primarily for people in the UK, but there is a petition that I would love people to sign. They can find it on the parliamentary website, petition.parliament.uk. And it's a petition started by someone actually here in Brighton, calling for a shift to wellbeing economics. If we can get 100,000 signatures on that petition, then we'll trigger a debate in the House of Commons in the run-up to the Glasgow Climate Summit. And that debate would exactly be about shifting to a different kind of economic system.
Caroline, thank you for those opening remarks. Hey, Sebastian Copeland, how long do we have? Can we turn this around?
I think part of the discussion of turning things around, it always comes back to, is it too late? And I think the answer to that is it too late for nothing to have happened? It's definitely too late for that. But is it too late to engage and transform? It's of course never too late for that. Since the release of the IPCC's report on global warming at the 1.5 degrees C, it urged us all to take action and reduce greenhouse gases or face a catastrophic change. We've had the Paris Agreement, we've had science warning us of these consequences, and they have been very, very clear in the natural ecosystems. And you know, COVID has taught us one important lesson, is that we can act multilaterally, that we can actually effectuate action in an urgent fashion, and that we can actually address, as we did in times of war, the urgency of a climate issue as we're facing now. And to that, I think it's important to recognize that the oceans can be a powerful source of solutions if we let it. We basically can help nature do what it does best, and that is to regulate, as it has for the better part of the last 650 million years or so. And so there was a special report on the ocean and cryosphere in a changing climate that was very interesting in sort of promoting solutions, and it was compiled by the World Resources Institute, and essentially looked at how the ocean could literally help us reduce global emissions by 11 billion tons by 2050, which is essentially the equivalent of all of the world's coal-fired power plants presently. And this was sort of a 5-point plan. If I recall properly, it had an ocean-based renewable energy policy, which is generating offshore winds. And there's plenty to be done on the subject. If you look at Europe, we have 5,400 offshore turbines in Europe, which meets a growing portion of Europe's energy needs. Whereas in the United States, we have exactly 7 wind turbines that are offshore. In transport on the oceans as well, we can retool our ships to zero emission, zero carbon fuels with hydrogen and ammonia and some biofuels instead of diesel and bunker oil. And then we've got also the management of coastal and marine ecosystems, mangroves, salt marshes, seagrasses, all of which can store carbon. And there's, of course, the seaweed aquaculture as well that can be used for fuel, food, and other significant mitigating potential. There's the fish issue, the fisheries and the marine aquaculture, which is an urgent call to revise our dietary needs and habits. And finally, there's also a very exciting new development in carbon storage and seaweed and the seabed itself, which has a huge potential. Still has some technical and economic challenges, but science needs to do the talking, and technology can offer us, most of the solutions that we need, and the rest is essentially political will, and that has a lot to do with public opinion and the media, and thus the conversations that we have today.
Great, Sebastian. Thank you so much for your opening comments there. Bill McKibben, what are the oceans showing us about the long-term prognosis for humankind?
Well, good question, but forget about long-term, Richard. We're talking about things that are happening very much in real time at this point. Last year, for instance, was the most active hurricane season we've ever seen in the North Atlantic. We had 30 storms. We ran out of letters in the alphabet. We were into the Greek alphabet before we were done. And what the hurricane season demonstrated, among other things, was, and this is something Caroline was beginning to allude to, the kind of iron law of climate change. The less you did to cause it, the sooner and the harder you get hit. The last two storms of the year came ashore, Eta and Iota, came ashore about 10 miles apart in Nicaragua. They expended most of their fury on Honduras and Guatemala. The damage they did was almost unbelievable. We think the damage in Honduras may have been equivalent to about 3% of GDP, compared to about 1% of GDP in the worst storm ever to hit the U.S., Katrina. What that means is that there are a lot of people on the move now north from Central America to the southern border of the U.S. because you can't grow food if there's a foot of sand on your field, or you can't bring food to market if the bridge isn't there anymore. I don't know quite what the legal standing of those people will be when they arrive at the southern border of the U.S., but their moral standing is beyond reproach. People in Honduras and Guatemala did not a thing to cause climate change. Their totals and carbon tables were rounding errors, whereas those of us in the UK or the US have for hundreds of years been pouring carbon into the atmosphere. We're responsible for most of what's up there. So we now face this situation where the damage has started to really happen. The number of refugees from climate-related disaster, be it hurricanes over the ocean or be it desertification on land, now greatly outstrips the number who flee civil strife or unrest. And so if we're serious about talking about peace, then we're talking very much about doing everything we can, as Sebastian says, to try and limit the rise in temperature just as fast as we can. And I agree with Caroline, that's going to take some very different thinking than the thinking that got us into this mess in the first place.
Bill, thank you for that. And our panelists, thank you so much for, at least for our discussion right now, is the informed part. We're now going to move into some of the inspirations that all four of you bring to the conversation. And me being a cable news anchor, as I like to say, inspire each other. Go ahead and interrupt if you like. Be kind, of course. But this is the kind part of our discussion, the inspire. What is the hope? And who's getting it right? Who would like to go? Okay, then I will. Okay, Bill, go ahead. I saw your hand. I saw some signs of life there.
Well, look, I mean, there's two things that have happened over the last decade that are good. One, engineers have brought the price of renewable power down sharply. So solar power and wind power are the cheapest way to generate electricity on the planet, and we know how to use electricity to do the things that humans need to do. Left to itself, however, the economics won't begin to get us where we need to go because we have to go very, very fast. This is a timed test. As Sebastian said, the IPCC has told us that if we haven't cut emissions in half by 2030, then forget the Paris targets. So the other important development of the last 10 years, and the really hopeful thing, is that people have built a big, broad movement. 350 was one of the first iterations of this, but it's happily been joined by Sunrise Movement, Extinction Rebellion, the complete beauty of junior high and high school students, and Fridays for the Future. Everybody knows Greta Thunberg, and they should. She's great. There's no one I like working with more. But she'd be the first to tell you that the most beautiful part is there are 10,000 Greta Thunbergs, and they have 10 million followers around the planet. They're doing unbelievable work, and it's precisely that consciousness raising that's brought us to the point, finally, even in the United States, where we're beginning to talk not about climate denial, but about climate action. It's not easy. The president is having a hell of a time even getting basic infrastructure bills through, but he's trying, and that momentum takes us towards Glasgow. with all the countries in the world hopefully feeling some of the same kinds of pressure, we're not going to stop global warming at this late date, obviously. What we're trying to do is stop it short of the place where it cuts civilization off at the knees. Even that is very much an open question, but if we can do it, it's thanks to those two groups of people, engineers and activists, each of whom have done the work that was set before them.
Yeah, and I think it's also really a matter of scaling the technology, because there is plenty of that technology out there. There are countries that are doing well. Costa Rica is essentially carbon neutral. We've got a lot of Scandinavian countries that are generating a lot of their energy from wind turbines at sea, of course. And I'm fond to say that when the U.S. sneezes, the rest of the world gets the flu. And getting out of a president who repudiated science and getting one who actually recognizes science as the force that it should be in informing us, in helping us project and model, and in doing so raising the alarm. So at this point, it seems like the momentum is building, and it's a good feeling to have the wind in our sails after essentially 4 years of acrimonious despair. But the work has just begun. I've just come back from the Green Tech Festival in Berlin, where so many new technologies were on display. And I have to say that this is a very inspiring platform to be seeing the level of ingenuity, all the innovation that's going in. I mean, Audi just announced that by 2026, they'll stop making fuel and diesel vehicles. I think that these are big announcements. GM, of course, had announced that by 2035. These enormous companies that are committing to that. And I think with this Audi announcement, we can be pretty sure that other automotives will be coming on board sooner. But then there's the very exciting development in hydrogen fuel and what this can do both to ships, commercial ships, which are unfortunately just a necessity of the global economy, but we can do that with zero emissions. So I think that there's a lot of hope out there. There's certainly a movement, as Bill was saying, which is Fridays for the Future, Extinction Rebellion, Sunset Movement. 350 has absolutely been the godfather of this movement for decades, and it is definitely a time to be hopeful. A lot more so than it was a year ago. And particularly with COVID, I think we also recognize that we can actually collectively and globally take positions. The Paris Agreement is this sort of symbiotic seal that we have of approval for all countries that have signed. At this point, there's none who has not. So now it's just a matter of, metaphorically placing the foot on the accelerator.
Inga, I think you raised your hand earlier too. Yep. Oh, I think, there you go.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted now, yes. I apologize.
No, I was just going to say I'm totally with Sebastian. I think there is a lot of hope to be had here. And when you just look back, even in 5 years, how much the discourse has changed, really, both business, political. I mean, it's in every news bulletin. It's so present. And so at least that awareness is certainly far, far greater than it's ever been. And I think the other hopeful thing is that we are realizing that this is a systems issue and that we are beginning to join dots, which we hadn't done. Everything was done in silos. And now we begin to see the interdependence, the interconnectedness of everything. We're beginning to bring in biodiversity into the discourse. It's incredible that last COP was the first time they actually brought the oceans into the COP in any meaningful way. So I think that joining the dots is a really, really important one. And then I'm with Bill on, if any of you caught Mitzi Tan, one of our Arctic Angels earlier, I just think the quality and the consciousness of these young leaders, it's just quite remarkable. We have this network of young women leaders and activists, and it's not just knowledge that they've armed themselves with, but with a genuine desire and purpose and a generosity of spirit, which I find utterly inspiring. And I do think it has to be an intergenerational effort, though, because we hear too often that our hope lies with the young people, but it has to be intergenerational. And I do also think that the younger generations recognize that they are standing on the shoulders of people like Bill, who have spent years and years and years fighting this battle. And I do think that we're now at a turning point. And if we can make the wise decisions, it actually is going to be a very, very interesting and bright future.
Yep.
So I was just going to say, I'm worried about sort of bringing the tone down, because of course there are reasons to be hopeful, but there are also reasons to be really worried. And frankly, that's because I'm just worried that we're just not going to act fast enough. There are all of these wonderful things happening, and young people absolutely are at the heart of that. There's nothing more powerful than having a young person looking you in the eyes and absolutely saying, you are wrecking my future. That is immensely powerful, and all credit to everything that they've done. But at the same time, when I look what's happening here in the UK, we've got a government that's getting terribly good at waving targets around, but not actually putting the policies in place to deliver them. A government that's very good at being full of warm words and rhetoric, but again, continuing with business as usual when it comes to road building, aviation expansion, and so on. And I suppose I do worry that although everyone has now kind of learnt the language of climate action, if you like, the danger is it's quite difficult to work out what is greenwash and what is real. And I think that the real concern now is less about climate denial and more about climate delaying, because there is such a thing as being too late. And my feeling is that there's every chance that we will go down in history as the species that spent all its time monitoring its own extinction rather than taking action to take steps to avoid it. In terms of where else I find hope, I would point not just to young people, but also the kind of burgeoning movement of citizens' assemblies on climate change in particular, where you get a genuine cross-section, representative cross-section of society together. And when you give them the objective science around climate change, then they are far more ambitious and bold in their policy proposals than anything that's coming out of government. And these are genuinely people, a genuine cross-section of people across the country. Some people who started that process didn't care about climate change at all. And now they're hugely motivated. So that's exciting, that when people are given that information, they are mobilizing to do something about it. And I guess finally, just to say, here in the UK, there's a movement that I'm involved in called the Climate and Ecological Emergency Alliance. It's putting forward a new climate bill for the UK. The same huge alliance of interests have come together behind it, including business and trade unions and MPs and others, basically trying to update our climate legislation here in the UK so that, for example, it would include consumption emissions linked to the products that we import. It's very easy for the UK to look as if we're reducing our emissions if essentially we've just outsourced all of our manufacturing to China. It does include aviation emissions, shipping emissions. It includes a citizens' assembly to guide politicians on the way forward. And crucially also, it brings nature and climate together, because unless we tackle those two things together, we won't actually address either of them properly.
I think just to chime in on one more thing, that Carolyn was just alluding to, I think that it's also important to recognize that, that there's a time issue here, and that's the greatest challenge that we're facing, because the momentum is building and it's headed in the right direction. It certainly is no time to get, complacent about it, but it's also important to recognize what is going on, and you're seeing that as well in the financial sector. With the divest movement, which has been successful. There's still a long ways to go, but many banks and countries, in fact, Norway's sovereign foreign fund has a couple of years ago decided not to invest, which is a bit of an irony here, of course, because they do produce a hell of a lot of gas and oil. But there's a new financial institution called Aspiration that sort of reached this unicorn level within just about a year, signing 4 million users in this financial sector because they're promoting $25 an hour salaries and no guns and of course nothing to do with pollutants and oil and gas. And so this is the train, I think, is definitely moving out of the station, and by definition, because of the way that business goes, nobody wants to be left in the station when it comes to business. That's why I mentioned Audi earlier. It creates this sort of, this systemic transformation. And the question is, of course, when and how fast. And I think we need to brace ourselves because the impact will come. But then again, we were able to, and we are in the process of delivering a billion COVID vaccines around the world. And I think this is a way to communicate how we recognize this problem to be global. And I think climate will be seen in the same way.
Very good. Inga.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I hear your point, Caroline. I mean, policy change is incredibly difficult to make. It's actually always the slowest. But I come from a commercial background and did a lot of mergers and acquisitions and turnarounds. And it's always this turnaround time, this transition that is so difficult and so choppy. And I have a feeling that actually business, these young people, civil society is going to be far ahead of the politicians. It's going to really be pushing the politicians. So I'm very hopeful for that, I must say. And just to add also to the other point on the legal front, I think there's enormously interesting stuff happening on the legal front. I mean, this recent Shell case taking precedent, also, these young people taking the Australian government to task. Those sort of precedents, we're no longer going to be able to wait 10, 15, 17 years for a UN treaty to happen. It's going to be legal precedent that sets accountability. And so that gives me enormous hope because it will speed things up.
I think you're really right that in my experience, many businesses and many financial institutions are miles ahead of where governments are. They just want the level playing field. They want the policy certainty so that they know that it's safe to invest. But essentially, when you think about those groups like B Corps and many others, they are the ones who are actually putting values into business. And they are going at a speed that, most governments just kind of look and are well in the rearview mirror. So that, I agree with you, is hopeful.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, sorry to interrupt, Richard, is that we benefit today from something that we didn't have 10 years ago, and that is communications. That even within the financial sector, we're able to verify and to see where the money is being invested. And so from that standpoint, because money, of course, is the greatest agent of change, along with behaviors. But with that, we've seen the business roundtable, a couple of years ago, changed their definition of their fiduciary responsibility and no longer making that making money for shareholders, but to be a responsible entity. So these are definitely platforms that speak when the ultra-conservative financial market is starting to move, that you're moving in the right direction.
We're now finishing our final phase, that's engage, and you each have 30 seconds to answer these two questions. 30 seconds. What does no climate action, no peace mean to you? And what can folks like me do? 30 seconds. Go to you first, Inga.
Well, it's so obvious. No climate action, no peace. I think we also have to make peace with nature and see ourselves as part of nature. And when we really understand that, we will protect nature. What can we do? Well, there's a very interesting statistic that 1 ton of carbon saved protects 3 meters square of ice. And so for me, that's a very strong visual of what I can do every time I reduce my carbon footprint.
Perfect. 30 seconds, Caroline.
Well, there is no peace on a ravaged planet, and the links between environmental destruction and conflict are well established. There was a report, a Harvard study a few years back, that found that oil is now a leading cause of war. So I think those links are clear. I think there are 100 things that people can do. They can mobilize in their local communities. They can think about who they're going to vote for. They can, if they've got money, if they're lucky enough to have that, they could try to make sure that their pensions are divested and put into positive ways forward.
Thank you. Sebastian, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I'm going to chime in with Caroline on this one. Needless to say, climate is affecting global calories and hydrology. With the loss of either one of those, people start to move and seek places that are more prosperous, and this concerns us all. It will lose 19% of presently human inhabited lands by 2070. That's about 1.2 billion people will be on the move towards more prosperous environments and destabilizing these socio-economics and sociopolitics. As far as what we can do, curiosity is always the best tool in every circumstances, especially in crisis. Be informed, engage yourself, and don't be lazy.
I lied. You actually have one more word to say, but only one. And that is for those who have been listening to this discussion, what's the one word they should take away if you were to try to summarize it into one word? And really, just one. Caroline.
Urgency.
Sebastian.
Hope.
Inga.
Interdependence.
Marvelous, all four of you. Thank you so much for being on this discussion about sea. You will notice that we are missing one box. It is not because we ran out of screen space, but Bill McKibben is in the middle of a storm, so the storm took away the electricity for him. Thank you, Bill McKibben. Thank you, Caroline Lucas. Thank you, Sebastian Copeland. Thank you, Inga Relf. We appreciate all of your expertise in this discussion, the third leg of Land, Air, and Sea. You all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Whoa. Thank you, panelists, for such a lively discussion. And now we're going to have an exciting interview with two stars of the electric motor racing world. Katie Munnings and Timmy Hansen are the Andretti United Extreme e-drivers. Welcome. The championship cars that they drive are fully electric, Odyssey 21. Katie won the European Rally Championship Ladies Trophy in 2016, and Timmy was a FIA World Rallycross Championship Drivers and Teams overall champion in 2019. Today, they're here participating in Climate Action Live. So welcome, Timmy and Katie.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Well, I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure the audience as well, but we're going to go over some of the top curiosities in your world. So, Katie, shall we start with you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So you're an Andretti United Extreme e-driver. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you do and how your work highlights the impact on climate change?
Yeah, of course. So Extreme E is an electric off-road championship, and we're basically racing in SUVs in the most remote locations on the planet. And we're racing against some of the top names in motorsport, from Formula One, from World Rally, from Rallycross, loads of different backgrounds, and they're all coming together to race in these events side by side against each other. We're not racing on tracks, so we're racing in the raw natural environment, but we're racing without a trace. So our mission and our aim is to raise awareness for climate change. And so it's actually really exciting for us drivers, because not only are we having some really exciting racing on the track, we're also raising awareness for the area that we're racing in. So the Desert X-Prix, the Ocean X-Prix, the Amazon X-Prix, all of these areas have got a different issue with climate change. And we're highlighting that, and we're actually on the ground working with different legacy programs that will stay for years after we've raced to try and have an impact on the local environment and to reverse the effects of climate change. And also using the huge voice that sport has and that all the different drivers in the championship have of promoting and building awareness of what we can do individually for climate change.
It's really amazing. I had the opportunity to be in the E-Extreme race in Dakar just recently, a couple of weeks ago, and we planted thousands of mangroves. And I didn't really was not aware of the importance of mangroves in the balance of our ecosystem. So personally, I believe what you guys are doing, it's challenging that status quo of how we can do things differently and with good practices. Timmy, what does it mean to you for this sport to be creating this inspiration? Like I, as an individual that was just there, had this motivation and was so inspired by generating the link with people and climate action or climate change.
Motorsport's been, I love motorsport and motor racing, and to be able to do that and still doing that in a positive way. Motorsports, like in history, it's been quite dirty, and now to turn that around and not only becoming zero, but doing like Extreme E and promoting what's going on with the environment. We're going to places that are damaged already by climate change. We race in those places. We help the local communities to recover, and we spread the message of what's going on in the same time as racing electric SUVs, and hopefully helping the manufacturers and promoting that to the people, that what we are able to do to save the crisis that we're in.
Absolutely. And, what I think it's also that when you have that opportunity to put that highlight on this fragile ecosystems, you create that awareness and you connect people to take action, because sometimes we take so much for granted, the fragility and the importance of our ecosystem, the water, the mangroves, the Amazons, the icebergs,
incredible. And it's all connected. Like that's something that I've learned. Like you cannot believe that something's going on in one place in the world and not affecting the other. Like we're going around the whole globe, racing in places, and they're all affecting each other. So that's really cool.
And also, it's a race. It's not only a passion; it's a passion with impact. So, I have. And Katie, we think that the climate, our problem, it's an emergency, but how much time or how urgent is the climate emergency that we're living in? The clock is ticking. So how urgent you as a racer and as a young person think that you have to take action into implementing new ways and better ways of using our commodities, and in this case, race?
Yeah, I think this year especially, it's kind of highlighted to me how immediate action needs to take place. It's okay to watch on TV and kind of disconnect yourself from what's going on in other parts of the world that way. But when we've actually been on the ground and we've been hearing this from the local people about how their environment's changed, and we've also been having lectures every evening, all the drivers. So normally we go to a race and we're watching the onboard videos and studying, but we also have time to have lectures from leading scientists who are educating us. And they're really saying, this is right now, this is the issue. And we haven't got time to wait 10 years to fix it. And I think that's the when you actually see that in real life, like when we were in the desert and we saw people losing homes to desertification, through rising temperatures, over farming, all of these issues that we have, and pollutants in the soil. I think it actually makes you realize that the world is kind of, it's a scary place to be in right now. And it's definitely made me change all of the small habits. Because it's very easy to say, okay, all the big companies should make changes, but I think we all have a bigger responsibility to that now, and I think that it's really positive. And I was really impressed that Extreme E aren't just kind of raising awareness and then leaving. I've been speaking to some people, for example, when we were planting the mangroves in Senegal, and they said they're employed by this. Their families have been employed during COVID by this to plant these trees, and that gives a lot of the ecosystem in that particular area. It really increases the biodiversity and the fishing of mussels and oysters in particular, and that is the whole economy for that town. And so I think it has such a big impact. It's not just the climate that we're working on. I think when you make these changes, it actually affects every sector. And so when you start looking at the bigger picture, it's not too late. There is so much positive work that we can do, but we all have to kind of step up and say, okay, I can do my bit, and I'm going to start right now.
It's not too late, but time is running out. So absolutely. And as this event is called, no climate action, no peace. And you were saying, the climate action is so essential towards these communities, their lifestyles. And if we don't take care of the climate, then you have all this natural problems and come out hurricanes and tsunamis, and they devastate cities and communities, and then that generates uncertainty and violence, and no climate action, no peace. But Timmy, I have a question. With all the learnings of what you've seen in the development of electric racing cars and that technology, how do you find that there's a way into taking this technology into the commercial electric car production? Am I going to be driving one of this in Miami sometime soon?
I hope so. I hope so for you. It's a cool car, but I've grown up seeing Formula One and seeing the technology they have there, and later getting that implemented into the cars that we're driving today. How the way that they handle and the safety systems and so on, and the engines that are in the cars today, they've kind of reached their limit in efficiency and so on. But now when we transfer to electric, it's a whole new technology and it's unexplored. And sports have this incredible drive, that the competition, you always want to be better. And it doesn't matter where you go, you have to take the next step and continue forward. And I hope that we'll be able to work on this technology, on these electric engines and the batteries, and making them more and more efficient, because we do have the same amount of energy to use, but then the more efficient the cars get, the faster we'll go around the track. And when translating that to the roads, more efficient means that you'll get further with the same energy. So I think that motorsport now is able to really pay back, and give back to the world, as it did in the 80s maybe, and the 90s when turbos were discovered and so on. Now, I don't know what's around the corner, but it's extremely exciting to be right in the middle of this. And, I love driving cars, and this is my sport, this is my passion. And knowing that this can contribute to making the world a better place for my son. When he grows up, he has the same beautiful world and beautiful nature to visit and to see as we have today.
That is so cool. As you say, you don't know what the outcome is going to be, but you're in the middle of it. So you're already creating a change and talking about that change that we can do individually for both of you. But I'm going to start with Katie. What do you think we can do as individuals to engage with climate action?
I think the biggest thing is don't freak out. Don't think you've got to completely change the world in one day. It's small actions. Use less plastic. Think about switching your car to an electric car. Think about walking instead of taking a taxi. All of these things will make a difference. And Extreme E actually is running a Count Us In campaign where you can make small actions and then add them onto the leaderboard to affect the overall race results. So there's fun ways of doing it too, I think.
Let's do it. It's all about that. Katie and Timmy, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for taking action in this great event.
Thank you so much, and good luck with your work.
Appreciated. So music now from, that was Katie Munnings and Timmy Hansen there, drivers from the Andretti United Extreme E. What a way to make a living. And now we're going to have some more music from the Philippines. A video creator who has 5.4 million followers in TikTok. We're so grateful and excited that she has created a special performance for Climate Action Live. Please welcome, big welcome, the fabulous voice of Mona Gonzalez.
Falling out, falling in, nothing sure in this world, no, no. Breaking out, breaking in, never knowing what lies ahead. We can really never tell it all. No, 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 to a lover or friend. Sometimes we never could understand why some things begin then just end. We can really never tell it all. No, 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 no. But oh, can't you see that no matter what happens, life goes on and on. And so, oh baby, just smile, 'cause I'm always around you, and I'll make you see how beautiful life is for you and me. Take a little time, baby, see the butterflies, colors, listen to the birds that were sent to sing for me and you. Can you feel me? This is such a wonderful place to be. Even if there is pain now, everything will be alright. For as long as the world still turns, there will be night and day. Can you hear me? There's a rainbow always after the rain. Oh, oh, oh. Hidden high, hidden low, win or lose you should go. Yeah, yeah. Getting warm, getting cold, weather could be so good. Oh, bad. But baby, this is life now, don't get mad. And no, 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 no. 'Cause oh, can't you see that no matter what happens, life goes on and on. And so, oh baby, please smile, 'cause I'm always around you, and I'll make you see how beautiful life is for you and me. Take a little time, baby, see the butterflies, colors, listen to the birds that were sent to sing for me and you. Can you feel me? This is such a wonderful place to be. Even if there is pain now, everything will be alright. For as long as the world still turns, there will be night and day. Can you hear me? There's a rainbow always after the rain. Life's full of challenges, not all the time we get what we want. But don't despair, my dear. You take each trial and you make it through the storm, 'cause you're strong. My faith in you is clear. So I say once again, this was wonderful. Let us celebrate a life that's so beautiful, so beautiful. Listen to the birds that were sent to sing for me and you. Can you feel me? This is such a wonderful place to be. Even if there is pain now, everything will be alright. For as long as the world still turns, there will be night and day. Can you hear me? There's a rainbow always after the rain.
For me, it's restoring the forests and planting more trees. Because in our country, whenever there's a typhoon, landslides are one of the main problems. As our country becomes more advanced and like the need to construct more buildings, the importance of nature becomes a little bit compromised. Music influences us a lot. It is sometimes our way of expressing ourselves or communicating. It's like a universal language that all of us can understand. Although music can change the world in many different ways. But for me, I guess it starts with how it can make someone feel inspired and empowered by it. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They learn so much more than I'll ever know. And I'll think to myself, what a wonderful world. Ooh, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. To always remember to give importance to our environment. That whatever we do, we must not forget that it is our responsibility to take good care of this world.
Thank you, Mona Gonzalez. Gracias. What a beautiful, special performance for today's Climate Action Live. Wow, it is indeed a wonderful world. And today we have a wonderful woman who's going to give us some words of peace. She is a renowned British actress who has appeared in some of the biggest TV dramas of recent years. The Driver, My Mad Fat Diary, Safe House, Mr. Selfridges, and The Mill. She received a critical acclaim for her performance in Dan Kokotayo's festival hit film, Apostasy, and has just finished shooting Frances O'Connor, Emily. Please, let's give a warm welcome to Sasha Parkinson.
Hi, I'm Sasha Parkinson, and today I'm going to be reading The Peace of Wild Things by Wendell Berry. When despair for the world grows in me, and I wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what my life and my children's lives may be, I go and lie down where the wood drake rests in his beauty on the water, and the great heron feeds. I come into the peace of wild things, who do not tax their lives with forethought of grief. I come into the presence of still water, and I feel above me the day-blind stars waiting with their light. And for a time, I rest in the grace of the world, and am free. Thank you.
And Sasha Parkinson there. Thank you, Sasha, for everything you've done to help us today. And now a little bit more music, and this is a critically acclaimed artist from Goma. In Kivu Province, Eastern Democratic Republic of El Congo, he's toured with Akon. He's best known for adapting Afro beats and hip hop, and he's also a mean for the djembe. Please, let's welcome back with a set list curated for this event, Enos B.
This one is called Together as One. Yeah. Big shout out to Climate Action. Enos B. Tutaimba na kucheza sote pamoja. Tutaimba na kucheza sote pamoja. We sing for peace, we dance for change, together as one. We sing for peace, we dance for change, together as one. Mi mtoto wa mama, yeah, mi mtoto wa gogo. Maisha kujuana, maisha kupendana, maisha kusaidiana. Sote pamoja, tutaimba na kucheza sote pamoja. We sing for peace, we dance for change, together as one. We sing for peace, we dance for change, together as one. We sing it for the pizza, we sing it for the pizza. We sing it for the pizza, pizza, pizza. We sing it for the pizza. We sing it for the pizza. Hey. Tutaimba na kucheza sote pamoja. Tutaimba na kucheza sote pamoja. Yeah, yo. We sing for peace. We dance for change, together as one. We sing for peace, we dance for change, together as one. Yeah. Climate Action 2021. Welcome to Afro Congo. Let's go. The next one is called Yope. Check it out. One of the biggest tunes in Africa. Otimbi na Timbelio. Yuma no gagati. Soba no gagati. You man no gagas, Odele mi no na kwe, Osali no lo kote, Otoki no kutude, Na pete gaga bongo, you pay bakasa ya. You pay bakasa ya. Hey! Odele mi no na kwe, Osali no lo kote, Otoki no kutude, Na pete gaga bongo, you pay bakasa ya. You pay bakasa ya. Hey! You man no gagat, Zoba no gagat, you man no gagat. Hey! Toda golia, toda comela, toyena pogame. Lije, liliete, you pay bapesa ya. You pay bapesa ya. Nakate oyeba ni kutude, omona na nude, okuti sherina ompwe, egomia go eklame, you pay bapesa ya. You pay bapesa ya. Hey! You man no gagat, Zoba no gagat, you man no gagat. Let's go! Climate Action 2021 in us. Komeka kutude Afro Congo. Yeah, abrra. In us. My bignon, let's go. Nagai, nagai, nagai. Komeka kutude Afro Congo. Yeah. Oya, Sukuma. Simba na weka moto. Sukuma. Ameya walale watoto. Sukuma gayogo. Ayogo. Sagayogo. Mogo mogo. Yeah. Wape, wape. Twasema wape. Wape, wape. Sasa wape. Swameta kasho. Ukomesha. Nyono ya kwenye choo. Nyongesha. Oya, mateka mikono juu. Ebu shusha chini. Weka tena juu. Shusha kwa kiuno. Suna nyatia nyatia. Sabu nyatia nyatia. Suna nyatia nyatia. Sabu nyatia. Afro Congo #1. Suna nyatia nyatia. Yeah. Yes, yes, family. Big shout out to Peace One Day. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks to Climate Action 2021. And this was Afro Congo #1. In us.
Oh, dancing. Thank you, Enos B, for that fantastic performance, especially for today's Climate Action Live. Wow. And now we're going to welcome back Sasha Parkinson to conduct an extraordinary interview. Our eminent interviewee is adjunct professor for climate justice in Trinity College, Dublin. Also is the chair of the elders. She was the first woman to hold the President's post of Ireland and former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. She served as the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Climate Change leading up to the Paris Agreement in 2016. And his Special Envoy on El Niño as well and climate. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please welcome Mary Robinson.
Hello and welcome to Climate Action Live. I'm Sasha Parkinson and I have the great privilege of interviewing Chair of the Elders, Mary Robinson. Hello, Mary.
Sasha, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm in Dublin and it's sunny, so I can't complain.
Can't complain, yeah, that's true. So I'm going to go straight in with the questions. What is the most pressing issue that we face?
The most pressing issue is the climate crisis, because we need to take decisions this year to prevent humankind from being in out of control situation for climate.
What do you see as the long-term outcome for human beings?
The long-term outcome depends on what we do this year. And I'm hopeful that we will take the right decisions at the two conferences, the COP15 in China on biological diversity and COP26 in Glasgow. And then we'll be on course for a 1.5 degree world, which means that it will be much healthier because we won't have air pollution. It will be much fairer because we will have a green economy with green jobs.
How confident are you in the ability of human beings to solve the climate crisis?
Well, believe it or not, Sasha, I am more confident now, post-COVID, turning the whole world upside down, than I was in January 2020, when I wondered if countries were going to have the necessary sense of ambition. Now, I think COVID has taught us how vulnerable we are, how fragile our humanity is, how collective our fate is, that it affects everyone. And so I think we're more serious about addressing the climate issue, and I'm more hopeful.
Oh, well, that's so good to hear. And absolutely, I think it has made everyone vulnerable and just realize what is important in life as well. And part of that is the world we live in. It's if we don't make changes now, it's not going to end well for any of us. Where do you find your hope, Mary?
Well, I'm required as chair of the elders to bring hope, because Nelson Mandela, when he brought the elders together in 2007 on his 89th birthday, he wanted us to help to continue his legacy of working for peace, working for human rights, working for young people, for those on the margins, etc. And he said, bring hope where there is despair. And Archbishop Tutu, the first chair of the elders, taught me a lesson when we were together in New York at a meeting addressing young people, because he was challenged by the moderator, Archbishop Tutu, why are you so optimistic? And he said, oh no, I'm a prisoner of hope. And I've thought a lot about that. I think we all have to be prisoners of hope, meaning, the glass may not be half full. I'm raising a glass at the moment. You can see I've been drinking. It's almost empty. We work with what's there, and we make a difference. We make our communities resilient. We fight back to ensure that we have a future.
What does the core message of today's event, no climate action, no peace, mean to you?
Putting together no climate action, no peace recognizes that we are at a critical stage in relation to the climate crisis. If we don't take action, we will have terrible disruptions. We will have forced movement of people, forced to move because they can no longer live in dry, arid conditions, in flooded places, etc. Whole cities around the world could go under with sea level rise very shortly if we don't take the right steps. So we can't have peace in terrible circumstances of disruption. So there's a complete link between the two.
Mary, what is the most important thing that we can all do right now as individuals to help the climate crisis?
When I talk to audiences, as I do a lot nowadays, I ask not for one thing, but that everyone, all of us, should take 3 steps. And the first step is to make the climate crisis personal in your life, because it's important enough to do that. Don't leave it to politicians or large corporations. Yes, they have to do, but we all. And how do we know we've made it personal? We have to do something we weren't doing yesterday, like recycling more carefully, using our energy more efficiently, changing our diet, eating less meat. Secondly, we must get angry with those who have more responsibility, and that is governments, it's large corporations, it's investors, it's cities, because they need to move more quickly, as the young climate activists keep calling for. And thirdly, and this speaks to something I said earlier, we must imagine this world we need to be hurrying towards. We need to be in a different place entirely by 2030. We need to have reduced by 50% our emissions globally. And that's a big challenge. But what will it mean? It will mean that we'll have a much healthier world. We'll clearly have a much fairer world because we will have had to share the green technology with developing countries, and they will have access to electricity. Women won't have to cook on open fires and suffer air pollution indoors. They'll have access to green digital jobs in the developing world. It will be a much more equal world. It's a world I'm looking forward to, but we don't talk about it enough. It will motivate us more if we really want to get there.
I have to admit, when I was very kindly asked to do this a couple of days ago, as soon as I was asked, I was like, yeah, sure, sign me up. And then the more I thought about it, I suddenly felt overwhelmed and a little bit out of my depth, because I realized that although I have consciously made changes in my lifestyle for the environment, especially over the past couple of years, I realized that the climate crisis, discussing the climate crisis just isn't a conversation I really have, or isn't something I think about as much as I should. And I felt really embarrassed, and I thought, oh gosh, maybe I'm not the right person for this. And I think it's really easy then to avoid a conversation through fear of, coming across ignorant. And then I realized, no, it's actually super important for me to step into this space as a space where we should all be, and use it as an opportunity to learn and question myself and question what I do and don't do. And yeah, I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to interview, because you've contributed so much to the fight for change. And it's really opened my eyes and gave me a push to, make more positive changes in my life.
I think you're entirely the appropriate person to have this conversation, because you have gone through a process I hope everybody is ready to go through and must go through, of making it personal in your life and seeing that you can make a contribution. And we've learned something from COVID, from the COVID-19 pandemic. We've learned that collective human behavior actually matters. It's the only thing that has protected us from the virus as we wait for the vaccine rollout. So that's good. And then, the good news for you, where you are now, is that by making it personal and taking ownership a little bit of the issue, that helps your anxiety and your sense that this is something a bit too big for me. No, you kind of come to terms with the fact that you're on the right side of the issue now, and that's a good thing for your mind and for your mental health as well, which is important.
Absolutely. And I feel empowered now to go and spread the message, spread it far and wide. It's okay me doing my little bits, which is great, but it's important to encourage other people and those around us to also make the changes too. You're right. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to interview today. I've learned a lot.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Me too. Take care.
What an extraordinary interview there. Thank you very much, Mary Robinson. A big round of applause. Our thanks too to Sasha Parkinson for all her support today in such a special day, Climate Action Live. More music now from a Nigerian-born author, an award-winning singer who actually survived, is the only two survivors of a plane crash that took the lives of 107 people in Nigeria back in 2005. Since then, she has found her true voice as a finalist in America's Got Talent. She has become an advocate for various global causes, but such as youth empowerment, but most importantly, in climate. And today, I just want to give a warm welcome to this inspirational artist, Kechi. Welcome to Climate Action Live.
This song is called Don't You Dare. It's an original song that I came out with in 2018, and it's an inspirational song. So I hope you enjoy.
The road you walk has not been easy. Every day you face another climb. You'd have every right to pull out of this fight, but don't you dare. You've had more than your share of heartaches. You're afraid of falling one more time, and the voices that you hear say to listen to your fear, but don't you dare, don't you dare give up on tomorrow. Don't you dare tell your dreams goodbye. We can make it through the shadows. Keep on moving toward the light. Though the world may turn against you, don't believe the lie that no one cares. Don't you dare, don't you dare. I know it's hard to think of starting over, to be open to another chance. Seems too high a price to pay, and you'd rather run away. But don't you dare, don't you dare give up on tomorrow. Don't you dare tell your dreams goodbye. We can make it through the shadows. Keep on moving toward the light. Though the world may turn against you, don't believe the lie that no one cares. Don't you dare, don't you dare. The promise of your soul can still be realized. Just look at me, and then you'll see hope is still alive.
This song is called Fight Song by Rachel Platten, and it's a beautiful, inspiring song, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like how a single word can make your heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking ball inside my brain, I will scream them aloud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep. You say I'm in too deep. It's been 3 years and I miss my home, but there's a fire burning in my bones. I still believe, yeah, I still believe. And all of those things I didn't say, wrecking ball inside my brain, I will scream them loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. A lot of fight left in me. Oh, like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like how a single word can make your heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I still got a lot of fight left in me. No, I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
Wow, that's it. Many, many thanks. Gracias for that incredible performance of Ketchi. Now, Climate Action Live is the latest development that Peace One Day, the non-for-profit, that was founded in 1999 by this young British filmmaker who wanted to document his efforts to establish a day, one day of nonviolence, one day of ceasefire, one day that we can all connect with the language of peace. After 2 years, that day was adopted unanimously by all member states of the United Nations, and we have established 21st of September as the Global Peace Day. After 20 years of work, an estimated 1.4 billion people now know of the day and participate and take action. But this year, Peace One Day has taken an unexpected turn. To tell us about it, I have the honor to welcome the man who has inspired my career in social entrepreneurship, who has inspired me and given me hope, as many of other young people around the world that peace is something that we can create as long as we work together. Please welcome founder of Peace One Day, the one and only Jeremy Gilley.
Hey, Eglantina. Wow, what a lovely welcome you gave me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No. Come on, I'm going to cry. But there's no crying today because it's a day of taking action, of celebrating and getting our courage and our heart and our mind together. Jeremy, let's get down to it. So Peace One Day, peace organization. So why Climate Action Live?
Well, Eglantina, it's we have a target, right? You mentioned there are 1.4 billion people aware of Peace Day over the last 22 years of work. We have a target of 3 billion people being aware of Peace Day by 2025. And at that point, the day will pretty much be institutionalized. And that's the goal. Make sure the day is institutionalized. In order to do that, you have to have a strategy. And that strategy involves digital experiences, like the one, of course, that's happening right now. It will involve a podcast series, which is 12 episodes that starts next year. It involves education resources. In fact, one's been launched today, but we've been launching them for many, many years. It involves an awful lot of outreach, building partnerships, and most importantly, storytelling. It's all about narrative. It's about telling stories. It's about informing. It's about inspiring, and that inspiration leading to engagement. That's what it's all about. So if you want a target of 3 billion people, you start to learn things when you've done 22 years of work, right? And what I've learned is that there's lots of blockers to Peace One Day. Might be issues around diversity, inclusion, equality, justice, climate action, and so that's exactly why we got involved in creating a show around climate action, because quite simply, if there's no climate action, Eglantina, very sadly, there'll be no peace. And I'm honored, humbled, and excited to have produced, alongside my good friend Jude Law, this experience today. And I hope it will go some way to, as I said, informing people, inspiring them, and engaging them to take action in their own lives.
Bravo. You're always innovating and analyzing and strategizing around all the bits and bobs that we need to create that the union and that collective heart and mind and soul to take action towards the most important threats or challenges that we have to have a society of progress, of peace. Wow, Jeremy, no wonder. Thank you. The core message of today's broadcast is no climate action, no peace. I know you just kind of said that, but I want you to reinforce, why is it so important, the climate action being equivalent to having peace in our society?
Well, the phrase, as you said, no climate action, no peace. You had the great honor of listening to Mary Robinson ago, Jochen Sykes, Paul Polman, incredible explorers and individuals and business leaders, right? If we do not protect the resources that we have, very simply, we will fight over what's left. So as a peace organization, it is crucial that we inform, inspire, and engage people to look after the climate. The two things are inextricably linked. You can't have peace without sustainability, and you can't be sustainable without peace. So it just makes complete and utter sense for us to do the things that we are doing and raising awareness of the fact that ecosystems are breaking down, ice caps are melting, water levels are rising, people are being displaced. As John, the head of Greenpeace, what an honor to have him. We've got to stop burning fossil fuels, and we've got to go to a plant-based diet. And that's why Case from Live Kindly was speaking today, Yes. So it just makes a lot of sense, no climate action, no peace. And we feel really proud, honored, and I'm seriously humbled that we have these amazing people, including yourself, to just send messages out into the world, narrative into the world, storytelling into the world, that I hope is constructive and hopeful and will inspire people to get involved.
Definitely, it's very inspirational, and absolutely, you're always a connector. I had the honor to conduct that panel with Case and Valerie and Michael and Sibi. But so Peace One Day, it has producing shows around for over 20 years, throughout the years. Tell us about the other shows that we have. They have the music shows, you have the One Day, One Goal campaign, you have a whole other activities that you have done for the past 20 years. So can you tell us a little bit about all these activities that Peace One Day has done to build and pave the way to what we are right now, where we are at?
Well, as I said, 3 billion people aware by 2025. And I mean, the COVID crisis changed everything. It's why we went fully digital, and we will continue to do so. But I think that, there are 4 big shifts, in our world: 21st of March, 21st of June, 21st of September, 21st of December. And given that Peace Day was on the 21st of September, and given that we are now producing, have the great honor of producing the day for the elimination of racial discrimination in association with OHCHR on the 21st of March, then it made complete sense to do a show for climate action on the 21st of June and Space Transformers, a show, purely for young people under the age of 30 on the 21st of December. So 4 big pillars of the year at the change of every season, the equinoxes and the solstice, really very exciting, and so our narrative, our year, including with the podcast series starting next year, is all about diversity, inclusion, equality, justice, peace, climate action, and the mobilization of youth. I mean, wow, I just feel like, wow, so honored and I don't know, grateful that like somebody like me and my friends here around us, we have the opportunity to do this kind of work. And, we're going to work hard. We're going to hit our targets. We're going to have 3 billion people aware by 2025. And it's because of partnerships. It's because of Lipton and Trivian and all of these people and Twitter and everyone around me, behind me, who's making all this possible, and people like yourself. So we're excited and we're fueled and we're fired up.
No, come on, mate. It's incredible. Brilliant. What you've done is incredible. I know you want to thank a lot of people because it's all about partnerships, as you say. Go ahead and just give them a big thanks to all of them.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my total inspiration for everything that I do and for working as hard as I possibly can. Rose, thanks for inspiring me every day, sweetheart. I also have got to thank Lipton and Trivian Packaging. Without their support, none of this would have been possible. A huge thanks to them. Thank you for Twitter for coming on board now for quite a while and being our awareness partner and helping us get the numbers as good as they are. I'd like to thank all of our partners, the Office of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies, the SDG Action Campaign, and the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford University. I'd also like to thank Digitalis, Social 360, Signal AI, and the Green Lemon Company for just sorting out the measurement and building and holding the website together. I'd like to thank all the Peace One Day team who worked tirelessly, and so incredibly hard to make all of this possible. It wouldn't happen without them. I want to thank my co-producer, Jude Law, who in fact will be carrying out an amazing interview today with the incredible James Cox Chambers, which you must tune in for. So interesting and extremely inspiring. And of course, thank you to everybody who's watching across the social media panels who supported us over the 22 years. Please stay involved. Please, visit us over the next few weeks and months and watch all of this play out and be with us on the 21st of September, Peace Day, and of course, Space Transformers 21 December. And lastly, and most importantly, Eglantina, thanks. Thanks for carrying on the rest of the show, being with me here today. It's been a real privilege to have you on board. Thank you, lovely.
No, my Jeremy, it's my honor, and I'm thrilled to be here. So thank you for this invitation and giving me this opportunity. I am, blown out my mind. So thank you for always inspiring and being a lot of years of motivating. So thank you, and keep up the good job.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
3.1 billion people. Let's get to that.
Let's get to it. All right.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Well, that was Jeremy Gilley there talking about his journey with Peace One Day. Wow. And his thinking behind this Climate Action Live and all Peace One Day events throughout the years and future events as well. Now we're going to have 2 fabulous singers, twin sisters, my God, who have set TikTok alight. Their mission is to bring their Indian classical music roots into the pop vernacular. Prepare to be stunned by their very unique close harmonies and sheer vocal dexterity. Please, let's give a big welcome to wonderful twin sisters, Kiran and Nivi.
Love the cause that Peace One Day and Climate Action Live, advocate for, and I think it's really important to bring awareness for all of these issues, to the world today, and we're just really happy to be a part of this. One aspect that we feel really strongly about climate action is saving energy. I think we can all do this like in a small way in our day-to-day lives, like switching off the light or fan when we're not using it, or switching off or shutting down our laptop when we're going to sleep. And personally, we have invested in solar panels to take care of our electricity. So that's something why we relate to this issue, because each and every one of us can take a small step, and it's possible in our day-to-day lives to make a change or to start a change for this issue. Music is so powerful that it can bring so many types of emotions, and it does have the power to even start a change in issues like this. Especially in today's world, lyrics, we really connect with lyrics that we relate to in songs, and we can even have lyrics just saying, don't switch on the lights when you're not in the room, or don't switch on the fan when you're not in the room. Maybe something like this. Don't leave the lights on when you're not in the room. Don't leave the fans on when you're not in the room. To the next generation, I would say that in any possible way in your life, look at the things that you do in your daily lives, and see how you can make that energy efficient and sustainable, like being clean, not using too much of anything that would go to waste. And this, of course, can be different for each individual, but I would say the next generation should take this issue and connect to this issue in a personal level, so that it brings a positive change in our community.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, when the tears come streaming down your face, 'cause you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones.
holds you.
Wow, that was just beautiful. The mesmerizing Keetan and Nivi there, the twin sisters. And now I am excited to introduce a young woman who is a passionate wildlife conservationist. Bindi Irvin has inherited her parents' passion for wildlife and wild places. Born to the wildlife warriors of Steve and Terry Irvin, Bindi is a determined soul, destined to make a positive difference on this planet. She's always been, Australia, the Australia Zoo has always been her home, and she says that every animal is part of her family. As Bindi has grown, so has her passion for conservation. She has traveled the world visiting wild places and to learn more about the planet, the world, and our actions towards our environment. She says that she wants to protect our planet for the future and in the present time. Through her Wildlife Warriors, Bindi continues to work with her family to share that message and of conservation, of peace. So today, here at Climate Action Live, we are thrilled to welcome her, to have her in this platform, giving us some words of peace. So please, let's give a warm welcome to Bindi Irvin.
G'day, I'm Bindi Irvin, wildlife warrior from Australia Zoo. I'm so proud to be supporting Peace One Day in their mission to raise awareness for climate change through Climate Action Live. As a conservationist, climate change is at the forefront of my mind every day. We need more people getting involved and gaining a better understanding of how this issue affects all of us. The way humans are harming the earth isn't sustainable, and if we don't act now, our future will be very bleak. It's incredibly important to come together as a society to learn about the very real problems that stem from climate change and start creating a positive impact on the planet. I describe myself as a wildlife warrior. My dad first came up with this term as it encompasses a person who is dedicated to fighting for the protection of all living beings. Personally, my world revolves around wildlife conservation. It's not just what I do, it's who I am. Many people hear the word conservationist and think of saving little woodland creatures. However, being a conservationist is ultimately about protecting our own species, humans. We're all connected on Mother Earth, and every time we lose an animal species, it's like losing a brick from the house. Sooner or later, the house will collapse. Every day I see the impact of climate change on our wildlife and wild places. We run the Australia Zoo Wildlife Hospital that has treated over 100,000 animal patients. Our goal with every animal is to heal them with the best possible medical care and then release them back to the wild. However, as the wild continues to shrink with human population and the ever-changing climate events, it's increasingly difficult to keep up with the overwhelming number of patients we see. Last year, here in Australia, we experienced a catastrophic fire event throughout the country. Climate change is to blame for the unbelievable devastation to our native bushland with these fires. Scientists estimate that over 3 billion animal lives perished in these fires, and our wildlife hospital was busier than ever. Climate change threatens life as we know it, and every day I see the toll it takes on our natural environment. We need to share stories and experiences to educate and inspire others. In this era of technological advancement, it's never been easier to share and push for positive change. However, it needs to go beyond talk. We need to empower one another and then find the strength within ourselves to take action and create real difference. We're all given the opportunity to create a lasting legacy. Surround yourself with others who share your passion for creating a positive change and believe in your strength to change the world. Always remember that you have the ability to undertake and accomplish anything. I'm proud to be supporting Climate Action Live. It's up to all of us to make a difference on our planet for the future generations. Personally, we are proud to be doing everything we can to protect our wildlife and wild places. We are part of extraordinary endangered species breeding programs that my parents first started many years ago. We've protected nearly 500,000 acres of conservation property across Australia. We created our non-profit organisation Wildlife Warriors, which funds conservation projects around the world, from employing an anti-poaching patrol in Sumatra protecting tigers to helping to save cheetahs in Africa from being killed. Here at Australia Zoo, we've helped to build an elephant hospital in Indonesia, and we're home to the Australia Zoo Wildlife Hospital that has treated over 100,000 patients. We have dedicated our lives to standing up and speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves. Right now, we're experiencing a global crisis that I can only describe as ecocide. With our ever-expanding human population, the demand for resources is critically compromising our planet. Now more than ever, we need to stand together and discuss the more difficult issues that are harming our Mother Earth. We are all connected, and it's up to each and every one of us to ensure a bright future for the generations to come. My dad, Steve Irwin, first coined the phrase wildlife warrior. It means to stand up and speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. We must use our voices, our reach, and a determined effort to change the outcome of the climate crisis.
Wow. The inspirational Bindi Arvin, she was there. Thank you so much for those words and all the work you do. Thank you for being part also today at Climate Action Live. And now let's get ready for a fascinating and lively conversation. I will, say like no other. Our Peace One Day ambassador, Jude Law, who has co-produced today's event, Climate Action Live, has been in conversation with another remarkable individual, James Cox Chambers. Better known as Jim, as most people know him, he's a farmer, filmmaker, activist, renewable energy entrepreneur, and philanthropist. It is a conversation that touches on organic farming, the science of memory, social justice, the importance of bees, and contemporary dance. So sit back, open up your mind, your heart, your ears, and enjoy this unique conversation, Jude Law and James Cox.
Hello, and welcome to Climate Action 2021. My name is Jude Law, and I am an ambassador for Peace One Day. And I've been working with this organization for many, many years, over 10 years now. And I'm very pleased to introduce James Cox Chambers, who is going to have a conversation with me today on all sorts of issues. It's lovely to meet you.
Likewise.
Well, let's just dive in, and I would love to ask you why you decided to get into farming.
In the mid-90s, I had a stepdaughter that I took to a school. And it turned out to be a Rudolf Steiner school, and it was situated in Spring Valley, New York, and there was a health food store connected to that school. And I walked in and I saw the produce. I'd always been an organic eater, always, and the produce was off the hook. And I asked questions. Where did it come from? And they said, from this garden, which turned out to be the very first biodynamic garden in America. Aaron Fried Pfeiffer was running from the Nazis, and he came to Spring Valley, which is just west of Nyack, just north of Manhattan. And then they brought the maestro from Switzerland, from the Goetheneum, a Martian-type man named Günter Hauck, who became my mentor. We're completely opposite. He is Swiss programmed, and I am chaotic. I follow Shiva, the god, right? Of destruction and creation. And so, but he became my mentor, and I took his biodynamic training course. It was a year-long course, and I took it twice.
Could you tell me a little bit about life on a farm and the different ways it supports the environment?
I've had my farm for 22 years, but I took the training course in 94. So I've been at this for 27 years, and I feel like a rookie. Every single year is different. It's very much like an athletic season. Every condition is different. How do you come into the season? Are you prepared? Are you in shape? What is the climate bringing you? And in my training biodynamically, our goal is to make the farm a sustainable organism in and of itself. You have to you have to learn how to improvise. You have to get really good people with whom to work or with whom to learn. And you really have to adjust to climate, soil. I had to learn about the word tilth, Tilth, which is the arability of the soil. Is your soil workable? Does it have good water permeability? I knew none of that stuff. And so over these 26 years, every year is a new year of learning about erosion, about pests, about crop rotation, because it really is, you want your organism, your farm to be a vibrant member of the community. It's not something clinical. You have this, it is a great honor and a privilege to work with Mother Earth, and she busts your chops, and then every now and then she rewards you with harvest, right?
Am I right in thinking that given the effects of climate change, the concerns for you are that those different elements that affect your farm every year and every season are also more erratic, is that right? Or more unpredictable because of climate change or because of the effects of it?
They are definitely more erratic. Climate change is so noticeable. From when I went to school in the Hudson Valley in the 70s, we had long, heavy winters. We don't have those anymore. Just don't have them, period.
But tell me a little bit about, the hardest thing about farming. What would you say were the hardest elements of your life and that you have to confront or that you have to deal with?
Number one is how hard the work is. It is gluteus maximus busting work, but that's a joyful work. Because we're organic farmers, we have to use much more person power than a conventional farmer. Hudson Valley for years was a dairy farming valley. And ever since before, but especially after World War II, conventional dairy farming involved dumping ammonium nitrate on the same field every year and growing corn in the same field every year. So you have to increase.
No fallow years. They would never have a fallow year. Just keep it going.
25 years in a row. So you have to dump more ammonium nitrate on the land to get the crops, because they started milking cows instead of once a day. They started milking them twice a day and then thrice a day to just pump the milk out. And then with Roundup, you have no weeds to harvest. So it's Roundup ready corn with ammonium nitrate. You plant it, you sit back, and then you harvest it. There's no intermediate work. So we have to have a lot of workers constantly cultivating weeds, pulling them out. It is a beautiful sense of satisfaction, but Mother Nature can bust your chops hard.
And there are other reasons we know that not all farmers choose to be organic, right, or biodiverse. Can you maybe explain what are the barriers that farms face to decide to go organic?
Changing the system from conventional to organic involves more labor.
Right.
The whole 20th century was about industrialization. Make it faster, make it quicker, make it more efficient. The fallacy is that you're producing good food, because you're not. The micronutrients are lacking. The poisons that are going into the soil and the water, and consequently the air and the animals, cancer is off the hook, and it's directly related to the DDT that was used in the 60s and the 70s, and now the ammonium nitrate, and now the Roundup, and now the neonicotinoids. The fallacy is that this is an okay way of farming. What we have to do is we have to change the incentive program on the supply end, which is the farming end, and the demand end. And it is going to take a lot of effort, but people are smarter now. Younger people are smarter. Younger people are demanding it instead of accepting it.
Yeah.
Did that address your question at all?
Yeah, 100%. I wonder whether you could maybe expand a little bit when we talk about the young. And I wonder, it would be great for you to maybe offer advice of how you think maybe they could live a more sustainable life. I know a lot of young people will be watching this and tuning in on climate action. And would you give maybe 3 pieces of advice to a young person how to live a more sustainable life?
The simple answer is buy organic. The harder answer is become farmers. But learn how to farm your land. Learn how to, the young people are completely on point right now. They're saying, I can't speak for Europe so much, but I can for America. They're saying George Floyd has unleashed enough is enough. Like, the system is broken in terms of justice, and social justice requires environmental justice. Like, where do they put most of the sewage processing plants in large cities? Like in Manhattan, it's in Harlem on the west side, right? You see it on like 135th Street, that thing that sticks out in the river. The whole thing in Michigan with the lead in the water. Which communities are getting that? It's not it's not Beverly Hills. It's not the Upper East Side. It's not Buckhead, where I come from. They have to start demanding clean food, because it really does go to a clean body. We are sullying our earth. I really want young people to understand that farming is hip. Farming is a cool, beautiful, it's artistic, it's creative. It to me, it is one of the arts. And Greta Thunberg is a rock star for pressuring all of us. She's speaking the truth about what we need to do. We need to get away from fossil fuels fast.
But how do you think we can encourage more people to farm organic?
All great movements start from the bottom. They don't start from the White House or Buckingham Palace. They start in the fields and the streets. I am really honored to be a citizen of Atlanta and have grown up and seen what Dr. King and John Lewis and Ralph Abernathy and Andrew Young had to contend with. And that was grassroots organizing of enough is enough. Like, we have to realize that what we are doing with our land is degrading it. We have to save our farmland. We can't just develop it into tracts of homes and think we're going to get our food from Chile or the Central Valley of California. We have to save our lands. We have to learn about the bees. We have to learn about how precious the bees are to our existence. We have to learn to live a poetic life like you have been living for 30 years. And what you and Jeremy are doing is off the hook. He told me a little bit in brief about his story and how it happened and how all the different places you went to, including Afghanistan, including Africa. is so hip. And we have to, I don't know if you saw the news footage this weekend, but there was a village in northeast Burkina Faso. There was a raid, 160 people were killed.
That's right.
160 people. And for Americans, we're like, okay, what's that mean? It's Burkina what? You know, like, no, this lanternfly moth that is destroying the crops in Pennsylvania is a metaphor for, you know, what's that metaphor for? Like if a butterfly flaps its wings in Guatemala, a building
falls over, or
yes, in Tokyo, right? We are that connected. And, you know, we hopefully, there's good tribalism and there's bad tribalism. We have been under the sway of bad tribalism in the form of religious wars, resource wars, and hopefully we can get past this to live. I mean, we do have enough food to feed the world as it is now, but right now it is not delivered in an efficient way. It is wasted, and the resources are being eradicated. So we are going to have to learn to save our Mother Earth.
I suppose maybe a message from this conversation is to anyone, not just young people, but, you know, find out the truths, find out the answers, and don't feel afraid to implement them in your own life. That your individual life can make a difference in what you know and how you conduct it.
It absolutely can make a difference. When I pulled into Philly the other night, I turned on PBS and there was a show on the science of memory and how the activities that you engage, in which you engage, can actually change your brain chemistry between the hippocampus, which is sort of the regulator of the other parts of the brain. The actual things that you do can physically change the chemistry in your brain. So if you are prone to depression, you can change that. And you can change the chemistry. And another part of memory is movement and exercise, but also paying attention. They said it is so important for the brain. You can regenerate the brain by paying attention and focusing, not just giving up. And I think that is a modern dilemma of either tacitly giving up or overtly giving up. No, we have to fight that fight. And it's not a violent fight. It's Dr. King's fight. It's a peaceful fight. We have to clean this up. We have to set an example. We have to model for our kids to not give up, to fight, to be inspired. And I love that metaphor of paying attention, to save your brain. And by saving your brain, you change your brain. And by changing your brain, you are living a more vibrant life. And to a degree, that's what we're talking about, right? Peace, climate, the world, living together.
And then wondering why you don't sleep, or wondering why you're depressed, or wondering why you feel bad about yourself. You know, the truth is, as you say, the answer is pay attention, educate yourself, enjoy a physical life, you know, get the brain stimulated, get the blood pumping, take ownership in many ways, right? Take ownership of your right to be here and your right to be healthy and your right to think and ask questions.
And also work for someone else besides yourself. Like the idea of service, of whatever that means. Especially us that are engendered with a fortunate upbringing. We don't understand what people in really difficult situations, whether they're in sub-Sahara Africa or in South Central LA, unless we have actually lived with them, we take it for granted. And so that's what this idea, Dr. King said, of servicing humanity is such the legacy that I would want to live. And it's not easy, right? It's not easy. It's so much easier to talk that talk than to do that talk. It really does take self-reflection over time, But when you actually, making art is servicing. When you're making film, you are actually making something for other people. So you know that feeling, correct?
To a degree, yeah. Although, if I'm honest, yes, I agree with you, and I feel like that's an important component to making something. There's a sort of generosity, and also there has to be a sense of offering, of giving something positively. But for me, I've never gotten more of a sense of fulfillment than actually a lot of the work I do with Jeremy, or the stuff I do that you really feel is sort of selfless in the end, you know. So I'm glad you brought that point up, serving others and finding a sort of generosity in yourself of doing something that you hope may benefit someone with nothing in return.
And it's the best joy at the end of the day.
Absolutely the best. Yeah.
And I'm going to go back to the bees. We need to protect the bees.
Tell me a little bit more about that in detail. Maybe give us a little layman's sort of understanding of the fragility of their existence, and also how it corresponds to our existence, and so on and so forth.
Einstein said, the famous bug expert, that if the bees were to perish, we would have 4 years as humanity to live, because they are so important in our pollination chain. If they go, the crops that they pollinate, we will have to hand pollinate. And if you've ever worked in a greenhouse, hand pollinating involves taking tiny little Q-tip brushes inside one plant that has pollen produced on the stigma or the style, and then putting it into it. There's no way that we could produce enough. If we're going to have 10 billion people by the year 2050, there's no way we can do this. And the bees are suffering dramatically. The pesticides that we are using in America, the EU has banned the really heinous one called neonicotinoids. You go into the big box stores here and you see this little annual plant, a petunia or something. It has a little plastic flag that says protected by Sustain. It has a benign name, but it's neonicotinoids. The habitat degradation, the varroa mite. There's a bacteria, Nosarium bacteria, that is hitting them, and there are viruses that all accumulate into something called colony collapse disorder. You will all of a sudden walk to your hive that you thought was a vibrant living hive. You open it, and it's either empty or the bees are dead. And it is, what we're trained to do is to treat the beehives with a chemical, oxalic acid. I choose not to do that. I want to try to grow a healthy enough genetic stock of my bees, but it is hard work. We're losing 30 to 40 to 80% of our bees in my bee yards every single year. And it's, even though I'm planting all around my fields that I'm not necessarily planting for harvest, we're planting bee plants, clovers, legumes. That's another thing people can do. Plant for the bees. Plant for the bees everywhere, in the cities, outside. They are at the tipping point. And if they're almost like the canary in the coal mine, if they're at the tipping point and they are our pollinators, what does that say about Mother Nature doesn't say we're guaranteed to survive. Like, we don't have some certificate for infinite immortality. Like, we have to, I already have grandchildren. I'm thinking about their grandchildren now. And is it going to be hell, or are we going to make it better? We're at a tipping point. And again, what you guys are doing is so important to get the message out and to help us make that tipping point change. The other important thing is learn which plants are good for bees. And they're beautiful. These plants can be beautiful, whether they're alyssum or cleome or sunflowers or honeysuckles. These are beautiful plants.
Beautiful
with
plants.
fragrance.
Honeysuckle's a wonderful creeping plant with incredible aroma and yeah.
Yep. Jasmines, all of that. The poetic paradox is to really return to the land, we have to start using these older traditions, but using the science that we have at disposal. That's the cool blend of this yin and yang of how to get out of this chemical dependency. We've basically been junkies, right? For 100 years, we've been junkies to ammonium nitrate, to Roundup, to neonicotinoids, to DDT, to Agent Orange. We've been junkies because it has made our life, quote unquote, easier, but it hasn't made it healthier. So yes, as you can tell, I get rocked out about these things.
Listen, I could talk to you about it, and I hope we get to do it again.
Me too.
For now, thank you so much. And,
you're welcome, man.
For your generosity of time and also ideas. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
What a great conversation. Peace One Day Ambassador Jude Law was talking to James Cox Chambers for Climate Action Live. Thanks to them both. Many, many, many thanks. So we're almost at the end of this epic Climate Action Live 2021. And to close the show, we have two great supporters of Peace One Day. First off, with a special performance for Climate Action Live from the UK, the sensational James Morrison.
It's a straightforward thing, really, for me. I got involved with Peace One Day quite a few years ago now, and I worked with your good self, Joe McGilly, and it was just an easy thing to want to do. It was a relevant thing, and it still is, and I just wanted to be a part of it because it helps promote something good for the planet, and it allows me to use my music and my platform to be a part of it, and Climate Action is just another offshoot from what you guys do, and I'm always here to support. So that's why I just thought, why not? Why wouldn't I be a part of it? Well, there's a lot of different things going on with the planet, isn't there? You know, the fact that the weather is crazy right now is a thing that sort of helps you keep it in your mind that there's stuff going on. Deforestation is a big problem, and, you know, all the trees being cut down, leaving sort of animals without homes and all that stuff. All the after effects of losing big amounts of trees from the planet and all the effects that it causes. That's sort of, you know, to stop, you know, you can recycle, you can do simple things, make simple changes that sort of help with the deforestation of the planet. Planting trees, you know, flowers. I've planted a lot of flowers in my garden just because I know they're good for bees. Little things like that, making sure you're not buying products with crap in, palm oil or whatever it is that they're using that's not very good. You know, picking up your litter is even a good thing. Try not to use too much fuel, drive too much, use products that are sustainable, stuff like that. Well, music, I mean, you know, it's been around for thousands of years, and it's a very healing thing. It's very transcendent. It breaks down barriers and language barriers. And I like using the fact that I play music anyway, so it's a natural thing for me to use my music to promote Peace One Day and climate change, and it's just a straightforward thing for me to do, really, as an artist, to be a part of it, to use my platform on social platforms to promote what you guys are doing so that people are aware of it, so they know how to be evolved and to know what they can do to be a part of it. Simple changes, like I was saying, about not using palm oil, not using stuff that isn't recyclable. Just simple stuff, really. Simple, everyday things that we can all do. climate change is happening now, so people need to get into it sooner rather than later, and that's the whole point of me being involved and you guys doing what you do, is to get the message out there that this is happening now. We can take action now, do something about it now. And you know, if you want to live on the planet and you want to have trees and birds and beautiful things to look at, then we need to look after it. Yeah. When it's black, take a little time to hold yourself. Take a little time to feel around before it's gone. You won't let go, but you still keep on falling down. Remember how you saved me now from all of my wrongs. And if there's love, just feel it. If there's life, we'll see it. Take no time to be alone. No, no, I won't let you go. Say those words like there's nothing else. Close your eyes and you might believe there is some way out. Open up your heart to me now. Let it all come pouring out. There's nothing I can't take. And if there's love, just feel it. If there's life, we'll see it. Say no time to be alone. No, no, I won't let you go. And if the sky is falling, just take my hand, I'll hold it. You don't have to be alone. No, no, I won't let you go. And if you feel the fading of the light, and you're too weak to carry on that fight, and all your friends that you count on have disappeared, I'll be here, not gone forever, holding on. And if there's love, just feel it. If there's life, we'll see it. Say no time to be alone. No, no, I won't let you go. And if your sky is falling, take my hand, I'll hold it. You don't have to be alone. No, no, I won't let you go. I won't let, I won't let, I won't let, I won't let you go.
Amazing. Again, once again, thank you so much, James Morrison, for this incredible support and long-lasting. And now we're coming to the end of Climate Action Live, and to roll those curtains down on Climate Action Live 2021, we're going to do it with a live performance, an incredible performance, specially created for today. And she is a great artist from South Africa. And let's give a warm welcome to Swai Bala.
I believe that as citizens, of the world, that is. Most of us get certain messages about what change you can make to the world. And I believe that ideas, you're not the first person to get a certain idea. But when you find others that are already trying to make that difference and have formed themselves into organizations and so on, it's not necessary to reinvent the wheel. But once you think a certain way and you're really passionate about it, to start pulling those that can help you, and it's up to you to choose whether you want to jump on board and work together with others. So for me, Peace One Day and Action Live, they are stuff that I'm passionate about, and I'll lend my bit to it, whether it's singing or if I can't change the climate. Music has been such an effective tool in progressing messages, bringing about change, or at least advancing certain ideologies, and it's been very effective, even in recent years, even over the last 50 years. The next generation really has us to look up to, and I think it's important for us to always share our stories with them and share things that have happened to us, or things that we've experienced, things that we've come across, things that we've done something about, or people that we know who have done things about, especially the amazing stories. For instance, Nelson Mandela, this guy who everyone says, spent 27 years in jail and still came out and made a big difference. That is quite something. Someone thought of the idea of an airplane just getting off and just going up there, and then further thinkers, thought of it. No, but it can be however many tons heavy, and you can make it stay up there for so many hours and go at that speed, can even serve food up there, and so on and so forth. So every imagination, everything that we see was someone's imagination at one point. And I think children need to learn what is possible, and that we shouldn't wait for governments and people that are supposed to be making change to making those changes. In the world of social media and technology that's so advanced these days, I hope that it just brings about possibilities for children. I chose this song called One because it calls for the coming together of all people who share the same idea, and behind such a cause as taking action with regards to the climate. And it talks to many issues where we have to come together as a people, as different national citizens, but we're all still human. And one thing we do share, it may not be nationality, but we share the same planet. And a lot of issues concern us, all of us.
Segregation, we're not shaken by definition.
Beautiful sunset that take your breath away. The freedom to dream, no one can take away. But it's never enough for the power hungry and the greedy, while they take our future away. Oh, oh. Voice, one spirit, united. One voice, one spirit.
music of unity with every action. Yeah.
Take this journey like religion. I am walking into perfection.
Beautiful night stars that guide you all the way. I see all the obstacles waiting to stand in our way. Let's stand together in one voice and let us say, this planet is a home to us all. We sing one voice, one spirit, united. One voice, one spirit, united.
We are more than just sufferers. We are people of harmony.
Many hearts, many cultures, in one voice, singing as one, as one voice, one spirit united. Brothers and sisters, where mama we baba. Kuthando nokuthula bokuwona umhlabakazi.
Brothers, brothers, brothers,
Kuthando nokuthula bokuwona umhlabakazi. Only just be brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Everybody, everybody. Kuthando nokuthula bokuwona umhlabakazi.
brothers and sisters.
Bana Kuthando nokuthula bokuwona umhlabakazi. Together as one.
Together as one. Wow, the inspirational Swai Bala there. Thank you, Swai, for getting behind today's show. And well, we've reached the end of Climate Action Live 2021. We hope you have been informed, inspired, and engaged into action. Peace One Day's next experience will be Peace Day Live, 21st of September, and Space Transformers Live in December 21st. We really hope that you'll stay informed via peaceoneday.org. And of course, you can follow us on social media. In fact, over the next few weeks, you're going to see all the content that happened here today. We're going to be posting it. So stay tuned, share it, love it, comment on it, and get others to be inspired and involved and take action. And also at peaceoneday.org, you can find a free climate action education resource. The resource is called Life Climate Action. So it's helping young people to use their power of film and storytelling to capture their own climate action. Please have a look and share it as widely as you can. Once again, we'd like to thank all our partners, Lipton and Trivium Packaging, for making today possible. Thank you, Twitter, for coming on board as our awareness partner. Thanks to Digitalis, Social 360, Signal AI, AWS, and Green Lemon Company. To all the partners, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies, SDE Action Campaign, and most importantly, to all the team at Peace One Day and to all of you who have taken the time and tuned in today. From the bottom of my heart, I am inspired, motivated, and all into taking climate action to a reality. Thank you very much. Gracias. And as we say in Goleadoras, together we change the game. Love you. Peace. One day.